Okay, doing a quick test here, and we're going to see how this sounds. Okay, doing a quick test here, and we're going to see how this sounds. Okay, let's see. Trying to get this to work. Hopefully it does here. Okay. If you can hear me, just let me know. My stream's being a little wonky on my end, but hopefully it should start working here. Okay. Let me. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna fix one thing really quick. Okay, how about now? That's good. Can this hear me? Can this hear me good? Seems like it's picking up. All right, good. Good. Okay, my thing on my other monitor is being a little wonky, but I think the stream is going now. I think public should be good. It is okay. All right. Okay, hopefully should be good to go here. Okay, well, first things first, I would just say welcome into the chat. We're going to be going over the election results for the 2026 Senate race in Texas, the U.S. Senate primary for the Republicans, John Cornyn, Ken Paxton, Wesley Hunt, and the Democrats, Jasmine, Crockett, and James Talarico. Assuming the live stream cooperates, which if there's any problems, please feel free to leave them in the chat because I'm not sure if it's working or not, because this one's having a little bit of technical difficulties today, but hopefully it's going all right. Let's see here. Nothing yet for results. Should be closing in about 2 minutes. But again, if you want to leave any comments in the chat about anything you're seeing, if there's any problems with the audio or the screen or anything, please don't hesitate to do that. This is going to be a very interesting one to watch, as the polls the last few days, they were looking for Jasmine Crockett's favor until about Friday to Saturday. So new polls started coming out. And now in the final polling averages, James Talarico is leading in either all the polling averages or he's tied in the case of 270 to win. So it looks like it's gone in Talarico's favor. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this ultimately all ends up going throughout the night. But should be very interesting so far. And we'll have to wait and see for the votes to start coming in. But this should be a very interesting one. On the Republican side of things are a little bit more, I would say things are a little bit more expected on the Republican side for how they're going to go. John Cornyn and Ken Paxton are likely going to be heading to a runoff election. There won't be enough votes for either one of them to win outright in all likelihood. And then we're going to have to wait and see how that ultimately goes down. But Paxton versus Cornyn, more likely than not, going to be the runoff. So just waiting for votes to come in. One thing I have not done before in a live stream that I'm going to be doing this time is using the Hub Sports feature, which not Hub Sports, I'm sorry, Vote Hub. It's a political prediction website where Vote Hub looks at the amount of early votes that have come in, and it shows roughly 1.5 million votes have been cast on the Democratic primary, and it shows a lot of heavy voter turnout. For instance, in places like Johnson County, Ellis County, Kaufman County, and I never seen this feature before, so this is pretty cool. So this website was very helpful, and not only hopefully for this live stream, but also in me making my election night that I had come out a few days ago, which a lot of you, if you're already a subscriber of mine, you already saw it. It's been crazy in the amount of views. So honestly, firstly, thank you for that. But it's been very helpful in making that. First things first, though, it is officially 8 p.m. So a lot of the polls should be closing now in the state of Texas. So we should start getting some results in relatively quickly once that happens. But probably going to be a few minutes, though. Usually these things take some time for votes to start actually trickling in. But now a lot of the polls are going to start reporting in Texas at 8 p.m., 8:01 p.m. Usually things in Texas, I feel, do go pretty quickly. Call an election night, votes come in pretty fast. But so far, just kind of waiting and see how it all goes. But yeah, the early vote numbers ended up 242.2% of the 2022 total on the Democratic side. We also look at the Republican side as well. Roughly 1,308,000 is where it ended up at for the Republican side of 127.6% of 2022. So voter enthusiasm for this race clearly is high on both the Democratic and Republican side on the early vote totals. Democrats do have an edge of roughly 200,000 votes, though. So Democrats seems that their enthusiasm is a little bit higher. It'll be interesting to see once the votes come in if we do get an indication of if the Democrats have more votes in the primary than the Republicans. We'll have to wait on that to see how that ends up looking. But very interesting. Can't wait to see how this all goes. I do also have some other New York Times ones pulled up as well for tonight. The North Carolina primary results that are taking between Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley. Both of these are not expected to be too competitive. They should win without really any problem at all. But I have these ones queued up as well. There are some interesting primaries underway in North Carolina at the House level. In the 1st District with Lori Buckhout and Bobby Hanig and Ashley Nicole Russell, I have this one for the 1st District. The 4th District, this is going to be a safe Democratic district at the general level, but a very competitive Democratic primary between Valerie Fauci, I believe her name is, or Fauci, and Nita Alam. That should be a very close race. The 11th District as well, Chuck Edwards, the Republican incumbent, is facing a primary challenge from Adam Smith, so that should be an interesting one to watch for as well. So, yeah, that's kind of the state of things right now. Just waiting for more votes to come in. And then obviously as more votes come in, things should pick up throughout the night. But for anyone joining, firstly, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoy this live stream. If you have any comments or anything, you can leave it in the chat feature. I do have a monitor up to the side where I'll be checking the chat. So if you have anything you want to say about the elections or anything, please feel free to leave it there. Also, again, if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I was saying that there was some technical issues I had setting this up. So if there is anything you notice about the screen or quality of the mic or anything, please leave that there and I'll do my best to try and fix it as this is going on. But so far, just still waiting for your results to start coming in out of the state of Texas. About 8:03 p.m., so just right past poll closing, so still waiting for things thus far. In the Republican primary, Democratic primary, it looks like we do have our first votes of the night, only less than 1% of the vote, but this is out of Van Zandt County. It has come in, and it says about roughly 1,000 votes or so there, and it looks like up here at the top of the screen it says Crockett plus 32, so still waiting for more votes to come in out of here, but certainly seems that we're getting some votes out of that county for Jasmine Crockett. Here are the vote numbers updated, and the thing is glitching for some reason. Okay, the percentages aren't updating on the map. Let's see. Let me see if I can refresh it if it'll work. Here we go. So now refreshing the page, we do have some votes officially coming in. 6% on the Republican side and 2% of the voting on the Democratic side. We'll start with the Democrats really quickly. James Talarico is, just more votes have come in now. I'm just going to keep refreshing it just to keep, because it seems to be delayed a little bit on my end, so we keep refreshing. With 7% of the vote in, Jasmine Crockett's now at 52.2%. Talarico's at 47%. We've had some early votes out of Tarrant County, out of Denton County, and out of Montague County have been coming in for Crockett over Talarico. On the Republican side, 10% of the vote in. John Cornyn's off to an early lead, 47.5% to Ken Paxton's 36.4%. So far, Cornyn and Paxton are off to early leads. Wesley Hunt down at 12.9% in this one thus far. So far, nothing really too surprising as of yet, just a handful of votes that have come in. But so far, Crockett leading over Talarico with 8% of the vote in now. Not too surprising, as the surrounding Dallas-Fort Worth area is expected to be one of Jasmine Crockett's largest area of support throughout this primary. That's when the video I did and the studying for this race, it looked like Jasmine Crockett would do well around Dallas-Fort Worth and throughout these counties in the eastern part of Texas and then into the Houston area. So that's not really too surprising that Crockett is off to an early lead in these areas. Let's see for the overall statistics here of these counties. Tarrant County, Crockett's plus 12 right now. Denton is Talarico plus 11. Ellis is Crockett plus 43. Kaufman, Crockett plus 42. And Rusk County, Crockett plus 32. Montague, Talarico plus 18. Do a quick refresh here. And let's see if we got any more updated numbers. And so far, that's still all we have at this current point in time, but things are starting to come in now. Again, not really too many surprises as of yet at this current point in the night. As for some of the other primary races going on right now, I don't believe we have any results yet out of the North Carolina primary elections yet. I do not see any at this current point in time. So we'll check in on that in a little bit. But Texas, gonna probably leave it on here for now, but Cornyn's off to an early lead over Ken Paxton. So far, though, only 10% of the vote in. It is interesting that Cornyn's getting 47.5% of the vote, but I do expect we'll see that number go down as more votes come in. If Cornyn does end the night, though, around that 47.5%, that would be very significant, as that would be him doing much better than the polls suggested. As I was talking before the results started coming in, the final numbers in the polling averages had Ken Paxton leading over John Cornyn. The highest margin for Cornyn in any of these was Real Clear Politics, where Cornyn got 36.3. So thus far, Cornyn's doing very well and is starting out to a early lead here. Just refresh this very quickly. And 11% of the vote now. And Cornyn, has already gone down a little bit, 46.7%. of the vote. Ken Paxton's at 37%. Let's see. Okay, so this is an important election note. After finding there had been mass confusion over where voters were supposed to vote, a judge in, I believe, the Dallas area said that voting had been extended there till 9 p.m. So in the Dallas area, expected to be a big vote target for Jasmine Crockett that could potentially play a significant role in this outcome for Jasmine Crockett as well. Still only 9% of the vote in, though, on the Democratic side, and Crockett's leading Talarico 53.9 to 45.3. So that's where things currently stand right now. Again, we're just waiting for more votes to start coming in, but already off to an exciting start for this election night. If you have any comments or anything you want to talk about for this race or who you think is going to win, feel free to leave them all down below. Yeah, otherwise, just waiting right now. Let's see. Creator thing's not working on here. I might go to YouTube itself to try and read the chat because on my end it doesn't seem to be working. See here. Okay, looks good. Okay. Okay, yeah. So now I have it. I have the chat up on both YouTube and on the studio side of things as well. If there's any issues or anything, so should be good. Okay. So yeah, we are good. Just now waiting more election results. So far, early takeaways of tonight thus far, nothing, I would say, nothing too surprising has happened yet thus far, but about 11% in on the Republican side. John Cornyn is leading over Ken Paxton, though I did expect the Dallas-Fort Worth area to do very strongly for Cornyn over Paxton, so I can't say this is too much of a surprise. In Dallas, Cornyn's up roughly 21 points. In Tarrant County, this is, I believe, Fort Worth, Cornyn's up by 9. So, again, not really too surprising to see that at the end of the day, that this is where it ultimately is going. It's going to be starting to get interesting as we see some of these smaller counties throughout Texas start to come in for Ken Paxton to see what the numbers end up looking like once everything is said and done. That's on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, Jasmine Crockett leading James Talarico at this point. Again, I would say it's also not too surprising considering a lot of the votes are coming in from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which I expected to be a big area for Jasmine Crockett to do well in this primary. So that's really just my thoughts at this point. At this point, I would still say it's probably too early to say for sure, obviously, with only 9% of the vote in, if Crockett or Talarico is going to win. But early polls, or the polls for this race, I should say, the earlier ones showed on the Democratic side a very tight race that James Talarico is leading very narrowly in the final few days after Jasmine Crockett seemed to be surging the last few weeks. And now James Talarico finished a little bit ahead in these polling averages, some late polls. A YouGov poll came out just yesterday with Talarico at 53 and Crockett at 40. So that poll certainly played a very big role in these averages. Emerson's final poll, which I did do a video on yesterday, had Talarico at 52, Crockett at 47. And also interesting, if that does happen, that would be a very similar result to the primary from 2020 with MJ Hagar and Royce West, where Hagar ended up winning 52.1, Royce West won 47.9, and it could potentially be a little bit of like a proxy of what this primary could end up looking like, where MJ Hagar did very well in the western part of Texas, down through San Antonio, Austin, and Corpus Christi, while Royce West did very well in Dallas-Fort Worth, the eastern part of the state, and into Houston. And I think we're probably going to see a map very similar to this, where Jasmine Crockett does well in Dallas-Fort Worth and Houston, and then we see James Talarico do well throughout the central and western part of the state of Texas. So that could be very interesting to see ultimately how it all goes down as well. As in the map for this thus far, still just got some preliminary votes in, 11% in, and we're just waiting to see more votes coming in. So not too much to talk about this current point in time as we await more results coming in. And then on the other primary elections, North Carolina, some votes have come in for Roy Cooper. Refresh this very quickly. Only less than 1% of the vote, and it's come in from Lincoln County, but Roy Cooper doing very well here. No surprise, Roy Cooper is going to win this primary. Michael Whatley has 56.1%. Donald Brown is 36.6%. So Brown's actually taking a lot more of a sizable amount, but it's only a very small number of votes. I mean, 41 total votes there on the Republican side, 43 on the Democratic side. Nothing really to take away from that one. On the House side of things, in North Carolina's first, nothing at this current point in time. 4th district, not expecting anything at this current point in time either. Times for the Senate race in Texas, got a few more votes. I think it was on the Republican side. Cornyn's at 46.1. Ken Paxton's at 37.5. Only a few more handful of votes, it looks like, have come in. And the map features bugging out, so it's not working so well. But let's see here. Yeah, just still not too much has changed since the last update on this map. Good evening, watching across the pond. I was obsessed with these U.S. elections and primary elections. Well, thank you for joining us. Hopefully, this should be a very exciting night. It should be a very exciting election as well, as this election, this primary is going to play a very important role for the 2026 Senate map, which I do have also queued up in another tab. I do plan on doing like a brief little election prediction at some point during the night once we had a clear idea of who the candidates could potentially be in this race, whether it be Crockett or Talarico on the Democratic side, or Cornyn, Paxton, or Hunt on the Republican side. I'll probably do that at some point throughout the night as well. In terms of the votes, nothing coming in. Yeah, I'm going to look up another site for it as well, just to make sure I'm not falling behind for it. We'll look at, we'll do NBC just to see what they have. And okay, they have the same results. All right, 11.4% on the Republican side and 8% or 9% on the Democratic side. Okay, so they're still looking the same. Okay, so everything's going good on that front in that regard. Just to give a quick look at some of these counties, for instance, I mentioned the 2021 for the Democrats, where Crockett's leading over Talarico, 53.9 to 45.3. I want to look at Fort Worth at Tarrant County. Crockett's leading by roughly 12 points. On this one, ended up being right around a 14-point victory for Tarrant County for West over MJ Hagar. So that could be an interesting one to see how that ends up. Does the margins line up for Crockett there, or does she exceed from that one from 2020? That could be an important one to watch for as well. That's the Republican side, Democratic side for NBC as well. Some of these early counties have come in on the NBC side of things. Denton County up to 67.2%. Talarico's leading by 11 points in that one. See, Denton County, it just had it on the other one. It's down here. That's Tarrant County. I was looking at the wrong one. Whatever. It's not too important. So that's still there on those two results there. Okay. Seems to be going better, hopefully, for audio and visual wise, just waiting for more results to come in. But otherwise, I think it's going all right so far. I think we just got a few more votes in. Let's do a quick refresh. 12% of the votes now in on the Texas side of things, and things have gotten a little bit closer. Cornyn's percentages went down to 45.5. Paxton's at 38%. Wesley Hunt still at 13.3. NBC has that too, 12.3%. So this is, again, going pretty much as expected. Results are coming in a little bit slower than I would say I usually expect, especially for Texas, but results are coming in a little bit slower than usual. But so far, nothing really out of the ordinary. 55% in Tarrant, 50% in Dallas, and John Cornyn's running pretty strongly there. On the Democratic side, 9% of the vote in for Crockett versus Talarico, still roughly about an 8 to 9 point lead on this side of things. And looks like we just got some more votes there as well. 14% on the Republican side, 12% on the Democratic side. And we have 55 to 43.7 for Crockett versus Talarico on the Democratic side of things. Let's see, we're going to go to the Democratic map here. And some of these key areas, Denton still 67.2, Montague 50.6, but Kaufman's coming for Crockett 70.6, 20.5, so a big win for her there. Hunt is very close, 51.2 to 47.8. Hey Anthony, how's your Tuesday going? Hi Brian. Pretty good right now. Pretty good. Won't lie, had some technical issues to begin with, so didn't love that, but Tuesday's going a lot better now. Now that looks like got this going, and so far no major problems thus far, so can't complain. Coryell County here is going for Jasmine Crockett and Robertson 63 to 35.7. Fort Bend is coming 74.8%. Crockett leading there by a large amount, 60.4 to 36.3. And that's where things are currently standing on the map right now. So starting to get some numbers in, starting to get some votes in. We'll wait and see how it goes throughout the night. And on the Republican side, 14% of the voting. Cornyn's at 44.9, Paxton's 38.6, Wesley Hunt 13.2. The only surprise I would say thus far on the Republican side, I would say is Wesley Hunt being at 13.2%, especially when you compare that to the final polling on the Republican side. I do believe 13.2%. That's roughly about 4 to 5 points below what Wesley Hunt was finishing at 17.9%. It could just be that's where the early vote that's come from thus far. There hasn't been much vote from Houston or the surrounding counties there, so that could be a reason why those numbers have not started to prop up yet for Wesley Hunt, but still waiting to see how that all goes. RJ said, don't know if you follow UK politics, but in Wales, reform is set to control of labor from labor in May. I actually have not followed UK politics that much, but that sounds very interesting. Though I know reform. I would say reform's more on the right side of UK politics. I believe. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but Labour I know is on the left side of politics in the UK, and the right side is reform, I believe. But that is interesting. 14%, 44.7, 38.7. Let's see. We'll look NBC as well. Got a few more votes coming in. Let's see. Size of lead, we can do this as well. Estimated remaining votes. Yeah, still a ton of votes to go. But 54.9 or 54.8 now for Crockett over Talarico. 43.9% for him. Cornyn 44.7 to 38.7 on that one. New York Times side of things, the results should be pretty similar. 44.7 to 38.7. Wesley Hunt 13.3. And then Jasmine Crockett 54.8 to 43.9 over James Talarico. As for how this ultimately all goes down and who wins, I still think at this point 12% of the vote in, still pretty early. The other two live streams I did for the Tennessee House and for the 2025 elections for governor in New Jersey and Virginia, at this current point in time, we start to get some indicators of how things were looking, but general elections for some reason are a lot easier to predict and kind of see coming than primary elections are. I know for primary elections, it's kind of not, I don't know the right word, not studied a lot or not really talked about as much as the general election ones. So there are a lot of indicators you can look for, but for instance, we can look at Texas from 2024. Trump won it by 13.7. And we can look at Dallas, and went by 22 points for Kamala Harris. Tarrant County went for Trump by 5.1. But when it comes to the primary, and say the Democratic primary, Jasmine Crockett's winning Tarrant County by 12 points, 121,904 votes, with 59% of the vote in there. It doesn't always exactly line up on the primary side sort of as much as it does the general election side. So interesting for sure, but a little bit different in terms of trying to predict it and analyze it as we go on the fly for election night. Brian said, I hope Talarico wins the Dem primary. I voted for him last Wednesday during early voting. That would mean, if I'm correct, that would mean you're part of the 1.5 million others in Texas who have voted for the Democrats, and that's very cool, very interesting. Yeah, and you want Talarico to win, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be I think it's going to end up being a very close election. The final polling showed it being pretty close. I saw the prediction markets. I think it was Polymarket had Talarico breaking really big today, up into like 85% chance to win or something like that. So all the momentum in the last 2 days seems to be suggesting that Talarico is going to win, which is very interesting. So essentially, because after the last few weeks, it looked like Crockett was the one with the momentum in the race, but Talarico really started doing well the last like few days or so. I noticed on the Wikipedia article as well in the polling, it even mentions the Stephen Colbert interview and that whole situation. It really seemed to give Talarico a boost in terms of his polling numbers because the last polls before that, University of Texas and Talarico at 44%. And then polls after that, except for the UT Tyler one, all of them showed Talarico doing very well. So I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be very close to see how it all goes down. But certainly Talarico can definitely win this. And just going to wait to see for all the votes to come in. Let's see who's more progressive, Talarico or Crockett. I would say probably Crockett would be my guess, but I'm not 100% totally sure on all of their policy positions who's probably more progressive on those issues. I do know in terms of rhetoric, Crockett's been more anti-Trump, I would say, and Talarico's been more sort of trying to campaign to get as many voters as possible in terms of their messaging. So from that standpoint, I would say Crockett's more progressive than Talarico, but if you were to go policy position by policy position, not totally 100% sure, but I'd probably still bet on Crockett on that one. Brian said, happy to contribute. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's what politics, elections, is all about, right? So let's see, still 12% of the vote here. And it is 54.8 for Crockett, Talarico 43.9. Again, just looking at some of these areas like Hansford. Hansford's come in. This is an area that should be doing pretty well for James Talarico. Oh, that might not be the county. It might be Montague. I think, the map just messed up on my end, so the map's not going to be too much help. 14% in. Cornyn's at 44.7, Paxton 38.7, Talarico 53.8. For Crockett, 53.8 and 44.9 for Talarico. I'm just going to look at some of these counties, like Tarrant County's plus 12, Denton plus 11. I'm going to go to NBC for this part, just see some. The updates, Talarico gained about 1% in the last vote drop, up to 12% now. So again, as we just wait, nothing really too big to take away from it just yet, but very close fight underway on the Democratic side and the Republican side as well. I think Wesley Hunt being at 13% on the Republican side, it does open the door a little bit for one of Cornyn or Paxton to maybe hit 50%, but I'm certainly not banking on that. I think we're going to see a runoff on the Republican side. Also, worth noting for Texas, a lot of the polls close at 8, but some of them close at 9. So we got 33 more minutes until all the polls in Texas are officially closed. What are the chances Hunt runs for governor? Unless it's too late to enter, not sure how it works. I do believe it'd probably be too late because I think Greg Abbott's on the ballot tonight for the governor primary as well. So Greg Abbott's probably going to win the Republican nomination and in all likelihood probably be reelected governor again in November. And then maybe at the end of his next term, if he decides not to run, or if Hunt runs against him in the primary, I think that would probably be the next case scenario for Hunt to maybe run for governor. But yeah, Greg Abbott, I think, is running again. I think it's tonight, and then he'll probably win the election in November as well. Doesn't look like we got any more votes out of this one yet. I'm just going to look. We'll start going county by county and just look at some of these places. On the Republican side, Tarrant County, Cornyn's leading by about 9. Dallas, Cornyn's leading over Paxton by about 20. Ellis County, about a only 0.1% lead for Cornyn over Paxton. Kaufman is roughly about a 7-point lead for Paxton. Hunt County, roughly about a 11-point lead for Paxton, and Montague County, 45.2. That's one of the fun things I will say about doing the election results for Texas is Texas has so many counties in the state, like these, like all these little square counties are like, there's so many of them. It's not like a state like New Hampshire where there's like 9 counties or 8 of them where it's like very easy to know all of them. Like even all the studying I do like before this, it's like, yeah, I do not know all the names of these counties. There's Coryell County where Paxton's nearly leading over Cornyn. We have Kendall County, which is voting for Paxton by about 1 point right now. And we have Fort Bend, which is going for Paxton 43 to 40.5. And Galveston, which is 43.8 to 38.2 on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, I'll take a look at this as well. So far, we have Denton County going for Talarico 55 to 44.3. Can look at here Tarrant County 55.8 to 43.3 for Crockett over Talarico. There, Montague 58.5 to 40.8. Hunt County 51.2 for Crockett, 47.8 for Talarico. It looks like just there. Ellis County's going for Crockett by a lot, 71.1, 28.5. Russ County 65.6 for Talarico's 33. Coryell 63.5, 35.2. Robertson 63 to 35.7. Kendall County, Talarico's winning big, 73.1, 26.3. And Fort Bend's going for Crockett, 60.4, 36.3. Lastly, Nueces County, 62.2, 36.2 for Talarico over Crockett there. So again, thus far, I've said this a few times, but we're early on in the night, not a ton of results, and yet nothing really to take away at this current point in time, but still a very competitive fight underway for both the Democrat and Republican primaries. How counties like King, Roberts, and Loving County will vote. Let's see, I don't got some more votes in. I don't know if those counties have come in yet. Let me see. Oh, that's a candidates one. I want to look at the county level. Said you're looking for King, Roberts, and Loving. King, Roberts. I don't know. I don't know if King has come in yet. King has not come in yet. Roberts and Loving County. Loving's not come in yet either. And Roberts has not come in yet either as well. So currently just waiting to see how those all do, but also no update on that one yet. 44.8 for Cornyn now. Paxton's at 38.8. Let me just refresh, see if any more votes have come in. Yep, a little more have come in, 16% of the vote. Up to 39% now for Ken Paxton. John Cornyn, 44.8. So yeah, the Republican side thus far, the early votes that have come in, certainly looking like we're going to a runoff between Cornyn and Paxton. Democratic side, 13% of the vote in. Crockett still leading, 53.6. Oh, got some more votes coming in now. Actually, 14% of the vote now in. And we can just want to make sure all the percentages are right. Yep, 51.7% for Jasmine Crockett, 47% for James Talarico. And it looks like we got some votes from up here in Montague County and the chat or the charts being a little wonky. So I'm just going to go look at this one here. Some of the votes from up here seem to have come in the Democratic side of things now with about 13.5% of the vote in. So still very, very close race underway in these areas. Let's see. If I'm non-American, if I were, I'd have voted Ahmad Hassan. A wasted vote because I like Crockett and Talarico equally. Sure. Surprised Chris Belt only has 10% in the governor's primary. He's a former Democratic nominee for governor in the early 2000s. Interesting. Yeah, it's funny. I must say, I haven't really followed the governor primary too much on the Texas side of things. Maybe just because I know the Senate race has been so interesting with Jasmine Crockett and James Talarico and how close it's been. I've been really focusing on that. So I've honestly kind of forgotten about the Democratic primary. I think Gina, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing this right, Hinojosa is probably going to win the Democratic primary. But could be wrong. I'll get the numbers as well for down here in Nueces County and Corpus Christi. Talarico's winning here by large amounts. Want to make sure that was not a brand new vote percentage there. We got 16% on the Republican side, and the Democratic side, I do still believe, is the same. Yes, it is 51.7 for Crockett, 47 for Talarico. Let's check in on the North Carolina one, where Roy Cooper is up to 97.7%. Still only looks like 1% of the vote in there. 2% for Michael Whatley, 68% of the vote there. No surprise, he's leading that one. again, not really any shockingness there. On the 1st District primary for North Carolina, nothing yet. 4th District as well. No votes yet on that one. So until more votes start coming in, probably just going to leave it on the Texas Senate race side for now. Vicente Gonzalez is in a competitive primary right now as an incumbent. He's only leading with 60% of the vote. Vicente Gonzalez, is that? I want to say that's Texas as well. I don't know. I'm not even begin to know what district that is. Oh, there are a few House primaries underway in Texas, I believe, that are competitive. I figured New York Times would have that on here. If I not scroll down far enough, maybe. No, I guess not. That's okay. I'm sure I'll check out on that. If there's anything tonight about election results for House primaries and stuff that I don't cover tonight, I'll probably do it in videos in the next few days. So I make sure to cover those and address those as well. It's a district in the Rio Grande area. He's a blue dog den, basically like Quayler. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So if I don't cover that tonight, then I'll probably do a video in the next few days on it, going over the election results. Because there are a few competitive House races that are up both in Texas and North Carolina in those primaries that I'm going to want to cover at some point as well. Sorry, my voice a little uh, hoarse. So everyone that's watching, how are you all doing? You guys having a good Tuesday, good election day? Uh, I don't know. Who do you think's going to win tonight? Who do you want to win between Crockett and Talarico, Cornyn, Paxton, Hunt? Who do you think's going to do well in this one? We could start, I guess, while we wait for more votes to come in, could start doing an early breakdown of the 2026 Senate map thus far. Good Tuesday for you, Brian. Good. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. So the only map, or the only state in the map thus far that I have in for sure on the Democratic side is New Mexico, because the Republicans, I believe the news report's correct, will not have a candidate in that race. So New Mexico is going to be safe Democrat. Actually, I'm going to do something fun. I'm going to come back and do each state like every few minutes or so as we wait for more results to come in. But Oregon, based on its election results in the past, is probably going to be safe for the Democrats as well. While we're over here, I think we probably expect some safe results for the Democrats. The primary is going to be very close in Illinois, but that one's going to be safe Democrat at that level. In terms of Virginia with Tim Kaine, could argue on the margin of victory being under 15 points or not, but I think it'll probably be safe Democrat over 15 points. Delaware will be safe. New Jersey will be safe. Let me just lock this map real quick. There we go. That'll be safe. Rhode Island, Massachusetts will be safe. That'll put the Democrats at 42. And, Colorado, I forgot to put in there as well. That'll be safe for sure. So Democrats start out with 43 Senate seats. Let me just make sure there's been no more votes to come in on the side. And nothing yet on the Republican Democratic side. So, yeah, so 43 Democrats, I think, are going to be totally safe right now. Really no danger of losing. Republicans are going to be safe in Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, South Dakota, Kansas in all likelihood, Oklahoma, Arkansas. Interesting to see what happens in Louisiana with Bill Cassidy, but I think whichever Republican, whether it's him or Letlau or the other Republican running, should win that race. Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia. South Carolina, probably will be safe with Lindsey Graham, but that one could maybe fall under 15 points, sort of like Virginia, but I think it ultimately will stay red. And then Ashley Moody in Florida should be pretty much safe as well. And that would get that would get the Republicans up to 46 safe seats for sure for the Republicans. And from there, I'll go into the other states and how competitive that I currently have them. But we did just get a few more votes out of Texas. Want to refresh here. 17% of the voting on the Republican side. A few more votes. Cornyn's at 44.6. Ken Passing's at 39.1. On the Democratic side, still 14% of the vote in. Crockett's at 51.2. Talarico's 47.5. And again, just nothing really too surprising this current point of the night. Still very, very close. Still have a long way to go in the amount of counties that are left outstanding. Let's see, got a few more comments here. Two of them watching. If one county votes against Roy Cooper, it's going to be Bladen County. It's basically a low population, deep red county. Feeling Republicans cross over, pick the worst candidate. LOL. Okay, let's go. Bladen County, North Carolina Dems vote for the most random candidate. Interesting. Let's see. Got some more votes out of the Democratic primary. Looks like Crockett's numbers went down a little bit. Talarico's went up to 48.4. Crockett's at 50.2. Looks like we've got a few more counties come in for Talarico out here in the western part of the state of Texas. And let's see. Now up to 22% of the vote in on the Republican side of things, as some of those counties have come in. Cornyn's numbers are continuing to fall as the night goes on at 43.3. Ken Paxton's up to 39.2. Again, looks like got a few more votes in, 23%, 43.4 to 39.1. Wesley Hunt's gone up to 14.2%. Interesting result, though, here out of Harris County, where this is the city of Houston is. This is an area that was probably going to be one of Wesley Hunt's largest areas of support in Harris County, and it looks like it's going for Cornyn by only 0.07% right now. So that is very, very interesting how close that one is, because that's supposed to be an area Wesley Hunt is expected to do well and expecting to win, but currently John Cornyn's ahead in Harris County. Let me go up here to the map to get the exact numbers here. And is it not come in yet on this one? I don't think NBC has it on the map yet, it looks like. Or if it is, it's not. No, yeah, it hasn't come in yet on NBC side of things, but that's interesting. But started to come in on the New York Times map. Got another vote update. 24% of the vote in. The Republican side, roughly a 4-point race between Cornyn and Paxton at this current point in time. Thus far, I'd say the only surprise is Cornyn narrowly leading in Houston, but again, I'm sure as more votes come in, that'll probably change a little bit. Cornyn's at 43.5, Paxton at 39.1, Wesley Hunt 14, and we can also look at some of the other candidates as well. Anna Bender getting 1%, Sarah Kennedy getting 1%, and the rest of the candidates down here getting 0.5% or so. As for what's going on in terms of a runoff or not, still looking like we're probably going to go to a runoff on the Republican side. Both Cornyn's getting 43.5, Paxton's 39.1, both of which are right around similar standings, but there's just not enough votes left outstanding, with Wesley Hunt getting 14% for either candidate to break that 50% margin, or break that 50 plus 1% margin to avoid a runoff once everything is all said and done. But 24% starting to get some votes counted on the Republican side. Democratic side, a lot of votes have come in now. Wow, actually, a lot more votes have come in, up to 30% on the Democratic side now. James Talarico is taking the lead in this race from Jasmine Crockett. Talarico's at 52.7, Crockett's at 46.2. So Talarico's strategy for winning certainly seems to be coming into what's expected to be, where Talarico does very well throughout the northwestern and central part of the state of Texas, while Crockett does well in the surrounding Dallas-Fort Worth areas. But even these counties right above Dallas and Fort Worth, these three counties right here are going very well for James Talarico. And he's gone up roughly 5.4% of the votes since more votes have come in. Let's take a look at some of these counties. Montague, Talarico's leading by 18 points. We got Grayson County, Talarico's up by 16 points. In Denton County, Talarico's up 11. And Grayson County, these counties are all big going for Talarico right now. This is significant as well, seeing as MJ Hagar won these back in 2020. Denton was about a 3-point win. Cook was about roughly 21. Montague, 76-23, so a big win there. And Grayson County is about a 9-point win. So seeing Talarico put up these numbers in these areas, roughly half the vote in, shows that Talarico is performing very strongly in these key areas right around Jasmine Crockett's core support area as well for this election. So with 30% of the vote in, now we're starting to get some actual numbers in. 31%, and now we're starting to see the map slowly start to fill in. Still a lot of counties left outstanding, but I mean, James Talarico is looking pretty good against Jasmine Crockett right now. Not gonna say 100% for sure Talarico is going to win or Crockett's going to win. I still think it's too early for that, but certainly looks like Talarico starting to get more votes in and is starting to look pretty good in his chances at this current point in time. But again, with 31% in, still a lot of votes left to go. Big one we just came in. It's got some more votes as well, it looks like. Is that going to be 32% of the vote in now? Or still 31% in? Out of Austin, Travis County. And it looks like Talarico is winning big here. This is his core support. This is where his district is. This is where he's most popular. And he's winning by 53 points in his home base. Travis County, right, or not Travis, I'm sorry, Tarrant County, right next door. This is one of Crockett's home support. Is a 12-point win at this current point in time. So, I mean, so far as the results have come in, it looks like Talarico's doing pretty strongly where he needs to do. It's going to be close to the end, but it looks like Talarico at this current point in time is probably favored to win. Let's see here. Molly Talarico took the lead. Yep. And I think both Dems and Rep should have kept quiet about Crockett before she ran. Let Talarico have an easy primary. Interesting. I think both Dems and Reps should have kept quiet about Crockett before she ran. Let Talarico have an easy primary. Could be, but I mean, competitive primaries, I know there's some talk about do they hurt the Republicans or the Democrats in the general election for like each candidate, and certainly could be true, but I don't know. It's Talarico's doing pretty strongly. He may end up winning the primary anyway, and if he does, we'll see how general election, how that changes. I'm sure he's going to campaign differently in the primary than he will in the general election, and that goes for the same with the Republican side as well. So certainly can't wait to see. Lefty said Loving County voting Talarico. All right, let's get, I know you talked about that earlier. Let's get the Loving County. Let's get the number out here for you. Loving County. Oh, wow. He's winning it by a lot. Talarico's up 33 points in Loving County. Wow. One Jasmine, Crockett, one Roberts County, the reddest county in the entire state. That is interesting. That is very interesting. That must be interesting. Yeah, primaries, again, kind of what I echoed to at the beginning of the video. Primaries are very, very weird to cover because it's not like the general elections for like 2024. We see pretty much almost every single county in Texas is red, with like 10 total counties being Democratic. But at the primary level, especially for a Democratic primary, I mean, anyone's guess really how each county is going to go. But it's a purple county in the purple county in the Panhandle. Okay. So must be this one, right? Why is it my map? I'm going to go to this one. My map's just being. Am I missing it? No, here it is. Here it is. Okay. I don't know. Like cursor, me and the cursor are just disagreeing right now. But interesting. That's Loving County up here. The small square one, North Texas. Looking up here. Interesting. Okay, so what are we at so far on this side? Yep, still 31.2% on the Democratic side, 25.6% on the Republican side. So I'll make sure no vote updates as of now. Okay. Oh, wait, you probably mean those. I think I just, yeah, here's Roberts County. Yep. Okay. That took me way too long to figure out. Okay, so Crockett won here 63 to 35.7. Oh, wow, 99% of the vote in. That one came in very, very quickly. Okay. And yeah, so up to about 31% on the Democratic side and 26% on the Republican side. Still waiting now for more votes to come in. But I think the early polling and what showed like it was going to be a very competitive primary, I would say still intact. But Talarico's looking pretty good. He's looking pretty good right now. I think we just got a few more votes in. Refresh the map here. No, well, it lit up like there's going to be a few more votes, but there's a lot more Talarico, I would say like bluish green or teal at this current point in time, I think, than even some of the early polling may have suggested. That looks like Dallas and Fort Worth are probably going to go strong for Crockett, but the surrounding area is looking pretty strongly for James Talarico at this point. I think those final polls that showed Talarico winning by 5-6 points or so may end up being potentially around that if the rest of the state comes in. the way that it has thus far. Still 32% of the vote in, though, so I have to wait and see how that all plays out. But Talarico certainly is in a strong position right now with 32% of the vote in. See, 35% of the vote now in. Got some more votes here, and Talarico's up to 52.2%, 46.7% for Crockett. Valerie Fucci leading her Bernie Dem challenger, sadly. Interesting. Okay, so we are up to, what's that? About a little bit under a 6-point lead for Talarico over Crockett right now. It's tough to say 100% for sure right now because they're obviously Talarico's winning a lot of the smaller rural counties, which I expected that he would. Crockett's doing well in the Dallas and Fort Worth area, which I expected that she would. She's doing well in Houston, as expected. Talarico's doing well in Austin. We haven't gotten any votes yet out of San Antonio. So far, on the Democratic side of things, Talarico winning at this point makes sense. I think I just really want to see more votes come in, especially out of these counties up here. That Crockett, if she's going to win, she would have to win over here and over here. If Talarico starts winning some of these like he did in these counties up here, that would be a pretty big indicator that Talarico is winning and winning by a pretty decent amount. So far, 35% of the vote in, still a long ways to go. I do think Talarico right now looks like is going to win, but I'm not 100% confident in predicting that at this current point in time. But I do think that Talarico is probably the favorite right now. On the Republican side of things are still pretty similar with Cornyn at 43.5%, Paxton 39.2%. I think the Republican primary may be a little bit more, I would say, surprising, the fact that since there's 3 candidates running, we don't know exactly how the votes were going to split. We saw what the early polling data was, but Cornyn at 43.5% as the incumbent Republican senator at this point, I would say he's doing better than I thought he would, Cornyn. The early polling showed him down about 10 points from this current number, so he's doing better than expected. I am interested to see how these numbers hold up as more votes come in from like these counties throughout Western Texas and the rest of the counties up here in the Panhandle part of Texas and the areas in between Houston and Dallas. If these areas coming for Ken Paxton, does Cornyn's numbers fall down? But right now, I think Cornyn's doing better than I definitely expected in the Republican primary. On the Democratic side of things, Talarico seems to be doing better than I expected as well on this map as well. He's winning the areas that I thought he would in the Panhandle. He's winning throughout Central Texas, but he's doing so in the margins, like in Austin, by a very large amount, 53 points. That is certainly very, very big in there. So I think so far, Talarico and Cornyn are both overperforming my expectations for tonight. But again, we'll have to wait and see for more votes to come in. Let's see here. Cornyn 100% in Loving County. Okay, let's see if I can find Loving County first try this time. I know I just looked at it. There we go. Oh, it's 1 vote. Okay. All right, it's 2.7%. Okay. I thought you meant all the vote was in and he got 100%. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. Didn't even know that happened. Okay, so it looks like we got some more votes. 29% or 35% still. On the NBC side, results are the same. Okay, so starting to get some numbers in. 52 minutes past 8 p.m. now. We are about 8 minutes shy of the 9 p.m. poll closings for the El Paso part of Texas, but I think we got a decent amount of votes in pretty quickly, 35%. Just refresh, make sure I'm not missing some. Here we go. Still 35% on the Democratic side, excuse me. On the Republican side, 30% of the vote in. Cornyn, 43.7, Paxton, 39.1. Let's see. Get the Crockett's person, slanders, anti-black, real Caesar personality. So slander for the Republican primary is going to be really close. We might see our first incumbent House member losing renomination at 26. Yeah, it's I don't know how much do I want to delve on that. It is interesting for sure, and I know a lot of Crockett supporters are probably making that argument. Ooh, Left of Me says Dan Crenshaw is losing his primary right now. Really? Really? Let me see. I want to open this in a new tab. I want to see if I can. Okay, so it's 23. Is that what it is? I wish it had like the. So 23 is Tony Gonzalez's district, and he's. Oh, that's very close. That is a very. All right, we're gonna open that one up in a separate tab. It's fine. Can you help me out? Can you say which district is Crenshaw? Second district? Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, wow. Interesting. 52.8 to 43.9. Steve Toth is leading Dan Crenshaw right now. Interesting. I know that Crenshaw didn't get endorsed by Donald Trump and Steve Toth got endorsed by Ted Cruz. So I know there was the potential Crenshaw could lose his primary, but actually seeing him losing is very, very interesting. Let's see. Trump chose not to endorse anyone. Ted Cruz endorsed. Yep, exactly. Yep. Yeah, this is interesting. This is very interesting to see this happening. All right, I'm going to keep tabs on this one. Tony Gonzalez, obviously, with everything going on with him. Brandon Herrera is leading. Only was at 1.3% in, but he's losing right now. Let's see. I'll leave this open. Oh, actually, while we're here in Texas, maybe we check out the governor one as well. Yeah, okay. Greg Abbott's leading by a lot. That's not a surprise there. On the Democratic side, Gina Hinojosa is winning a lot there as well on that Democratic side. Not too shocking for that. Oh, we can look at Attorney General. I think Attorney General has a competitive primary underway on the Republican side as well. Mays Middleton beating Chip Roy 45.4 to 26.6 or 26.2. Interesting. 27.2% of the vote in. And Lieutenant Governor, looks like we got a few more votes. I'll check the Senate map in just one moment. Dan Patrick's going to be winning that one. And the Senate, actually, Senate looks pretty unchanged. Unless I'm missing something here, it looks pretty similar to how it was before. 31% of the vote in now on the Republican side. Vote percentages look pretty similar at 43.7 to 39.2. And Democratic side is still pretty much the same. Has 16% in Kennedy County for some reason. Is he from that county, maybe? That's the only reason I can think. Like, maybe if he's from there, maybe that's why he's doing really well in that area. Let me see while we're here. I'm going to see if I can get the North Carolina one up here for North Carolina. Let me open this in a new tab. Okay. So there's a few competitive ones in North Carolina. There's the Democratic side of things. I think it was, get the right one. It's the 4th district, I believe. Yeah, the 4th district on the Democratic side is looking pretty close right now, actually. 46.6% in. It's about a 9-point race. That one's going to be close. The 1st district on the Republican side also looks like it's pretty close right now. And the 11th district, Chuck Edwards beat Adam Smith. Okay, so that one ended up not being too competitive after all. So the 1st district on the Republican side of things is competitive. And it looks like what I just opened, the 1st and the 4th on the Democratic side, competitive right now. District 6 looks competitive. Al Green is losing his primary. Could you drop what district the Al Green one is, please? I know it's Texas. Just I want to say, because after the map got redrawn, I don't remember what district he's running in now. I think it's 18. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Ooh, that's a very close one. Okay. Al Green's losing 48.8 to 43.1. Interesting. Okay. It's very close. So where Al Green's winning, Fort Bend has 72.4% of the vote in, but Harris County is 66.2%, but Menifee is winning by a pretty strong amount. Okay. So this one, what's the vote in at? 67.7% of the vote in. So there's enough votes left outstanding, 29,000 votes or so, and the lead's only 4,000. There's enough votes for Al Green to make this margin up, but it's going to be tough for him to do that. Al Green's probably going to have to cut into the margin in Harris County pretty substantially from 36.8%. He's probably going to need like maybe 43, 44%, just off the top of my head, to try and cut into that margin. And he's going to have to run the numbers up in Fort Bend as well to make up for those margins, because Harris County, where Menifee is leading over Al Green, that's the one it seems right now has more, or not just right now, just in general, that's the one that has more votes. I mean, 24,000 to 16,000. Green, it's more important for him there to cut the margin there and get more votes out of that one. He can grow the margin in Fort Bend, but there's just less people in Fort Bend, it seems, than in Harris County. So that margin's going to be important there. Hope Talarico keeps leading. Paxton takes the lead. Seems like it. I mean, it seems like he's doing pretty well so far. Oh, I think we got some more votes out of the Senate side of things. We got 34% in on the Republican side. Cornyn's up to 43.7, Paxton 39.3. Democrat side still 35% in on that one. Democratic one's been paused for a little bit. Captain Prey says, hello, how are you doing? Good, thank you. Doing very well. And watching the results come in, hope you're doing well as well. Think Talarico will win the primary? Yeah, I think so. 35% of the vote in now. Talarico's a 52.1, Crockett's a 46.8. I think going into the night, it looked very close. I know in my election prediction, I did have Jasmine Crockett narrowly winning, but I do think right now it looks like Jasmine Crockett's losing to Talarico, and I think Talarico's in a better position to win right now based on what's come in. And by overall, I think the margins with Talarico is winning, like in Travis County, by 53 points, when Harris County is only going to Crockett by 8 points. In Tarrant County going 13 for Crockett, I think Talarico is in a pretty strong chance, or a pretty strong position, to win Texas in the Democratic primary. King County might not have any Dems who voted. LOL, Talarico will flip Texas blue. It's tough because this is the conversation about this night overall, is if Talarico wins, can Talarico flip Texas blue at the Senate level? And I don't want to say that he can't, because, midterm elections, especially if the Democrats do really well, I think it's certainly possible, but I wouldn't start with it as the favorite. And actually, this I think will be a good time. I started to fill in the Senate map for 2026, and I took a little bit of a break as more results came in, but I'll just give a brief little quick election prediction for where I have it right now. We have Republicans favored for sure in 46 seats, Democrats favored in 43. Now I'm going to go to the seats that I think are likely in between 15 points and 5 points really quickly. And I think we're going to see Minnesota, for instance, start with that for the Democrats. I think that's likely Democrat right now. New Hampshire, I think maybe could end up under 5 points on election day, but for now, with Pappas versus Sununu, but for now, I would put that as likely Democrat to start out. And I want to make sure I'm not missing any other likely seats for the Democrats at this current point in time. Michigan, Georgia maybe could end up over 5 points for Jon Ossoff, but I'm going to leave it in lean for now. So that's where I have that likely for now. On the Republican side of things, I think Osborne versus Pete Ricketts, it's going to be a tight race in the polling data right now, but I think that ends up over 5 points. I think Iowa ends up over 5 points for the Republicans. Those two I'm pretty confident in. Texas, I'm going to leave Texas off of that for now, just because I think it's going to be a very important topic for tonight. And I'll just leave it at there for now, just for the sake of it. That will put the Republicans at 48. Democrats are at 45. Based on the current polling right now, where the races start out, I would say Sullivan versus Peltola is going to be very close, but I think Sullivan will win it by under 5 points. That would put the Republicans at 49. Ohio with John Husted and Sherrod Brown, I think is also going to be very close, but I would say it starts out at under 5-point favorite. That would put the Republicans at 50. Now, I think Democrats, I know, are going to argue Peltola could win in Alaska, and I think she certainly could in the right election environment if everything goes the Democrats' way. But just for today's video and today's purposes, I'm going to leave it as lean Republican. The Democrats, I think at this current point in time, are probably favored to win in Michigan and hold that seat, whether it's McMorrow or Stevens or what's Abdul at least Al-Assad, Abdul Assad, I think. Um, we'll have to wait and see how that primary plays out, but I think we're probably going to see Michigan go blue in that scenario. John Ossoff in Georgia could be close, could not be close, but I think Ossoff ends up winning there. So those two seats are held for the Democrats. Then the two seats that everyone's talking about for the Democrats to try and flip: in Maine, Susan Collins; North Carolina, Tom Tillis; Roy Cooper versus Michael Whatley. Let's say he wins there, lean Democrat, and we'll say whether it's Graham Plattner or Janet Mills, whichever one wins the primary. Let's say they beat Susan Collins. That gets the Democrats to 49 Senate seats, which if the Democrats can flip can flip North Carolina and Maine while holding Michigan and Georgia, that already puts the Democrats in a very strong position going forward with being at 49 Senate seats. Now, Texas is going to be interesting because if it's James Talarico versus Ken Paxton, I think we still probably see a scenario where the Republican Ken Paxton, I would predict, to start out winning the state of Texas by under 5 points. I think it honestly would not be impossible to be a similar election to 2018, where Ted Cruz only won by 2.6% against Beto O'Rourke. In fact, if it's Paxton versus Talarico, I wouldn't be shocked at all if that is pretty close to the exact margin when everything is said and done. But there is a way where the Democrats have a very great night, where Talarico does great, Paxton does terrible, and next thing you know, Texas narrowly maybe flips blue, and maybe if Texas is going blue, Paltola wins Alaska as well, and that gets Democrats over 50 Senate seats. I don't think at this current point in time it's going to happen where the Democrats get above 50 Senate seats. I think it's kind of Democrats' best case scenario at this current point in time, but I mean, if everything broke the Democrats' way, why not? I think it's definitely something that could potentially happen. But so that's a brief little election prediction. Maybe towards the end of the night, we'll go back to that. But let's look back at the election results. Should have some more votes in by now. 35% in on the Republican side. That looks pretty much unchanged. Democratic side, still pretty much unchanged, actually. We could probably close the 2020 Senate map. This was the MJ Hagar versus Royce West one, which I was looking at in terms of a comparison to what it is tonight. For instance, looking at places like Tarrant County, is about a 14-point win for West over Hagar. And that's actually an important one because Tarrant County right now is Crockett plus 13 points. So Crockett's actually running 1 point behind the Democrat that lost by roughly about 5 points or so statewide in 2020. Let's see. Solo says that Cooper won his primary. Let's see. Yep, Cooper, Whatley both declared the winners in North Carolina. So obviously, no surprise here. Wow, okay. I mean, I expected Cooper to win, probably to win every single county, but it's funny. Seeing 92.2% on a graphic is just kind of cool to see. And Michael Whatley wins the Republican one as well, 63.9, 16.1. So the primaries in North Carolina are now over for the Senate side of things. It'll officially be Cooper versus Whatley, and now this is where things get interesting. This is where the real fight begins. Worth noting, Cooper's getting 415,000 total votes in the primary. The Democrats, Republicans getting 394,000. So if you read into the overall primary vote thing at all, the Democrats are outpacing the Republicans in the primary. So that could be maybe a potential sign the Democratic optimism is up in North Carolina. And this would be the first time, if Cooper does win, a Democrat has been senator of North Carolina. I want to say, was it 2008 that Kay Hagan won, or 2012? It was 2008 when Kay Hagan won against the Republican Elizabeth Dole by 8.5%, and then she narrowly lost re-election to Tom Tillis in 2014 by 1.6%. So Democrats looking to do something that has not been done since Obama was elected the first time, which is flip a Senate seat blue in North Carolina. There were some very close calls in North Carolina, 1.7% win in 2020. Ted Budd won by 3.2% in 2022. So it's been very close at the Senate level in North Carolina, but has always gone red the past few cycles. Now we could potentially be seeing it maybe go blue in 2026, especially if the Democrats end up having the great night that they're expecting to have. 37% of the vote in now for Talarico versus Crockett, and Talarico still leading 52.4 to 46.5. Actually, I haven't covered this yet. Let's see what the vote totals are. 907,000 443. For the Democrats thus far, Republicans 832,000 at 36% of the vote compared to 37% of the vote. So Democrats, with almost the same percent in, are outpacing the Republicans by a pretty big amount, roughly about 70,000 votes or so more Democratic votes in the primary than the Republicans, which, again, if primary vote percentage is an important factor to you, looks like a pretty competitive one right now. Democrats are doing very strongly there. Okay, so that's looks like that for now. North Carolina, I think we could probably close the Whatley versus Cooper one now that we know for sure how that's going. The House ones I do have pulled up on other tabs, so I'm gonna look at that. North Carolina First District, I do have that loaded up in the. I want to say it's over here. Yeah, I do have that one pulled up. Okay, so we're gonna close this, but that's a very close race as well. With Lori Buckholt versus Asa Buck and Bobby Heenig, 38.1 to 37, so a very close one underway there. North Carolina fourth this current time, 52.9 to 45, so a very close one there. The incumbent Valerie Foushee is winning this very close primary. The early vote statistics for Vote Hub as well. And looks like got a little more handful of votes coming in from the Republican side, up to 37% of the vote in. Cornyn still leading 43.7 to 39.3. Talarico 52.4 to 46.4. Let's see. It's annoying that John Cornyn, after 20 plus years in the Senate, chooses to run for a fifth term in 25-26. Certainly been there a long time. Definitely been there a long time. The fact Roy Cooper won his primary by more than Greg Abbott won his. That is very interesting. Do I have the... I don't think I still have the... it pulled up for... No, I do not have it pulled up for the governor one, but I can pull it up in 1 second just to see what we got. Yep, Abbott got 82.6%. Gina Hinojosa still looks like she is going to still leading, so probably going to win that primary as well for governor as well. I do want to check in on the attorney general one on Texas because those both look decently competitive earlier on. And so far, Mays Middleton and Nathan Johnson still leading in their respective primaries. For the Texas, this is House District 23 with Tony Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera, now 6.8% of the vote in, so still a very long way to go on that one, but a 1-point race there. Let's look at Steve Tosh versus Dan Crenshaw. The vote numbers looks like they've not changed too much. 28.5% of the vote in, but Steve Tosh still beating Dan Crenshaw. Question is going to be, how does Montgomery County end up coming in when all the votes are cast? I think we can close that one out. The fourth district, North Carolina, we just went over. We have it pulled up over here as well with over half the vote in. The ShamWow guy has a 4% lead in the Texas 31st GOP primary. Okay, well, now I need to look that one up. That sounds way too interesting to not look up. All right. Let me look up House ones in different tab. 31st. Okay. Is it 31st? ShamWow guy is 4% in the 31st GOP primary. Are you sure it's the 31st one? Because isn't this this is John Carter, the incumbent. Just 4% of the vote, not 4% lead. Oh, okay. Okay. Offer Shlomi. Okay. Yeah, okay. He's a 4% of the vote. Okay. That makes more sense. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure his name isn't John Carter, and I'm pretty sure he's not the incumbent. But, well, for the sake of it, we'll zoom in. That is so funny that I forgot he's actually running. That is very, very funny. Okay, so that one's going on there. The Al Green and Kristen Menefee race, 67.6% of the vote in. Still 29,000 votes remaining, so nothing really changed since our last check in there, but that's still a competitive one. This is 2016 Gamergate era woke bet. That's funny. Let's see the first district, 38.1, 37. Just did that one. And yeah, so those are all the close house races we're watching right now. If there's any more, can throw them out and can check how that's going. The Senate side of things, 37.5 and 37.3% of the votes in, and not much has changed in the last half hour or so. Talarico is running 6 points ahead of Crockett right now. Cornyn's leading by 4 points over Ken Paxton. And I keep referencing the 2020 map, but right now, I mean, the numbers are pretty similar, 52.1, 47.9, and it is looking like 52.4, 46.4 on the Democratic side of things. But again, it's important to note it is 37% of the vote in. There's still a lot of outstanding vote left, especially in the Democratic primary. And it's also worth noting as well that Talarico still has a lot of counties throughout the central part of Texas and western Texas, which is expected to do very well in, that those votes have not come in yet as well. We have started to see some votes come in for Jasmine Crockett on the eastern part of the state of Texas. These are areas I expected her to win, and she's performing pretty strongly in these areas and doing well out here. But I think right now the name of the game on the Democratic primary is it's still too close. You're still waiting for more votes to come in, but I think it's pretty fair to say you'd rather be James Talarico than Jasmine Crockett at this current point in time, based on the votes that have come in and the margins that Talarico is running up in places like Travis County at 53, Harris County, which votes for Jasmine Crockett, which is where Houston is. It's only a 8-point win for Crockett in Houston. That's, I think, somewhere she'd like to be winning by more, certainly with Talarico winning statewide by this much. So I think Talarico's in a better spot to win right now, but again, we'll have to wait and see as more votes come in. Let's see what happened to the entire off topic. What were your thoughts on the Bad Bunny halftime show performance in the Super Bowl? If you watch the Super Bowl, I don't know. I don't really have too much like strong opinions on it. I have a very kind of boring opinion, which I usually don't care about the halftime show anyway, because the Super Bowl with me, I really like football, so I kind of like to watch the football, like watch the commercials and stuff. In the Super Bowl halftime show, I'm always kind of like going to the bathroom or setting up more snacks for the second half. So I usually don't watch it anyway. So I don't remember watching the Bad Bunny one, but I don't really watch any of them. So may not be the best person to ask that, but I don't think really it's the biggest deal. Whether you like Bad Bunny or don't like Bad Bunny, whether you want to watch it or not, or it's one to watch the TP USA one, I'm like, I'm not really the right person. I'm not the right person to get like really passionate about that, but that's just me. I think that's the updated chat. Let's see. Sylvia Garcia, Texas 29th, and Henry Cuellar are both competitive primaries. That's a good point. I don't think I have them. I don't think I've had those primaries listed up yet. Let's see. You said 29th for the Democratic one? 29th Garcia. Yep, 29th Sylvia Garcia. Okay, 56.1, 38.2, 65.1% of the vote in. And yeah, I mean, we'll see how this one goes. I think Sylvia Garcia is probably going to hold on and win, just briefly looking at these results, but there's still a decent amount of vote left out there. Roughly about 18,000 votes, and she's only leading by 6,000, but probably going to see Garcia win. Although I don't like his music, I did like the halftime show. Well, that's good. I mean, yeah, if people enjoyed the halftime show that he did, I mean, good. All power to you. So I will say in general, I'm not a massive fan of Bad Bunny's music, but again, halftime show, I don't know. It's funny. It's just kind of the most like boring take that I have is I'm not a big fan of the halftime show. I just kind of wanted to like get right to the football, but that's just me. It's a very boring, like bad take probably. But no, if you enjoyed it, the halftime show, if you enjoyed it, then good. I'm glad you did. I don't know if there's an error, but Virgil Bierschwal, who only got 0.3% of the vote in the Tribune primary in Texas, is winning Loving County right now. Loving County is having a very interesting night, I'm noticing. And the fact there's a TBUSA halftime show is so stupid and should never happen. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of just a great example of like where we are as a country right now with everyone being like very, like, I would say divided and very kind of like at each other's throats that sort of thing kind of happened. But it's certainly not surprising. But, if people like what they like, they want to do that. I mean, they have every right to. But whether you want to watch it or not, that's up to you. It's just, I don't know. Again, halftime show for me. It's kind of whatever, but yeah. Okay. Okay, so I think up to date in the chat now. Let's see if we got any more votes. 40% of the vote in is now for the Republican primary, 38% the Democratic side. Talarico and Crockett hasn't changed too much on the Democratic side in terms of the margins, still roughly 6 points. On the Republican side, things have gotten a little bit closer, though. Cornyn's at 42.8. Ken Paxton is at 40.2. And Wesley Hunt is at 13.5. So 40% of the vote in. I think now we're starting to get into the. It is interesting. Wesley Hunt's only getting 13.5%. I wonder what Houston, Harris County, 0.7%. I thought there'd be more votes in out of there by now to kind of give us an idea. But excuse me 1 second. Let's see. I thought there'd be more votes. I was saying out of Harris County with Cornyn, Paxton, only a 0.1% lead. Wesley Hunt is not even performing well there. 18.4%. That is very interesting. I'm gonna laugh my Windsor County, but Wesley Hunt doesn't. I'm very, very surprised. I thought Wesley Hunt at very least would be performing very competitively in Harris County right now, but no, he's getting 20% in Chambers, 10% there, 14.6%. I thought his strong base of support would be right around Harris County, but no, he's in a very distant third place there. But yeah, Cornyn, Paxton, like you said, Brian is definitely Paxton's starting to catch up to Cornyn now, 42.8 to 40.2. And it's a really interesting conversation about this primary, because I remember there was a comment earlier about Cornyn running for the 5th term, and it's like, I did think earlier on when this race started to heat up, where Cornyn and Paxton started facing off, of if Trump endorsed Paxton or maybe Wesley Hunt, would Cornyn have dropped out of the race and decided to not run? But based on their early polling thus far and the early results that have come in, Cornyn is putting up a very formidable fight to Ken Paxton right now, leading by 2 points with 40% of the vote in. When the early polling, I remember, for this race, it showed that Cornyn is in real trouble. He was only getting about 33.9%. Ken Paxton's getting 38.2%. And Wesley Hunt, worth noting, was at 18%. But the results so far showing John Cornyn at 42.8%. He's running better than I think myself and probably a lot of other people expected in that how well John Cornyn's doing. Now, Ken Paxton at 40.2% is still running very strongly, I would say, statewide, and he's probably going to be in a strong position in a runoff as well, seeing as 13.5% voted for Wesley Hunt. And what those voters end up doing is going to probably decide what's the difference between Paxton or Cornyn. And I think a lot of those voters will probably vote for Paxton over Cornyn, but there's going to be a real argument after this race, assuming it doesn't win here, it goes to a runoff, that what do those voters do? If they nominate Ken Paxton, they want to risk the possibility of being a very competitive race. So they could even potentially lose maybe to James Talarico if he wins the Democratic one. Or do they say, we dislike John Cornyn so much, we're going to roll with Ken Paxton and kind of roll the dice, take the chances with that, and see how it goes. So it's going to be a very interesting conversation right now. But I would say John Cornyn running at 42.8% is doing a lot better than I would say I would expect at this current point in time. But Wesley Hunt only getting 13.5% is the real surprise for me thus far on the Republican side of things. On the Democratic side, James Talarico, I've said it a few times now, but he's running very, very strongly over Jasmine Crockett with 38% of the vote in. There's a lot more Talarico impressive margins, I would say, than for Crockett right now, where Talarico's running it up 53 points in Travis, Collin 15, Denton 11, whereas Crockett's only at +8 in Harris County and +13 in Tarrant County. Now, once Dallas comes in, that's going to be a big boost for Jasmine Crockett, and I wouldn't even be shocked. She's down by 6 points right now. If Dallas comes in, she jumps above Talarico, and it looks like she may actually pull the race out, but then more votes going to come in from Western and Central Texas for Talarico that probably will even it out and end up being a very close race. But So far, Talarico is performing more strongly, I would say, than expected. But the Democratic primary on Texas, knew it was going to be close, knew it was probably going to be unpredictable too, considering the polling was so tight. And we're going to have to wait and see ultimately how it all unfolds. But it looks like we did just get some more vote in out of the Democratic side of things. Talarico's taken a larger lead at 53%. Crockett's at 45.9% as more of the rural areas for Talarico seem to come in, and as more areas will come in from San Antonio and from Austin as well. I think we got a little bit more vote as well. Nope, that was just the map refreshing. So Talarico, again, almost half the vote in. Talarico is running very strongly, but I think at this current point in time, Talarico's doing good. Now it's just the question is, as the rest of the vote throughout central Texas comes in, even northern Texas as well comes in the El Paso region, what happens with Dallas? Because Dallas, I'm anticipating a very big performance for Jasmine Crockett. I believe the New York Times reporter mentioned as well that there was a voter issue in Dallas where they allowed voting to stay open until 9 p.m. in Dallas for the, I think there was some issues with voters getting turned away or voting at the wrong locations or something like that. So that may be why we haven't got any votes out of Dallas yet. They have to count those. But I certainly think that Talarico is running very strongly right now, and we're going to have to wait and see how that holds up once Dallas comes in and by what margins Dallas ultimately comes in. Because the 2020 primary that I keep using as a reference point, Royce West, who election strategy is probably very similar to Jasmine Crockett's, got 47.9% of the vote statewide. He won Dallas by roughly about 39 points over MJ Hagar. And MJ Hagar's strategy to winning is almost kind of the exact same as James Talarico. Do very well in the Panhandle, North Texas, West Texas, Central Texas with Austin, San Antonio, and the southern part of Texas. That's very similar to Talarico's strategy. And thus far, I would say Talarico is running pretty much the same way MJ Hagar did. If anything, his numbers are even up in some places, and Jasmine Crockett's are down a little bit in some places as well. So we're going to have to wait and see once Dallas comes in, but Talarico looking pretty strong right now. Let's see. It seemed that John Cornyn was being favored again and a bit more after Talarico announced his run for the U.S. Senate. Let's see. Yeah, it did. And it's the Paxton versus John Cornyn primary has always been very interesting to me because I thought from very early on, like I think, well, I forget what my first video I did on it was, maybe like even a year ago or even a little further back than that. I actually thought Ken Paxton outright was probably going to beat John Cornyn. And I thought that because there was a lot of Republicans in the early polls that did not want John Cornyn again. And I don't actually see, excuse me, let me see if the polling has that far back. Yeah, it is March 25th. Like Paxton's at 46%, Cornyn only at 26. So the polls for the Republican primary actually were pretty consistent going back a while on the Republican side. That a lot of Republicans, especially a lot of very pro-Trump Republicans, do not like John Cornyn and don't want to see him be the Republican nominee again. But thus far, John Cornyn's at 42.8%, Ken Paxton's at 40.3%. He is holding his own in a Republican primary, which I do believe there was a clip from earlier today where John Cornyn said the Republican primary is probably not the most representative of what the general election is going to be like and what the Republican Party is like. But he's holding his own in a primary that's probably not going to be super John Cornyn friendly compared to what a general election may overall end up being for the amount of Republicans that get out and vote. Chip Roy is losing the Attorney General primary. Anthony James says Crockett. I don't even know how many exclamation points that is, but that's a lot. Incumbent Texas Agriculture Commissioner is losing. Trump cult has got to go from Dare You. These races got numbers like the presidential elections. Love these close calls. Got me on the edge of my seat. Like, yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the voter turnout in this one has been crazy. 950,000 or so on the Republican side, over a million, 1,070,000 on the Democratic side. Certainly a lot of Texans really fired up to vote in these two primaries. And I mean, right now the Democrats certainly have the edge. And again, if the Democrats are trying to make Texas competitive and they think if Talarico or Crockett can win in November, I mean, showing up in the primary and vote is a very big indicator. And a lot of Democrats in Texas are definitely showing up to vote. Now, can Democrats win over independents and such? And in November, we'll have to wait and see. But at least in the Democratic primary, if that's an indicator so far, they're looking pretty strong. But Texas, this is what I'm still up like not sure about in Texas. Is still such a pretty red state, but it's shown signs of being competitive in the past. In 2024, Cruz only won by 8.5%. In 2020, Cornyn won by 9.6. But let's not forget, in 2020, Trump only won the election in Texas by 5.6%. So I definitely could see Texas being pretty competitive. And of course, the comp that's going to be getting made for the Senate race is 2018, where Cruz won against Beto O'Rourke by 2.6%. Certainly, if it's Paxton versus Talarico, would not be shocked to see that potentially be something that comes to the fold once everything is settled on the primary aspect of this race, and we go into November and we see how Trump and his administration is doing in terms of polling and how Republicans in the general ballot are being polled as well. Virgil Bierschwal has acknowledged that his win in Loving County being retweeted by Loving County, you have shocked the nation. Loving County is just having its own little night up there in in Texas. I don't know what's going on there, but they're having a night there. Okay, so still about 44% on the Democratic side and 42% on the Republican side. It's going to take a little bit of a chance here to see some of the other New York NBC's updated here to that as well. See what's going on in the Attorney General's race. Chip Roy is losing to Mays Middleton by a pretty decent amount, 41.8% in. He's losing by 43.9, 27.8 by very, very interesting by how much he's losing by. We can look at the House race. Tony Gonzalez, Brandon Herrera. Okay, so a lot of votes have come in, 38.3%, and Tony Gonzalez is winning in this one by roughly 6 points. That is very interesting to me because I know he certainly has a lot of scandals and stuff that have been hurting him, but him winning by 6 points right now, that is very interesting. On the Dan Crenshaw race, 57.7% of the vote in, and Crenshaw is losing by a pretty large amount right now. There's still 31,000 votes remaining, though, and he's only leading by, what's that, about quick math, about 7,000 votes. So there's certainly enough votes out there for Crenshaw to make them up, but Steve Toth is leading over Dan Crenshaw. We may see Dan Crenshaw lose his primary tonight, but again, we'll have to wait and see as more votes come in for that one before making a definitive statement for sure. The North Carolina House 4 district, the Democratic incumbent Valerie Foushee is leading, not by a lot though. 72.7% of the vote in, 33,000 votes or so left. It's a 4,000 vote lead for Foushee over Alam, so that's a very close race there as well. North Carolina's first primary, this is also very close, 12,000 votes remaining. The Republican is Lori Buckholtz leading the Republican Asa Buck by right around 1,500 votes. So very close there as well. Let me check that 1 second. Texas House District 18, Al Green and Christian Menefee. This one is not updated since the last few checks. Still 29,000 estimated votes remaining, 67.6% of the vote there. Texas House 29, Sylvia Garcia, Jarvis Johnson, 65.1% of the vote, 18,000 votes remaining. So Garcia is still, I'd say, favored to win, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. And then in House District 31, where the ShamWow guy is getting 3.9% of the vote still. That one I think is just for fun, but that's okay. We got some more votes on the Senate side. 45% of the vote in. Cornyn still leading Ken Paxton, 42.9 to 40.5. Wesley Hunt, 13.1. Starting to see some of the map fill in now. More of the maps start to get, all the counties starting to get votes on the Republican primary side of things. Let's see on the Democratic side. Still 44% of the vote in there. Talarico, 53. Crockett at 45.8. Okay, so I think that's it for the updated vote margins right now. Let's see what we have here. I've always been fascinated about Loving County. Ultimate proof that land doesn't vote. A whole county just for 64 votes. Is that really all that's in Loving County is 64 voters? A lot. Whew. I mean, I know I mentioned earlier, Texas is a lot of like counties, these like little square counties that vote, but I had no idea that's all that's in there. Wow. I don't know why the incumbent Texas Agriculture Commissioner is losing. The Railroad Commissioner is also losing. Man, I I have no words for that one. Agriculture Commissioner, Railroad Commissioner, Texas. I don't know. That's outside my realm of political knowledge on that one. Railroad Commissioner, Agriculture Commissioner, Texas is definitely different than what I'm used to. But yeah, so 44% of the vote in now, 45 on the Republican side of things, and things are still very close in both right now. I definitely think we're looking at a runoff for sure on the Republican primary. There's just not enough percent of votes left out there for Cornyn or Paxton to get to 50%, especially the thought process heading into tonight was if one of the Republicans does find a way to break 50%, it'd probably be Ken Paxton, but John Cornyn's running much better than expected at 42.8%. So I think any chance of a Republican runoff being avoided is probably out the window now, and that John Cornyn and Paxton will be heading to that runoff. On the Democratic side, James Talarico is running very strongly right now, 53 to 45.8, and Talarico is looking pretty strong. I'm just waiting for more votes to come in out of Dallas before making a definitive statement on how this is going to go, but Talarico is looking very strong in where he's running thus far. Let's see, the Railroad Commissioner is also, oh yeah, I already read that one. Okay, so now just waiting for more votes. Also, want to take this time to say thank you all for watching. I see that currently 45 of you are watching this currently right now. We've had over 900 views since the stream started, so I really appreciate you all taking the time to watch this and hope you're enjoying the election night stream. If you have any comments or anything you want to leave, you can leave in the chat feature as well. If you want to say what you think of the election night tonight, who you think is going to win between the Democrats or Republicans in the primaries, Talarico, Crockett, or anything like that, please leave that all down below. I'd also appreciate it if you would hit like on the video and hit subscribe as well if you want to see more of my videos coming forward. Just a few days ago, I did do a election night prediction for this race for Talarico versus Crockett and for Paxton versus Cornyn and Hunt. That I'm sure would be an interesting video. If you're interested in this, you may want to check out after. That could be something fun to do. Just warning you, I did have Crockett beating Talarico by 2 points in that one, so it may be fun to look at it and see ultimately if I got it wrong or got it right. We'll have to wait and see. Probably got it wrong based on how the results are going, but you know, that's the fun of the primaries, right? You never really know. But 44% in and waiting to see how the rest of the night goes. So 45% still waiting here. Let's check NBC, see if any more votes updated over there. So NBC is saying that there's still roughly about 1.2 million more votes expected on the Republican side. Democrats roughly 1.35 million more. So thus far, it definitely seems like Democrats are going to have the voter turnout advantage over the Republicans for this primary. Obviously, does that translate to the general election when Texas is usually such a strong, likely R state? Not sure. Probably not, but we'll have to wait and see how that all goes. But Democrats looking like they'll have the advantage overall in the primary in terms of which side has more votes. As for Talarico versus Crockett, though, I mean, this is close. I mean, all the polls showed it going into it how close this race was going to be, and it's living up to the hype right now. Talarico ended up on the average of averages at plus 1.14. Decision Desk HQ had Talarico up 2.9, and Race to the White House at Talarico up 4.7. Right now, Talarico is winning by about 6 points or so before we get in Dallas and some of these other counties as well in the eastern and western parts of Texas. So now we're going to have to wait and see how it ultimately all plays out, but this is certainly living up to expectations, living up to the hype of this race with 44% of the vote in. Definitely very, very competitive in the Democratic primary. And honestly has very important ramifications for this race. If Talarico does end up winning, that may give the Democrats a very rare opportunity at making Texas very competitive. And probably the first time Texas Senate race has been very competitive since 2018 when Beto O'Rourke came within 3 points of defeating Ted Cruz. So that's where things stand on the Senate side of things right now. The Democrats have got a few more votes, looks like, have come in. Not too many, maybe like 1,000 votes or so have come in on the Democratic side since I just started talking about this. Republicans are up to 46% of the vote in, and Cornyn's still leading Paxton 42.8 to 40.6. I think that's definitely the main surprise of the night so far, is how well John Cornyn is doing against Ken Paxton, that he's getting 42.8% of the vote. I mean, I think you could make an argument that John Cornyn, like the amount of dislike amongst MAGA Republicans on social media towards John Cornyn, maybe that a little bit is social media throughout the country, and that not necessarily so much in the state of Texas, if he's getting 42.8% of the vote. And Paxton's also getting 40.6%. So there's definitely a large amount of Republicans in Texas that don't want John Cornyn, but there's also seems to be a good amount of Republicans in Texas that do. So what does that make for? A very competitive primary like we're seeing right now, and what will probably be a very competitive runoff as well going into the next few weeks or so since that happens. See, Steven says Cornyn is a snake. Mr. Brow says, I'll be shocked if Cornyn comes up on top. I agree. I do think that, honestly, once all these votes come in, that Paxton will probably end up the winner tonight. And if it does go to a runoff, I do still think Ken Paxton is going to win the runoff election. But those 13% of voters that voted for Wesley Hunt, that's going to be, I think, what ultimately decides Cornyn versus Paxton. And it's going to be interesting because a lot of them, the fact that they're voting Wesley Hunt, probably don't want to vote for John Cornyn. They would have done that already. And they probably have their reservations about Ken Paxton, but which one are they more passionate about? They're more anti-Cornyn or anti-Paxton? I would make the argument they're probably more anti-Cornyn, but again, we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. Sorry, one moment. Yeah. Steven says, I figure that Paxton will get those votes. I do agree. I think he probably will too. In my election night video I made that argument as well. I had it right around a 9-point win, I think, in that one for Paxton versus Cornyn. I think that's still something where I'd hold up, even though it's only a 2-point lead for Cornyn versus Paxton right now. I think I had it 54 to 45, I think ended up being, or like 54-46 or something like that, where it ended up being a Paxton to Cornyn split. I think that is ultimately where it would end up going. So that's the Republican side. Democratic side, still 45% of the vote in, just really waiting on Dallas, because I think once Dallas drops, it's going to give us a very big indicator of how this is going to go for Talarico versus Crockett. And if Crockett still has a chance at winning this primary, Dallas is going to be a very big telltale sign of how this is going. Let's see if I want to see if the NBC site has a feature that can tell us how much the vote is left outstanding out of Dallas, even though it hasn't come in yet. It has. Okay. So Dallas, yeah, there's still roughly 313,000 votes left outstanding out of just Dallas and its county alone. And there's still a decent number in this big circle here of these surrounding counties like Collin, Denton, Tarrant, Johnson, these areas. Now, going into the night, I would have told you this is probably an area that Jasmine Crockett would perform in very, very well. But when we look at the county-wide view, though, you actually see Talarico running pretty strongly in a place like Collin, winning by 14, Denton by 11, Wise by 30 or so. So these areas that I expected Crockett to do very well in, Talarico's actually winning. Now, Crockett is winning Tarrant County by roughly 12 points, and if there's still roughly 40% of the vote left to go there, you can look at 83,000 additional votes. That'll give Crockett a little bit of a boost and be a very important boost for her in this regard. But certainly the big fish at this time is Dallas for Jasmine Crockett and the 313,000, and how that comes in and what the margin of vote is in Dallas is going to be very important as well. We can look back to 2020 where West beat MJ Hagar here by roughly, 88,000 to 39,000 votes here. So it was roughly about 50,000 margin here, and it was about 39% or so. It's going to be interesting to see how that translates to tonight, because there's certainly a lot more voter enthusiasm, I would say, tonight and how the Democratic primary is going in this one than that runoff election between Hagar and West the last time. Certainly, no doubt about it, there's a lot more vote tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see how that ultimately goes when those votes come in for Crockett versus Talarico. But right now, I still think James Talarico is probably more likely than not the favorite on the Democratic side. But again, just 45% of the vote in, about halfway there, waiting to see the votes that'll come in. Let's see. If Cornyn becomes a GOP nominee, do you think Talarico would win? If he wins, I I personally don't think Talarico is going to win against Paxton or Cornyn right now, but I think the margins in victory will be different in both scenarios. If it's Cornyn versus Talarico, I think Cornyn wins by about 5 points. If it's Paxton versus Talarico, I think Paxton wins by like 3. I think there's going to be enough of a vote difference between the two that it goes from being either a decently competitive state, but one that Talarico can win against John Cornyn, or Paxton is like a complete dead heat. That one could actually go blue. But I do think Texas stays red in both scenarios just due to the fact how red of a state it overall is. But I definitely think the arguments of Texas can go blue with James Talarico certainly are out there. And I think Ted Cruz's 2018 map is a pretty clear indicator of Texas could do that. I just think overall Texas is just too red of a state to flip, especially if you're looking at other states on the 26 map, which like Nebraska or Iowa or Ohio, which I also think are staying red at this current point in time. Just the transitive property of how red a state is, like Ohio to Texas, I don't think Texas is going to flip. That doesn't mean that I don't think James Talarico is a good candidate. I think he is. I think if there's a Democrat that can win Texas, it'd probably be him. I just think it's going to be very close, but I think the Republicans are going to narrowly hold on to Texas, which I think if you were to listen in on the Democrats in Washington and see what their strategy is for this map and for 2026, I think they would probably say something pretty similar, which is they would hope to flip Texas, but they're probably not banking on that happening. And they'd probably have a better shot at winning North Carolina, Maine, and then trying to flip Alaska with Mary Peltola, probably before trying to take Texas. But if Texas were to flip, that would be a win for the Democrats of like insurmountable proportions. I just don't, at this current point in time, think it's the likely scenario. But I mean, we have a long time till November. We have a lot of months to go. And depending on how polling is going for President Trump and the Republicans, I mean, anything's possible in elections. So I'll have to wait and see for that. But so to answer your question shortly, do I think Cornyn would lose to Talarico? I don't. But I think Talarico has a better chance at beating Paxton than Cornyn. So if you're a Democrat tonight and you want to see James Talarico win, I think you'd probably be rooting for Ken Paxton to win the primary. And if you're a Republican and you want to see the Republicans win, you're probably hoping that Jasmine Crockett, in all honesty, wins the primary. I know Crockett supporters and Talarico supporters may agree or disagree with that, but from the narratives out there, that seems to be the trend that everything's kind of moving in. So I'll make sure I haven't missed any other comments at this current point in time. 47% of the vote in. A few more thousands of votes have come in. Not too much change in the most recent vote dumps. Let's see. You've got 9:46 p.m. now, so coming up on about 2 hours of the stream so far. It's crazy looking at the Dem map. It's very racially divided in counties, unlike the Republican race. Let's see. I don't have the map statistics up next to each other, but I'll take your word for it on that one. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think it's honestly playing out kind of similar to the 2020 map, which I will say I use a lot in reference for the election night they did. I was looking at this map and studying this map a lot and seeing at the breakdown, for instance, Austin going like towards MJ Hagar, who's the white candidate, Royce West, who I believe is the black candidate. And you just see the way it broke down with Dallas and Fort Worth, San Antonio and Austin, and how it's going tonight. And yeah, it's just, that seems to be how Democratic primaries that are very competitive in Texas seem to go. But I don't know. It's interesting because I think part of it also on that is just how competitive that the Democratic primary is. Like if it was Talarico versus someone else that wasn't as competitive as Jasmine Crockett, maybe you would see more areas of like black voters be going for Talarico, but because it's such a competitive candidate that is a obviously black female, that she's getting a very large amount of vote in these areas. Let's say I'm going to go nap, bro. We're going to go nap BRB. Enjoy your nap. This election's so close. By the time the nap is over, this is probably still going to be going on. So, yeah. So just the point on the Talarico Crockett thing, I think the fact that this primary is so close is why you're seeing a map like this, where it's certainly a lot of blue or teal for Talarico, a lot of purple for Crockett, and it's coming down to the wire because that's how close it is and that's how it's breaking down. But Talarico's winning right now by a sizable amount, but all eyes for me still on Dallas. Still waiting to see how Dallas comes out and votes. And yeah, this actually, to further prove the point, the New York Times commentator or chief political analyst Nate Cohn even makes this point, saying that there's a clear regional and demographic divide. Crockett excels in eastern Texas, where black voters represent an above average share of the population, while Talarico fares well in the rest of the state, where white and Hispanic voters predominate. So that even what Nate Cohn is saying, that even further proves your point that you're making on that one. Let's see. I don't think there's any more votes yet out of either primary. Let's do a quick check in on some of the other ones. Attorney General's race, Mays Middleton still leading over Chip Roy. It seems like there's still 1.2 million votes left to go, but there is roughly an 150,000 vote lead for Middleton over Chip Roy. So unless something changes there, although actually I could be wrong, because if Texas has the rule of needing 50% or more, if there's a runoff between Middleton and Chip Roy, I think Middleton would probably win that, but there's a possibility if that were to happen. If someone wants to fact check me on that, certainly can. I think they would need a runoff where Middleton versus Chip Roy would face off, but we'll see there. On the Democratic side, Nathan Johnson's leading very strongly against Joe Jaworski and Anthony Box in that one. So 1.2 million votes left there. In the 23rd district, this is the Tony Gonzalez, Brandon Herrera race. Gonzalez still leading by about 6 points in that one. In the Dan Crenshaw race, Crenshaw still trailing Steve Toth, the Republican challenger, 57.7%, 31,000 votes left. Toth still leading in that one. In the North Carolina District 4 primary, which also, if you're just joining the stream now and you weren't here earlier, Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley both won the Democratic and Republican primaries, both very large and very unsurprising wins. So that's going to be the general election in November, as expected, Whatley versus Cooper. On this primary, the Democrats, the incumbent Valerie Foushee is leading 50.7 to 46.9, right around a 4-point lead, with about a 3,600 overall vote lead, with 26,000 votes left to go. On the first district, it's a 38.8% to 35% lead for Lori Buckhout versus Asa Buck, 87.8% of the vote, 8,500 votes overall left out. So that one's getting very close to being done. And in this district, this is the 18th House District. This is the Al Green versus Christian Menifee one, still waiting on more votes, no change from the last time, where it's about a 5-point lead for the incumbent Menifee versus Al Green, who the districts got merged, and Al Green's running against him. It's still a too close to call race right now. 65.1% in for the Sylvia Garcia race. Nothing really to take away from this one, other than Garcia is likely to win that one. Oh, let me see which one I just closed back in. Oh, this is the ShamWow guy race where he's getting 3.9%. Okay, so that's all the updated non-Senate races. Got a few more votes that have come in, but still not really any significant changes. Still right around 45 and 47% of the vote in there. Talking so much, I got to switch out waters. Hope everyone's doing good. Hope everything is going good in everyone's lives and stuff. Everything's doing good, and hope you're having fun watching these election results start to come in. Looks like as I was changing, we got a few more votes that have come in. That could have been the site refreshing, but handful of Republican votes look like came in about 0.2%. So not a very large amount, but looks like we did get a few more votes in there. 42.9, 40.5. So while we're on NBC, let's look at the map and see for the Republicans where the votes that are left outstanding. So there's still a pretty sizable amount in the Houston area, the Austin area, and the Dallas Fort Worth area. Those are the three main large buckets of vote that are left out there for the Republicans overall. Now, in terms of how that translates for the actual votes, is going to be interesting because Cornyn and Paxton are running pretty even throughout the state. So I don't think there's going to be a significant movement one way or the other to really change things too much in terms of avoiding a runoff. But John Cornyn, I would say heading into tonight, his main base of support would be in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and Tarrant and Dallas County. And it looks like we just got some votes out of Dallas the second I said that. If I wanna believe that just happened. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so actually I take that back because I'm pretty sure I was getting the Republican and Democratic primary mixed up. A lot of the votes have come in for John Cornyn out of Dallas, where 50% of the votes are in, and he's getting 53%. Ken Paxton's getting 31%. But the Democratic Party primary, there's no votes out of Dallas yet. Okay, so yeah, so Dallas still has a lot of votes left outstanding on the Republican side, but there's still some ways to go with the amount of votes that are left out there in Dallas. But Cornyn's doing very well there. By the way, Vote Hub is a precinct by precinct Texas primary map. Very interesting. Oh, did I know that? All right, let's see. Let's see what Vote Hub has got. Introducing Vote Hub. Precinct map. Who's voting in the Texas? Is this the breakdown? Is this the right map? County primary. Oh, okay, here it is. Interesting. Interesting. They projected this. Interesting. Nice. Yeah, I will say Vote Hub is a political elections website that I actually not used much before this election that I did a few days ago, but they're certainly very, very helpful. And I just noticed it at the top of the screen. I don't know how I missed that. They're actually very helpful and a very useful resource and a useful tool that honestly I really recommend to people because they've been very helpful for me in doing the election night. Okay, so this is what the map is looking like on the Democratic side as well. So it's very similar to the New York Times one and to the NBC one, but honestly, the visuals for the seeing the counties I like because honestly, kind of a lot easier. See, can I duplicate this? Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can. Would be Texas GOP? No, I'll do it. I'll do it from up here. Trying to be cool, trying to be creative, do it on the fly, but okay. This is actually this is very good. I know I've talked about some other live streams that in terms of overall election results, I prefer using New York Times because I like the way they look the best. Like NBC, certainly not bad, and I do like NBC and Steve Kornacki and stuff, and I do like the resources they have available. Like I love the resource they have here, the estimated remaining votes one, but I don't love the way it looks graphically as much compared to like New York Times. But Vote Hub looks pretty good. This map certainly looks very good. Let's see, 47% of the vote left to go. On the Republican side, it looks like for this one, 44.7, 38.5. And that's 48.3%. So they are about 1% down. The margins are different on Vote Hub from NBC, it looks like. Let's see. It's on the homepage where it says Texas Live primary results. I wonder. Yeah, it's got that. Doesn't want a precinct. I think he probably only won the that county we were talking about earlier. Probably only won that one. Wesley Hunt didn't win counties, but maybe precincts. Oh well. Yeah, that seems to be. Honestly, that is the surprise of the night for me that Wesley Hunt is performing only at 13.2%. I thought he would have gotten a larger share of the vote tonight. Okay, got a few more votes in. Looks like 48.4% now. John Cornyn's at 42.8. Paxton's 40.6. Talarico 53.1. Jasmine Crockett 45.8. Let's see. Steve Kornacki, speaking of him, actually, 10 minutes ago, did an update where he said, in the Democratic primary, state rep James Talarico is doing well in counties with a higher number of Latino voters. U.S. Rep Jasmine Crockett, meanwhile, is performing well in areas with a large number of black voters. The race is still tight. And obviously, I certainly agree with that thus far. Looking at the size of the lead for Cornyn versus Paxton, the largest areas of support thus far for Paxton seems to be coming out of the Houston, Harris, Montgomery area. Paxton's running very well down here thus far. And John Cornyn is doing very strongly around the Dallas Fort Worth area, is going very strong for Cornyn at this current point in time. Only surprise here is I thought Wesley Hunt would have done better in the Houston area, but otherwise, totally makes sense. We can look now to the Democratic side where, one second, I'm getting the hiccups. That's the worst. Looking on the Democratic side of things, the size of the lead, James Talarico is doing very well in his home base of Austin, Texas. Not really a surprise here, but he's doing very well. Right now, Jasmine Crockett's votes are more spread out, doing very well in Tarrant. Once Dallas comes in, I bet we're going to see that's the largest area for her in terms of doing very well there. But that's the big, like, we're waiting for the shoe to drop. The big area for sure for Jasmine Crockett we're waiting on is Dallas. Once that comes in, we'll get a much clearer picture of this race. But right now, James Talarico is performing very well throughout the state of Texas. I think he's probably in a strong position to win right now, though it is a very, very close race. Looks like we just got a few more votes that have come in. I saw a few of the counties pop up blue. Looks like Talarico gained maybe a few hundred votes, 53.1. Crockett's at 45.8. And still just waiting for some more votes. We got Wesley Hunt won a bunch of African American precincts in the Houston area. Yeah, so like that's the thing, is like I expected him, he won some precincts. I expected him to win the county as well, but I guess there's just too many votes for Ken Paxton and John Cornyn throughout Houston that with Wesley Hunt running so far behind at the state level, there just wasn't enough for him to be able to win the county after all. I guess that seems to be what it came down to. Also, it's want to officially say it is 10 p.m. Eastern time, so a lot of the polls in Texas close at 8 p.m., so it's not been 2 hours since the polls have closed in much of the state. It's also been 1 hour since the El Paso area of the state, where the rest of the polls closed at 9 p.m. So we're into the thick of it now in Texas. 1 hour since the poll closed officially at 9 p.m. and 2 hours since the 8 p.m. poll closings. And we have roughly about half the vote in, 47% on the Democratic side and 46% on the Democratic side. In Texas, at this current point in time, we still don't know for sure whether it's going to be Talarico or Crockett on the Democratic side. On the Republican side, we don't know who's going to end up winning in terms of more vote between Cornyn or Paxton, but we do know a runoff is probably very likely once all the votes do end up being counted. So still going on, still got a lot of votes left to count, but slowly but surely more votes are starting to come in. Again, also, it's been a little bit. I do want to say thank you for taking your time to watch this live stream and watch the results come in with me and see how this ultimately all goes down. We've had over 1,400 viewers since the stream began watching this stream. So for a small channel like myself, I really appreciate you taking the time to do that. And if you want to hit like, leave a comment, hit subscribe, any of that, please feel free to do so. Obviously, your own discretion. You're not forced to or anything. You don't have to, but I really appreciate it if you did decide to do that. Looks like got a few more handful of votes in for John Cornyn, now up to 50% of the vote. Cornyn's at 42.8%. Ken Paxton's at 40.6% on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, 48% of the vote in. Talarico's at 53.4%. Jasmine Crockett at 45.5%. So it looks like Talarico went up another 0.2%. Jasmine Crockett went down another 0.3%. Is what it looks like upon me looking very briefly. New York Times map, it says that as well, plus 0.3, minus 0.3, Talarico and Crockett. So roughly half the vote in, still just waiting as more of the vote starts to come in. Estimated remaining votes On the Democratic side, there's still a somewhat amount of vote left out of Travis County, 60.1% of the vote in. So still about 40% of the vote left out of there, which is the main base of support for James Talarico. So that should certainly boost his margins in that area, give him a few more votes. 91,000 votes overall, and he's winning there right now, 103,000 to 31. So Talarico is certainly going to be getting a very large amount of votes out of Travis County. But certainly Dallas, 313,000. That is going to be a very big amount for Jasmine Crockett once those votes get reported. Hockley County is the most Texan of the counties and will be the tiebreaker for both parties. I do not know where Hockley County is, but I 100% agree, and I will take your word for it. I could probably just look it up real quick, actually, where that one is. Hockley County, Texas. Trust. I trust. I agree. I don't know where it is, but I totally agree. Okay. Oh, it's up there. Oh, is this gonna be a county of like 20 people or something? Something funny. Let's go to the Democratic part. I just saw it. I want to see if I can find it. Man, I just saw it on the map. Oh, okay, it's further down. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seventh row down. All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hockley County. Okay. It's 60.8% to 38 for Talarico versus Crockett. Let's check on the NBC side. It's got 400 votes left to go. 400 votes left to go on that one. Let's see what it's. Talarico is currently winning, 60.8 to 38% in that one. Okay. We can close that out. In terms of, let's see if we got more votes on the Democratic side. I don't think so. Still 48%. Okay. I mean, just my own thoughts right now. The map is starting to fill in. It's starting to fill in pretty much as expected. And honestly, as I mentioned a few times tonight, pretty similar to, before I finish that thought, I think we just got a few more votes on the map. Thought I saw a few votes came in on the map on the Democratic side. And the map is starting to fill in relatively similar, I would say, to expected, and relatively similar to the 2020 map as well, where MJ Hagar got 52.1%, Royce West 47.9%. We saw Royce West, the black candidate, do very well in Dallas-Fort Worth and in the eastern part of the state and in the Houston area. And then MJ Hagar did very well in a lot more of the rural white Hispanic areas and suburban areas as well. And I would say this race so far is going pretty similar. James Talarico is doing very well, and as the few political commentators have made on the New York Times and NBC websites, that Talarico is doing well in the white and Hispanic areas. Jasmine Crockett's doing well in the African American areas. Though I will say, with a lot of the vote left outstanding, it does look like James Talarico is doing better than expected in some of the African American areas as well, compared to the last Senate race primary. But still a lot of votes to go, though, for Jasmine Crockett in those areas to see if she can add to her number, to her vote totals, and see how close this ends up being. But Talarico is leading right now. I think definitely probably would rather be Talarico than Crockett at this current point in time. But in terms of overall votes left, we can look here. Still 115,000 left out of Harris. That will probably in all likelihood benefit Jasmine Crockett. Still roughly 312,000 out of Dallas. That'll benefit Jasmine Crockett. But also those votes out of the surrounding Austin area, that will benefit James Talarico once those votes come in. It's been hours and still no Democratic voters in King County. It's going to be like 2018, 22, where no Dems voted there in the primaries. University precincts are like 20 or 75% for Talarico. Interesting. So 75% for university precincts are for Talarico. I guess that makes sense, actually, because Talarico, I know I've seen definitely he's been doing a lot of social media stuff. I know I think he said he did Was it Joe Rogan? I think a few months ago he did. So it makes sense that younger voters probably be turning out for Talarico. Let's see. Updated 20 minutes ago from Reed Epstein, reporting from Texas, said results so far looking good for Talarico. He's a big lead in South Texas, a sign of his strength with Hispanic voters. The big outstanding question is how well will Crockett do in Dallas, her home base, where black voters comprise a large block of the primary electorate. I mean, couldn't agree more. I think I've been saying that for like an hour and a half now. Certainly agree with his reporting, and all eyes are on Dallas for the Democratic primary. For the Republican primary, things are still, it's kind of the flip actually, for their Dallas and Fort Worth have a lot of votes in on the Republican side of things, still half votes or halfway to go. So there's still a lot of votes left out there, but there's also a lot of smaller counties as well in population that will probably go for either Paxton or Cornyn, probably Paxton, I would argue, and that they're going to play a very important role in what the overall votes end up being. But just still waiting to see for sure out of that one. But on the Democratic side, all eyes for sure are on Dallas. Got a difference of just plus 0.1 for Talarico on the Democratic side. Got Talarico went down 0.1, it looks like. I'm just going to take 1 second while I have the stream of my monitor here just to make sure the stream health is looking good. All right, good. Stream health is looking good. I haven't seen any problems with the audio or the screen or anything, so if there are any, please let me know. But knock on wood, so far it's been going pretty good. About 2 hours into the stream now, and yeah, just waiting for more votes come in. Look, we got a little more votes out of Texas. Looks like just a few handful of hundreds of votes came in, and didn't do anything to change the percentages though. We'll take a look at some of the other primaries going on. Attorney General, not much has changed there. Still pretty similar. The House side of things, Tony Gonzalez's race looks like still a 5-point lead for him. Dan Crenshaw's district has not changed. His challenger is still winning there. North Carolina, the Democratic 4th district primary, close race, but no change on that one. Still winning there. In the 1st district, North Carolina House 1, this is getting very close to being complete. 93% of the vote in, 4,900 votes left outstanding, and it is a very close race. 38.8 to 35.3, only a lead of roughly 2,200 votes or so left in that one. So very, very close. Very close actually in that one. Overall, 2,000 vote lead, 4,900 votes left. It's going to be tight. It's going to be very close. I think Lori Buckhout will probably end up winning, but it's going to be very close to see where those votes coming from. 95% in, 95, 89% out in Halifax. So a few more votes there. 0 votes out of Hertford. So there may be some votes there and some votes out of Pure Commanders. But if there's 0% in with 93%, this means they're probably not that large in overall population of the counties. Dare County, where Bobby Haynig will have some more votes, it looks like. And then maybe one of the larger areas of votes left to go, actually, just looking very briefly at these margins in Dare County. Yeah, it's kind of where it's looking like right now. Dare County, 84% is probably going to have an important number of votes there. In terms of Texas 18, a little bit of an update, but not much, 68% between Al Green and Christian Menefee, still waiting there. Sylvia Garcia's race, 65% in, still leading in that one. And we had a few more votes come in the Offer Shlomi, the ShamWow guy, 4% of the vote there. The incumbent John Carter's at 59.2%. Probably not going to see a ShamWow victory, but yeah. That's it. This is the Vote Hub map. Let's see. We got Crockett lost Crockett County. Oh, that's funny. that's funny. There's a county named Crockett and she lost it. That's pretty funny. A few more votes looks like, and Talarico's gone up 0.5% to 53.9 to 44.9. Let's see. Let's refresh on the New York Times as well. 54% of the vote now in. On the Republican side, Cornyn still leading at 43.2 to 40.3. So he's gone up about 1%, leading by 3 points now. On the Democratic side, 51% of the vote, 53.9 to 44.9 for Talarico versus Crockett. Still some more votes left out of the Austin area. Still waiting on Dallas. On the Democratic area, did Ahmad Hassan get more votes? I think that's what that just showed. Yep, he went up to 1.3. That's making the whole race right there. That's changing the race. Yeah, that Crockett County joke is funny. that's a good one. Okay, so getting a little bit more votes on the eastern part of Texas where Jasmine Crockett is going to win. These areas out here of the state, starting to get more of those. Looks like got a few more votes. Not too many in terms of the overall population. That went up from 50 to 51%. Dallas just dropped. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna leave this here and go back to the New York Times. And for Crockett, okay. Let's see. I'm gonna leave it on here until it does, and I want to be on here for when it does. Dallas drop for Crockett. That would be expected. What I've been expecting, but I'm just gonna leave it on the screen then because it hasn't updated on mine yet. But I'm gonna leave it on here for the next few minutes for it to process and go in. Because once that does, once the votes come in from Dallas, it's probably gonna boost Jasmine Crockett a lot. And seeing as we're at 51% of the vote in, once Dallas comes in, it's going to be probably a very big vote shift for Jasmine Crockett. She's at 44.8% of the vote now. Dallas alone, depending on how much of the vote that's there, could probably get her close to like 50-50 if it's a sizable vote amount, because there's 1.2 million votes in on the Democratic side, which for a Democratic primary in Texas is a huge amount of votes for sure. But 330,000, I think they said, out of Dallas would be a very big boost for Crockett versus Talarico. It'd be a very big boost for Jasmine Crockett. I'm sorry, versus Talarico. It said 54-46. Interesting. 54-46 is pretty close. In 2020, Dallas voted 69-30.8 for West versus Hagar. So if it's that close in Texas, if Talarico's within 8 points of winning Dallas, that's probably a very bad sign for Jasmine Crockett if that's all she's winning it by. Let's see, precinct map. Nothing on the precinct map yet. NBC, nothing on the NBC map as well. So, okay, I'll just leave it here, and then I'll just wait for it to update. Drink some water while that's going on. The anticipation is killing me. I was like, I know it's gonna, like, the second I start looking at one of the other like down ballot races for like the House or something, it's gonna put it up. There you go. The second I said it. Okay, that was a very big jump for Jasmine Crockett. She went up over 2 points, up to 47% of the vote came in out of Dallas. This looks like it says 61% of the vote in, so that's a very large amount, 61%. Still roughly 121,000 votes left out of Dallas, though, so still a very large amount. 61-38. That's what he said. Crockett pulled ahead in Loving County. That's funny. That's a very big amount of vote for Jasmine Crockett out of Dallas. And it makes the race a lot closer. Crockett alone, just getting Dallas, gets her from 44.8% up to 47%. So it's very close. We have literally about 1 million votes to go in the Democratic primary, but Dallas is big. That was very big for Jasmine Crockett. Let's see. I'm just going to grab my phone, do some quick math here. 60. It says 60.7 right now. It's 38.2. That's roughly a 22.5% lead in that county. Back in 2022, it was roughly about a 39% lead for West over MJ Hagar. So at this current point in time, James Talarico is running a lot better in Dallas than MJ Hagar did last time. And MJ Hagar won overall statewide, won by a little bit more than 4 points. So based on how Talarico just did in Dallas, if that's the only thing you're looking at, Talarico is running better and stronger than Hagar did back in 2020 against um, Royce West in the runoff. But Dallas finally dropping for Jasmine Crockett, that is certainly very significant, and it boosts the amount of vote by a lot, up to now 59.1%. So got a few more votes, another 2,000 votes or so have come in. And Crockett has continued. Oh, that was weird. I don't know what that was. 43.2 to 40.3. And now the map is being weird. I may go to the NBC map. I was having trouble. I am not a robot. Yes, that's a traffic light. Uh, okay, that was weird. Um, okay, so now 55% of the vote in on the Republican side, but 59% on the Democratic side. It's a very close race now. 51.8 for Talarico, Crockett at 47. That was very big, and Jasmine Crockett needed that, but again, 22.5% lead. While that sounds very good for Jasmine Crockett and certainly boosted her totals, if Royce West won it in 2020 by 39 points, and she's only winning it now by 22.5 when James Talarico is performing very strongly throughout the rest of the state of Texas, I would think with the rest of the vote drop, Jasmine Crockett would need to expand on that margin to be able to win statewide. Because even after that vote drop in Dallas, which played a very big role, and worth noting, of the 300,000 votes or whatever, 330,000 votes, it was 191 came in, still 121 to go. So over 50% of the vote came in out of Dallas. James Talarico is still leading statewide, and he's back to leading statewide by right around 5 points exactly. So Talarico from Dallas alone, it looked like he went down like 2.2%. He's still in the lead. To me, that's a sign that James Talarico is running very well throughout the rest of the state, doing very well in Austin, very well in San Antonio, and throughout the state, and making significant inroads in Dallas and in Fort Worth, and that Talarico's in a very strong position even after that vote dump. Now, I just want to double check on Fort Worth, because Fort Worth could be another sign as well, where Tarrant County is going for about 12 points for Crockett over Talarico right now. 12 points there. In 2020, it was about 14 points. So again, another situation of Jasmine Crockett based on this race, what we saw in 2020, where the African-American candidate lost. I'll get the exact numbers for you just to be totally correct. It was 47.9. It was about a 4.2% win for Hagar versus Royce West in 2020. And looking at that map compared to this one, Jasmine Crockett, even with winning these two counties of Dallas and in Fort Worth, both of these areas, she's winning them less than what the black candidate did in 2020 against James Talarico, which is not a good sign for her that she wants to see, with James Talarico doing so well throughout the rest of the state, and even looks like cutting into some of these areas as well that voted for the black candidate in 2020. It looks like James Talarico is winning some of them or doing better than the margins in some of them compared to that election as well. So definitely looks like at this current point in time, even though those numbers were good for Jasmine Crockett, she would probably hope those numbers would be better for her in terms of the overall votes coming in, and that'd be giving her a boost than the boost that she got. 2.2 points when she was at 44 is good, but she's already down under 47%. Again, with roughly 41% of the votes to go. And with the amount of votes left outstanding, there's still some in the Dallas area. There's about, quick math, roughly about 200,000, give or take, more votes in Dallas, Fort Worth. And there's still also 115,000 out of Houston. So Jasmine Crockett's not out of this. She certainly still could make up the margins, but she's going to have to make up the margins at a higher rate than what she's been having throughout the rest of the night so far. It is also worth noting that the Austin area, roughly 91,000 to 83,000, you're looking at 160, 170 or so thousand votes total out of this key area, which so far this night has been very good for James Talarico. San Antonio would be another 52,000. Those are probably going to benefit Talarico as well. Looking on the NBC side of things as well, nothing really changed too much on the Republican side and Democratic side. Those numbers are the same as they were before. Let's see here. Crockett pulled ahead in Loving County. so funny. Glad Talarico is still in the lead after Dallas County dropped. The ShamWow guy claims the election was stolen from him on Twitter. LOL. He's suing the Texas GOP. All right. I'll play this game. He's getting 4.1%. The Republican incumbent's getting 59. He's getting 4.1%. Yeah. Yeah, good luck with that one. That's all I'm going to say there. Good luck with that. Got a little more vote out of the Republican primary, it looks like, but not very significant amount. Okay, so now I think we could say 59.4, 51.8 to 46.9 on the Democratic side. It's officially a race. I think it's a race that James Talarico is ahead in. It's a race that I think James Talarico is favored to win right now. And I think the final poll, or the polls in the final few days, where it showed that James Talarico started to poll ahead of Jasmine Crockett. For instance, the Emerson poll, which had him up 5, and the YouGov poll had him up 13. I don't think we're going to probably end up seeing something like that. But that Emerson poll that had him up 5 certainly seemed to be indicative of the trend heading into election night, as Jasmine Crockett was doing well the last few days. She got endorsed by Kamala Harris, but the final few polls showing James Talarico leading seems to be more indicative of how things are currently going right now. Again, if more votes come in out of Dallas and out of Fort Worth that change that and boost Jasmine Crockett's numbers, obviously that argument could be made mute, but right now looks like James Talarico is in a stronger position to win than Jasmine Crockett. John Cornyn still in the lead is worrying me. Yeah, I mean, John Cornyn is still leading at this point is certainly, for me, unexpected, but it doesn't change things too much for me, because it's still going to go to a runoff election for Cornyn versus Paxton. And the question is going to be, what do those voters that didn't vote for Cornyn do? And even though Cornyn's putting in a very strong performance tonight, I'm sure a lot of Republicans, especially a lot of national Washington, D.C., like senators and congressmen, are going to make the argument that Republicans should support John Cornyn over Ken Paxton, and that President Trump should endorse John Cornyn to not risk Ken Paxton winning, do not risk the primary going for Paxton, so Republicans will have a better chance of winning with Cornyn at the top of the ticket instead of Paxton. But it's going to be interesting to see, because of the two, Paxton versus Cornyn, there's really no argument. President Trump has been more willing to support Paxton throughout the years than John Cornyn. And if that goes to a runoff election, I have a hard time believing, even though Trump did not endorse the first time around, he said he liked all three of these candidates. I have a hard time believing he's not going to make his opinions known. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes if it goes to a runoff between Cornyn versus Paxton. But it's within 3 points, so it's very close. But this is going to be interesting to see for sure. I bet Cornyn got some Dem votes. They like him. Maybe got some Democratic votes. Maybe got some independents that switched over and voted in the primary. Could be. Although, I don't know. Like, it's possible, but if you're a Democrat in Texas, would you rather switch over to the primary and vote for Cornyn rather than vote for Talarico versus Crockett? Because I don't know. I feel like Talarico versus Crockett kind of feels like one of the most like competitive, entertaining like primaries the Democrats have had in Texas, or even nationwide, in a long time. Celebrate election night. Wish me luck. Good luck. Good luck. Hope you win big. Hope it goes good. Hope it's like $1 million out of nowhere or something. That'd be good. All right. I don't think any more votes come in. Oh, a few more votes, but nothing too big yet. Cornyn got very extremist in the ads. He attacked Wesley Hunt and Ken Paxton for not being well enough. You're welcome. That's the thing. Yeah, I think honestly, I mean, this may be like an oversimplification. I mean, maybe he does actually believe that, but it's probably him running in a Republican primary. And as he said, and as many candidates said a long time, when you run into a primary, you go further to the right, you go further to the left, because that's the electorate of the primary. The general election, I would bet probably pretty much everything he's going to soften on that heading into the general election, because general elections are a lot different wise than primaries. I'm certainly not condoning that, but I'm just saying from a strategy standpoint, that's probably what he was thinking in doing ads like that. But he has to make it to the general election first, though. So we'll see, honestly, if he does. He's at 43.1%, 40.4% for Paxton. I mean, It's very unlikely, and I don't think it's going to happen. It's not impossible that Cornyn, if he does well enough, could get to 50% of the vote. I don't think he's going to. I think Paxton's doing too well. Wesley Hunt's taking too many votes away, but it's possible one of them could break 50%. It's free attack ads for Talarico to be branded as a snake. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it is. I mean, that's the thing that's interesting about this is Talarico is going to be running the campaign that he's been running if he's the Democratic nominee. And whether it's Paxton or Cornyn, either one of them is going to have a lot of significant problems from some aspects of the Republican Party. Paxton's going to either be scandal plagued from his problems that he's had, or John Cornyn's going to be disliked by a significant portion of the Republicans. So it's definitely going to be a situation where either one of them is going to have their flaws in the general election, which will probably give James Talarico a real chance at being very competitive and making it a close race. The question, though, at the end of the day is just Texas is such a Republican state. Do enough Republican voters just say, like, whatever, I'm going to vote red anyway when everything is said and done? And I think it's probably what ends up happening. But, I mean, it's a midterm election in Trump's second term. If the Democrats have a big enough win, big enough night, you never know. Looks like got a few more votes out of the Democratic primary. 51.8 for Talarico, 46.9 for Crockett. Let's see. Not too much of a change, it looks like, in terms of the that one, the Brandon Herrera race. Let's see, do I have that one up? I think I do. Yep, here it is. Brandon Herrera, 55.8% of the vote in, still too close to call. Tony Gonzalez is leading him, 44.8 to 40.2, with roughly 27,000 votes left to go. Oh, just got a vote update, 56% of the vote in. So still a 4-point race, but Tony Gonzalez is actually leading right now still, which honestly, kind of a surprise. I kind of thought he'd be losing at this point. Well, actually, while I'm doing this, let's see. The Texas Senate race, 43, not too many changes there, but let's look at some of these other races while we're over here. Attorney General, Chip Roy went up to 30%, but Mays Middleton's at 41.7. If this does have to go to a runoff, which I think it honestly may end up doing so, it looks like it'll be Mays Middleton versus Chip Roy on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, it may go to a runoff. It may not. Nathan Johnson is at 46.8%. He's very close to getting over that 50% threshold with roughly 1 million votes to go there. So we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. In the House District 23, just looked at that one, 4-point race there. For the Dan Crenshaw race, still 31,000 votes left to go, but Crenshaw is currently losing by roughly 6,000 votes, or 7,000 votes, I'm sorry, in that race. So real chance Crenshaw may actually lose this primary. See? In North Carolina, District 4, this one has gotten very, very close since our last refresh. 90% of the vote in, 13,000 votes left to go. And the incumbent Democrat Valerie Fushi is leading against the Democrat Nita Alum, 49.4% to 48.1, 56,416 votes for Fushi. Alum got 54,898. That's only a difference of like 1,500 votes. That's a very, very, very close race. Only a difference of like 1,500 votes with 13,000 less to go. This one's going down to the wire. This one's definitely going down to the wire. North Carolina in District 1, the Republican primary, only 2,200 votes left to go, 97% of the vote in. Lori Buckhout is leading 38.9%. Asa Buck at 34.9%. A lead looks like right now of roughly 3,000 votes, 2,700 votes. So, I mean, there may be a recount if it's too close, but I think this race should probably be called pretty soon, as there's only roughly about 2,200 votes left, and she's leading by roughly about 3,000 votes or so. So this one, very close, but I think Lori Buckhout's probably going to win this one once all the votes are overall counted. Texas House District 18, still no update since the last time from the Al Green Christian Menifee race. Still waiting on more votes out of there. For the Texas 29, Cynthia Garcia, 65% of the vote in, versus Jarvis Johnson. Still 18,000 votes left to go. No update on that one. And for fun, the ShamWow race, he is getting 4.1% of the vote, even though incumbent John Carter is getting 59%. So think we know who's going to win that one. The Senate race, and so NBC News has just called that incumbent John Cornyn and Republican Ken Paxton, neither candidate is going to break the 50% plus one threshold, and they're going to be advancing to a runoff. So NBC News has officially called that. On the New York Times side of things, the Republican primary still has not yet, I don't believe, been called by them going to a runoff, but NBC News has officially just called that. So again, not too much of a surprise. It's been kind of trending that way all night. Certainly, I think the story of the night for the Republican primary is John Cornyn's performing much stronger than expected, and I would bet there would be a pretty strong push by a lot of national Republicans to get President Trump to try and endorse John Cornyn, to try and stop Ken Paxton from becoming the Republican nominee, to give the Republicans an arguably better chance in the general election, given he did get 43%. Still 57% of the vote in, so there's still a million votes left to go. It'll be interesting to see once everything is counted. Does Cornyn or Paxton end up getting more votes? Based on the map that's left out there, I think Ken Paxton, it's tough because a lot of the counties, the smaller counties that are going to vote for Ken Paxton are in, but there's still a decent number throughout the central part of Texas. But right around the San Antonio and Austin area, I actually thought would be a more strong area for John Cornyn, and he seems to even be performing stronger than expected there. So some of these counties may come in strongly for Ken Paxton, but it's also not a guarantee that they come in strongly for him enough to make up the margins. I also did not bank on John Cornyn winning Houston, which he's currently doing as well. So once all the votes are in on the Republican side, I think we may see Cornyn still lead Paxton at the end of the day, and that'll become a very big topic of conversation for the runoff if President Trump decides to endorse Cornyn or Paxton in that race or something of that nature. But NBC News projects they're going to a runoff. Not much of a surprise, but they officially do project that. Democratic side, 60% of the vote. Still a very close race between James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett. For most of the night, if you're just joining us, we're waiting on some important votes to drop out of Dallas. There's a big area of vote for Jasmine Crockett. It did. It got 61% of the vote in. Crockett's leading 60.7 to 38.2. And while that's a very big lead for Jasmine Crockett of roughly about 22 points, for comparison to 2020, the black candidate in that election in the Democratic primary and the runoff ended up winning it by 39 points. So Crockett against Talarico would probably much rather be winning it by this amount and probably be doing a lot better in terms of the statewide results if she was able to win it by that much. Talarico has been outperforming in a lot of areas throughout the state of Texas tonight in the more white and Hispanic areas, according to reporting, but he also seems to be doing better than some past Democrats in the African-American areas as well. So Talarico's leading and he's running very strongly, and that's why he's still at 51.8% right now, with roughly about 40% of the vote to go, which accounts to about 975,000 votes at this current point in time. Let's check the chat here. Solo says Midas Touch called the election for Talarico. I'm not honestly too familiar with who Midas Touch is, but okay. I can see it. I can definitely see it. I think after the Dallas drop, after Jasmine Crockett didn't take the lead after Dallas came in, we'll see what the remaining like 40% of that county ends up doing and being only 22%. But I wouldn't be shocked if Talarico gets called the winner in the next like 10 minutes or so. Because Crockett could have enough votes left out there. There's still 973,000 votes left to go. But the amount of votes that's left out there throughout the state, if Dallas isn't going to give her a percentage boost that much, or Dallas Fort Worth, and Fort Worth's not going to give her enough of a boost, and if Houston doesn't give her enough of a boost as well, I could see this race getting called relatively pretty quickly because there's just a lot of vote that's coming for Talarico, and I'm not sure there's going to be enough for Crockett to ultimately make that up. But we'll have to wait and see on that. Let's see. For some reason, Ahmad Hassan overperformed in some Hispanic precincts on the Mexico border. Huh. I absolutely no clue to say to that. Go. I hope she wins. Chip is the man for Law and Order. Crenshaw is another rhino that needs to go. Well, just checked those and just do. Okay, so Actually, we just had a call from NBC on that one as well. Mace Middleton and Chip Roy both will be advancing to a runoff for Attorney General. Now, in this one, Middleton is leading by 11 points. So I'm not sure how in the runoff that's going to go, if it's going to be Middleton or Chip Roy to win. But at very least, Chip Roy, like your comment says, you like Chip, he survives tonight, and it'll be going to a runoff. And the other one was the Dan Crenshaw one. Crenshaw, still no update on that one. Still, Dan Crenshaw is trailing to Steve Toth at this current point in time. Tony Gonzalez is leading Brandon Herrera still as well. And I think that's the latest for right now. And yeah, there hasn't been too much movement at this current point in time from the Republican and Democratic primary in terms of more votes coming in, but still relatively remaining strong where it's been. Now we have to check poll market to see what are the chances of Trump endorsing any candidate. I honestly think Trump will. I think he will endorse the candidate. I'm not sure which one he'll do those. I think going into tonight, I would have said it would have been Ken Paxton, but I would bet there's going to be a lot of Republican senators, especially a lot of Republican senators that are in charge of trying to get Republicans elected. Like Senator John Thune, I'm sure, is going to be someone that definitely wants to see John Cornyn be the one getting Trump's endorsement, so the Republicans hopefully would have an easier time for them at winning the general election. But obviously, President Trump is President Trump. He does what he wants. He goes in the direction he wants. Does he ultimately end up endorsing Cornyn or Paxton? We'll have to wait and see. But I think initial gut instinct was Paxton, but there's going to be a lot of lobbying for him to probably endorse Cornyn in that one. Let's see. Comment says Jasmine Crockett is 44. How the heck? No words. I don't know. No words in that. Cornyn retook the lead in Loving County. No. Man. Loving County. Let's see. For the 2026 Senate Republican primary. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's a good question, actually. I don't know. Actually, I could do. I don't think I could try and make a poll, I think. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to make a poll in the chat while we're asking this real quickly of who do you think Trump will endorse in the GOP runoff? I'm just going to do number 1, I'll do John Cornyn. Number 2, I'll do Ken Paxton. Okay, so I'm going to post this poll in the chat. So if you want to vote on it, you can. While we're talking about it, you can go and vote and say who do you think, if Trump's going to endorse Cornyn or Paxton, you can do that. I mean, I could have added a third option, I guess, for neither. But if you don't think he's going to endorse anyone, you can leave a comment in the chat. But I think he's going to endorse probably one of the two. But yeah, I'm interested to see how this poll goes. So you can leave your thoughts there. I don't think we've gotten any more votes quite yet. Maybe a few hundred votes coming in out of Texas, but I haven't seen any in the last few minutes. Oh, 61%. So I went up 1% on the Democratic side. But Talarico's up 51.8, 46.9. Let's see. Trump will endorse himself. That's funny. That's a funny one. Let's see. Vote Hub map. The precinct map is up to 60% on Vote Hub, and on NBC they're at 58%. So they're actually ahead now of NBC on that one. On the Democratic side on the precinct map, they're at 65%. They're at 65%, and NBC are at 60.6%. So the precinct map for Vote Hub has Talarico at 52.3, Crockett at 46.5. I think it's becoming more and more clear to me as the night is going on that Talarico is going to win the Democratic primary. I think is kind of where it's looking right now. It's just there could be enough votes for Jasmine Crockett out there, but nothing I've seen so far totally suggests to me that she's gonna be able to make up the margins, especially if the numbers in Dallas in Tarrant County hold the way they are. If they don't get any better for Crockett, I just don't really see a path for her to make up the margin. And there's still a few handful of vote pockets left out there, like in the Austin area, in the Houston area, and the Dallas area. So 2 out of the 3 you would think would favor Jasmine Crockett over James Talarico, but Talarico is going to get a good amount of votes out of that Austin area. Then are the other 2 areas going to be enough to make up the difference once all those votes come in from the lead that Talarico currently has? At this point, he's leading by roughly about, what's that, 74,000 votes or so. It could be enough to make up that margin with 955,000 to go, but I'm not really banking on it. I think Talarico's more the favorite at this point. Let's see. Arkansas Secretary of State is very close near three-way tie. Arkansas Secretary. I don't know if I can open another tab without it going like squished and stuff, but I'll open that 1 second. As a Democrat, I think we'd have a better chance against Paxton. I think that is certainly, I think, the consensus thought process for the Democrats is would they have a better chance against Ken Paxton? I think that would be the case. Looks like some more votes came in for Jasmine Crockett, up to 47% of the vote now. She's up to 700,000 votes. Excuse me. Sorry. Um, yeah, that's definitely the thought process. I think among many Democrats, is Paxton gives the Democrats a better chance of winning. And Betty wins Harris County. Even though both Paxton and Cornyn are headed to a runoff, I wonder if Paxton will take the lead later on in the night when the vote count reaches the late 90s, the late 90 percentages. Yeah, I think I've always kind of assumed throughout the night. I mean, obviously, based on the night's going, the way that Pat Cornyn's been performing, I definitely could be wrong, but I always assumed as the night would go on, more of the smaller rural counties throughout Texas would come in for Ken Paxton and that he would take the lead over John Cornyn throughout the night. Hasn't happened just yet. And I mean, I'm kind of getting similar vibes to the New Jersey governor's race in 2025, where I thought maybe that as the night went on, more votes would come in for Chitterelli and he'd start to lead in some of the counties, and he never did. So it's possible as more vote comes in that we think Ken Paxton would start to take the lead, but then Cornyn's doing well enough that he just never does. But I think Paxton, I could definitely see him leading by the end of the night, but I can't take it away from Cornyn. He's doing a lot better than I expected right now. More Democrats voted in the primaries. It looks like, yeah, definitely 1.3, 1,374,000 for the Republicans right now. 1 million, almost 1.5 million for the Democrats right now. Certainly, once the night's over, it looks like Democrats are going to have more votes than the Republicans. Democrats have another 948,000 to go. Republicans have about 100 or have another 965,000 to go. And the Democrats also have about 2% of the vote farther ahead than the Republicans as well. And they still have only a 20,000 vote difference. So it certainly looks like for sure the Democrats are going to end with more votes. Cornyn has the machine behind him. True, it does. Cornyn certainly has a lot of the. Honestly, he's been elected 4 times now. He has a lot of the infrastructure and support from those previous times. Plus, he has the backing of the national Republicans. I'm sure a lot of state Republicans in Texas as well. Keep that up in November, please. Referring to the Democrats. Sure. Cornyn has, or that one. Holy Carl, Henry Cuellar only leading by 16% margin. Wow. Do I have the Cuellar race up? I don't think I do. No, I have Tony Gonzalez, Brandon Herrera. Well, it's actually, I want to check it on the North Carolina ones because they're still very close in the 4th district and still very close in the 1st. Okay, so nothing really too different there. Okay. Uh, I hope that happens because if it's Talarico versus Cornyn matchup, the chances of Texas flipping and Texas politics chances are 0. I mean, yeah, I think I definitely agree with the argument. I don't know if it's tough because I don't know if it's zero, but I think that John Cornyn versus Talarico, I do agree that Cornyn would win. I also think Paxton versus Talarico, I think it's a lot closer, but I also think Paxton would win. But I do think for sure that if it's Cornyn versus Talarico, it's going to be a close fight, but I think Cornyn wins that. Incumbent Representative Julie Johnson is losing against Colin Allred in the Texas 33rd District. I forgot Colin Allred's running in this one. This is gonna hurt, but I think I'm gonna close the ShamWow race and look at the Colin Allred one. I don't think the ShamWow guy is coming back from 4%. 33rd District. Oh wow, Colin Allred's leading by a pretty decent amount. He's leading 45.5% to incumbent Julie Johnson's 34%. Still 31,000 votes to go, though, and he's only leading by about 6,000 votes or so, but interesting. Okay. This will be definitely one to keep checking in on, but it looks like Colin Allred's doing pretty strong there. Also, that was the thing. He was initially running for Senate, and then he flipped to running for the House. And now we see what the primary looks like of Talarico versus Crockett. If Crockett never decided to run and it was Talarico versus Allred, if he stayed in that race, then I mean, who knows? Maybe I think Talarico probably would have run stronger against Allred than Crockett, but you never know how it would have gone. I think Trump, or I hope Trump either endorses Paxton or makes no endorsement. You are safe on that race. Oh yeah, I think the Shamrock one is. I think that's okay. That was that. Which one was the Henry Cuellar one? Do you have a number for that one? Which one that was? I mean, actually, I can just go look. I can go look and try and find that one. If not, it's not big deal. I'm gonna go off the Sylvia Garcia one because I don't think she's gonna be in much danger of losing that one. Okay, Cuellar. I'm gonna see when the name pops out. Cuellar. Oh, that's a Quailar. That's not fair. I saw the Quailar. I was like, ooh, it's like, oh, 28th. All right, thank you. That's so annoying. I saw Quailar. I'm like, ooh, I'm like, oh, wait, nope. Okay. Henry Quailar's up 55.5%, 52% of the vote in. Okay. Hmm. Okay. 39,000 votes left to go, roughly about 7,000 vote lead. I mean, yeah, I think certainly up in the air still, but I think he's probably going to hold on and win that one. I think at this point. The poll thus far, by the way, that I've been doing, got about 13 votes so far. I got who will Trump endorse? Ken Paxton's at 77%. John Cornyn's at 23%. Also, by the way, since starting the stream, which we started right around 8 p.m., right around 7:55, over 2,092 total viewers throughout the entire night. So thank you all so much for taking your time to watch. I really greatly appreciate you doing that. Very, very kind and supportive of you guys to do that. So I really appreciate that. On the Senate side, got a few more votes in, 62% on the Democratic side, 59.2 on the Republican side. We know Cornyn and Paxton on NBC are going to a runoff. Not too much has changed on the percentage side of things. Let's see, do a quick refresh here. And not NBC, I'm sorry. New York Times has officially announced that John Cornyn and Ken Paxton are both going to be going to a runoff election, that no candidate will break 50% plus one and will go to a runoff. So, again, not much of a surprise, but officially been announced. They've both advanced to the runoff. Wesley Hunt, who was polling right around 18 to 19% in a lot of the polls in the final few weeks, he gets right around 12.9%. Definitely, he had a worse night than it seemed, and it seemed John Cornyn a much better night than it seemed on the Republican side, and Cornyn and Paxton will advance to a runoff. The question is going to be, once all the votes come in, is John Cornyn finishing in first? And if he does that maybe translate to an endorsement by President Trump? Does President Trump endorse Ken Paxton, the Texas Attorney General, against Cornyn? Does he endorse both, which he's started to do, or does he stay out of it? We'll have to wait and see how that all goes. But New York Times officially announcing Cornyn versus Paxton is going to a runoff right around 10:52 p.m. Eastern time. That's the Republican side. Democratic side, still a complete dead heat with 62% of the vote in. James Talarico at 51.8%. Jasmine Crockett at 47% of the vote in. NBC has a few more votes in for Talarico, up 0.1. Let's see. Steven says, if Paxton hadn't been in the race, I would have voted for Hunt. I think, honestly, I think that was the interesting part of this race was Cornyn versus Paxton. Then when Wesley Hunt joined it, Wesley Hunt started taking away a very sizable, significant portion of this race where, like, and it showed, I think it was, there was a few hypothetical polls of Cornyn versus Paxton in the runoff election, what it would look like. But there was also some Cornyn versus Wesley Hunt ones, which showed if Wesley Hunt was able to get to the runoff, he was running pretty strongly. In this blueprint poll, 42-37, and this poll, which I think was associated with his campaign, he showed a 10-point lead. So take that one with a grain of salt for sure. But JL Partners, he would be leading Cornyn by about 11 points. In the Houston YouGov poll would be about a 7-point lead. In the McLaughlin Associates poll, which also supported Hunt, about a 15-point lead. So Hunt showed a very strong runoff poll performance if he could get there. And then Paxton versus Wesley Hunt as well showed the potential to be a close race. It's just really, it was really tough for Wesley Hunt when you look at the polls in the final few days. I mean, the highest he ever got was in the polls his campaign sponsored, and he got 26%. When you see Cornyn and Paxton running in the low to high 30s and even in the low 40s in some cases, there just wasn't really a path for Wesley Hunt to run or to win the primary in this race to get to the top two. But I mean, that's how the race shook out. Wesley Hunt's going to be interesting to watch for because maybe he decides to run for, I don't know, maybe governor in a few years. Maybe if Ted Cruz, Trump mentioned a few days ago, he may look to appoint Ted Cruz to the Supreme Court. If that does happen down the road, does Wesley Hunt maybe decide to try and run for Senate? And for the other Senate seat in Texas, that could be something to watch for as well. So interesting conversations around Wesley Hunt to have. But right now, looks like Ken Paxton, John Cornyn, they're going to go to a runoff, and it's going to wait and see how that one ends up going. As for the vote totals in these Texas Senate races, just a few more hundreds of votes have come in, still waiting. Still roughly both are around 60% of the vote in. And Texas, we're waiting on roughly about 40% of the vote left outstanding. The Republicans have about 942,000 votes to go. Democrats have about 919,000. So there is a few more Republican votes left than Democratic votes left, but it's worth noting Republicans are only at 59.8%. Democrats are at 62.3%. And in terms of overall total votes of how many votes are in, Democrats are having more. Republicans have 1.4 million votes. Democrats currently have about 1.5 million. So the Democrats do have a vote advantage as well by how many votes have already been cast that outweighs the amount of outstanding. So once the primaries are all set and done and they're fully in the books, the Democrats are going to have more overall voters in their primary than the Republicans will. Which, if that's a sign of election optimism and Democrats energized to get out and vote, if that's a takeaway for tonight, then the Democrats are the ones that are having a better night in that regard. But again, we'll have to wait and see how that translates in a state like Texas in a general election. But yeah, still about 40% of the votes to go. We are at 10:56 p.m. Eastern time. The polls closed in a lot of these counties at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so roughly about 3 hours later. And the polls in the western part of the state, like in El Paso, closed at 9 p.m. So we're about 2 hours past that now. 60% of the vote in and about 40% to go. Let's see here. Okay, we got about 69% nice in the chat poll for Ken Paxton versus John Cornyn. Who do you think Trump will endorse in the GOP runoff? 69% for Paxton, 31% for John Cornyn. I think personally, I agree. I think if it was Paxton or Cornyn, I think Paxton would get the endorsement for Trump. I think Trump did endorse and supported Paxton when he was going through the impeachment trial in the Texas legislature, in the Texas Senate. I believe Trump already stood up for him then and supported him then. And I think if it's a runoff between him and Paxton, if it becomes a proxy war of who will be more supportive of President Trump and Trump's agenda in the Senate and who will be a 100% loyal vote for Trump, I think unquestionably it would be Ken Paxton. And I think that overall would lead to Trump endorsing him in that race. Does it happen? I don't know, but I think that's where, if what it came down to, I think Trump would probably endorse him on that regard. So let's just do a quick check in on some of the other races now. The Attorney General race also is going to a runoff between the Republican Mays Middleton and Republican Congressman Chip Roy. That's going to be a very competitive runoff election as well, and a very important one between them. That should be interesting. Democrats, on the Democratic side of things, with 858,000 votes to go, the Democrat Nathan Johnson is getting very, very close to reaching that 50% threshold to avoid a runoff. He currently has 48.8% of the vote, which honestly, in that scenario for the Democrat, would actually be a pretty important hurdle, because while the Republicans go to a runoff, he can essentially start campaigning and making his case to Texas voters. So the extra few days advantage could be pretty significant. He's at 48.8%, not that far off from reaching 50. It'll be very interesting to see if he makes it. Do you think he could lose third? Could who lose? Roy Cooper is third in Perkins County. You think you could lose? Roy Cooper, I think he's all right. Earlier in the night as well, the primaries took place in the Senate races in North Carolina. Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley both respectively won their primaries by massive amounts, and they'll be facing off in the general election, as is expected, in one of the closest Senate races in the country in November. On the House side of things, the Tony Gonzalez race is still too close to call, with 58.4% of the vote in. Gonzalez is leading Republican Brandon Herrera in a very close primary race right now. In the Dan Crenshaw race, this one's been getting a lot of attention for Trump not endorsing Crenshaw and Ted Cruz endorsing against Dan Crenshaw to Steve Toth. It is a too close race right now where Steve Toth is beating Dan Crenshaw. We haven't seen a lot of vote in the last half hour though. So we're going to wait for more votes on that one. For the House race in North Carolina's 4th District, up to 90% of the vote in now, 13,000 votes left outstanding. It is a very close race between Valerie Foushee and Nita Alam, 49.6 to 48%, in a very, very close fight in this one. It's back to a 2-point margin. Looks like it's time for Paxton to catch up to head to and take the lead. I agree, but I'll be right there. I'm just going to finish these real quick. 91.5% of the vote in North Carolina won. Primary, 6,500 votes remaining. Okay. So the numbers were wrong. They went back to 91.5. They were at 93. And there are 6,000 votes left to go. And it's a lead of roughly about 2,200 votes or so. Okay, so that's why they're not calling it yet. Okay, I see. On the Texas House 18 primary, 2,000 more votes have come in since the last time I've been checking this race. In the Democratic primary, 70% of the vote in, and Christian Menifee is still leading against Democrat Al Green. On the Texas 28 district primary, Henry Cuellar is leading against the Democrat Ricardo Villarreal. Still 31,000 votes left to go, but at this point, a 9,000 vote lead for Cuellar probably holds on and wins that race. And lastly, the Texas House District 33 primary, Colin Allred's leading 45.5 to 34% against Democratic incumbent Julie Johnson. Now back to the Senate race. Some more votes have come in. Cornyn's up 42.8 to Paxton's 40.6, 61.7% of the vote in. So Cornyn and Paxton advance to a runoff. Still very, very close. But overall, who ends up winning at the end of the night, we'll have to wait and see. On the New York Times side, showing also very similar results, 2.2% lead for Cornyn versus Paxton. Probably going to narrow up as more votes come in. On the Democratic side, 63% of the vote in. Now, on the Democratic side, 51.8 to 46.9. Very close race underway between James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett. Looks like right now Talarico is the favorite, I would say, to hold on and win, but we still have a lot of vote left out of Dallas and Fort Worth areas, and out of Houston and out of Austin and San Antonio. Once that come in, we'll have a more clearer picture of what's going on there. Who's winning in the 9th district? Let's see. Let's go 9th district. The Republican primary is very close. We'll see. Democratic primary looks like Gutierrez is winning pretty strongly. In that primary, will probably go on and win. On the Republican side, very close. Alex Mueller's got 37%. Briscoe Kane has 30.5% with 60% of the vote in. 15,000 votes are remaining. This one's pretty tight on the Republican side. Democratic side, there's 12,000 votes left, and Gutierrez is leading by roughly 7,000 or so. So she's going to win there probably. I would be very confident in making that call that Gutierrez will win there. The Republican side, only a 1,300 vote difference. Definitely, I think, a lot more close on the Republican side. You have to wait and see how the votes end up going on that one. But looks like Republican side's too close. Yeah, can't even say for right now. Brian says, if I lived in that district, I would have voted for Julie Johnson because Colin Allred falsely accused Talarico of racism. Yeah, I do remember seeing reports of that in the final few days and weeks of the campaign, the senators getting very nasty, and Colin Allred saying that against Talarico. In a video of Allred himself that he posted to social media went on identity politics. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Senate race definitely got very, very nasty towards the end there, but 63.1%. Talarico's up 51.8. Crockett's 46.9. So probably in the next hour or so, we're going to start to get a pretty clear idea as more votes come in between Talarico and Crockett, how this ultimately all goes down and the rest of the votes come in. But now just waiting for that last like 37% of the vote on the Democratic side. Okay, so that's where we're at for the Senate race in Texas. In terms of the votes that are left outstanding on the Republican side, because I know I've done the Democrats a few times. On the Republican side, a lot of votes are still left out in the Houston area, and Harris County's still got 57.8% of the vote in. So another like 43% left to go, 42% left to go. The city of Austin, capital city of Austin, has got another 46% left. And Dallas has got about 50% to go. Fort Worth's got another 40% to go. So still some sizable amount of votes left outstanding here. I would think if Wesley Hunt's not winning it, I think Ken Paxton would do a little bit better than how Cornyn's currently doing in Houston, but I could be wrong on that. We could see maybe Cornyn grows numbers there. If not, Austin and Dallas would probably be stronger areas, I would say, for John Cornyn, but we'll see there. Fort Bend, just saw a little while ago. Where's Fort Bend? Okay, it's right there. All right. Just want to get it as accurate as possible, so I don't want to miss it. Just saw it. There we go. 11,000 votes left to go in Fort Bend. It is currently going for Paxton 42.6 to 40.4. So Paxton's doing about a 2 point there. 2 points there. He'll probably 11,000 votes to go. Probably net maybe maybe a few thousand votes there. Probably not too much to go out of Fort Bend. But Paxton's up there by about 2 points right now. Let's also just do a quick refresh here just to see. Yeah, because no more votes have come in yet on that one. Let's just check the Vote Hub maps as well, see what their votes are at. They are at 67% of the vote for Talarico versus Crockett, and they have 52.2% for Talarico, 46.5% for Crockett on the full county precinct map. On the Republican side of things, they're at 66%, and they have Cornyn at 42.8%, Paxton at 40.2%. So they're a little bit further ahead on the percentages than NBC, and they're a little bit further ahead slightly than New York Times, but pretty much in sync in terms of the percentages of how things are currently looking. Overall, the vote totals for the primaries right now, Republican primaries at about 1,458,000. Democratic primaries currently at 1,543,000. So the Democrats do have the advantage thus far in terms of overall votes in the respective primaries. That's where things stand on that. Looks like we've got some more votes when I just moved away. Paxton went up by 0.1 at 62.5%. So I checked the Texas Dem primary precinct map and vote hub, and it seems like I live in a pro Crockett precinct. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Hmm. I, I gotta say, the vote hub thing is really interesting. I know I've said this a few times tonight, but I really had literally not heard of this website Vote Hub before like a few weeks ago, but it's been very helpful. It's been a very helpful tool, very beneficial tool in helping with the planning for the election night, and still working on it, but like learning the counties in Texas for the election night and for tonight for the election results. It's been very helpful. So definitely props to the people over at Vote Hub for what they've been doing on their website and stuff. It's been very helpful. Looks like on Vote Hub also, both the Republican and Democratic primaries are now at 68% of the vote. They have Cornyn up 3.9% over Paxton, who on their website dropped below 40%. And on the Democratic side of things, Talarico's up 5.6%. It's in the northwest side part of Harris County that I live in. Oh, cool. Awesome. Sorry. Harris County, I do believe that is Houston after I have been studying it all late. I should know where it is by now. There it is, Harris County. Like, you would think by now I'd know exactly where it is in the map, but we're getting there. We are getting there. I remember I forget what video I did. I think it was when I was doing my preview videos for 2024. And I remember I did Texas and I did like every county of Texas for how I thought it was going to go as part of the prediction. And I remember it being so bad. And I was like, I honestly never want to do another Texas prediction. There's too many counties to try and account for and trying to remember all the names for. And I think I've done like, I don't know, like or three Texas videos since then. I'm just like, I said that, but I can't quit the state when it comes to doing election stuff. It's just, there's always something going on in Texas. So 63% in now. Talarico 51.7, 46.9. Ooh, okay. Crockett went down 0.1%. Let's check the New York Times one and see any significant votes still left outstanding that have not sort of come in yet on the Democratic side. Oh, looks like we had an update 12 minutes ago from Alicia Parlapiano. Data reporter said Paxton and Cornyn will compete in a May 26th runoff. Okay, so that's important to note. The runoff for Texas is not until May 26th, with early voting beginning on May 18th. Texans do not register by party, but if a voter casts a ballot in a party's primary, they cannot switch parties for the runoff that year. So that means May 26th, as the data reporter Alicia Parlapiano says, May 26th is when the Cornyn versus Paxton runoff is. So that's actually pretty significant. Like May 26th, that's like in 3 months. Or, oh my God, April, May, 2 months. That gives the Democrats, if James Talarico ends up winning tonight, it gives him roughly a 2-month head start on pitching himself to the voters in the general election, while the other two Republicans can be facing off in a primary. And then, not to mention, there's going to be the question of which Republican do President Trump and the MAGA wing of the Republican Party versus Cornyn versus Paxton. Who do they end up supporting going into the runoff election could be very important. Now, the Democrats, the good news for them is whether it's Talarico or Crockett, one of them is going to be breaking 50% of the vote tonight. Ahmed Hassan, the third party candidate, is only getting 1.3%, which is not a big enough spoiler vote like Wesley Hunt, who's getting 12.9% to force a runoff on the Democratic side. So the Democrats do have that to their advantage. But in terms of competitiveness, Talarico versus Crockett is still currently too close to call. I think you have to vote in the first primary if you want to vote in the runoff. Yeah, I mean, that sounds right. I'm not, though, the way she worded it just sounded like if you did vote in this primary, you have to vote in the same party primary. I assume that would be the case, Steven, that you would have to vote in the first primary to put in the runoff. I would assume that's right, but I'm not too sure. I do wonder of, because in this one, in the 2021, we saw roughly 9,055,000 votes or so, 955,000 votes in the runoff. If it is a separate election, I do wonder, is there going to be lower voter turnout in the runoff rather than this one? Because this is like the established primary. Will a runoff between Cornyn or Paxton be lower turnout? Might be, might not be. I would say I'm not too sure. I don't know. That doesn't sound right, because if it's a separate election, I'm not sure if you would have to, but you can look into that more in future videos and stuff too, though. A little more vote, 65% in now. Cornyn's at 42.5, Paxton's 40.8. On the Democratic side, Talarico 51.6, Crockett 47.1. King County's a Talarico, Hassan tie. You do, just from memory. Okay. You vote in the same party ballot from the first primary in the runoff. Okay. Okay. Right. Let's see. A little bit of movement in Crockett's direction, up 0.2% with 65,000 or 65% of the vote in. But Talarico's still running ahead of Crockett. Sort of like earlier in the night when we were waiting on Dallas to come in initially to give some votes for Jasmine Crockett. Now, as we're up to about 65% of the vote in, and we're looking like what are the votes that are left out there, we're waiting on votes out of Dallas and out of Fort Worth, and really out of votes out of Houston as well. I think the map's a little messed up. Let me go to the NBC one for a second here. We're looking for more votes that are left outstanding out of the Dallas area, out of the Austin area, and out of the Houston area to give us a clear indicator if Jasmine Crockett's going to be able to catch up or not. Once we get those in, we're going to get a pretty clear picture or not if Crockett will be able to. Based on how the night is going, I would say, again, it's more likely that Talarico will hold on and win is probably how things are going to look out right now, but have to wait and see on that as well. That's in Spanish, okay. Now checking on the poll again, 19 votes so far. Ken Paxton over John Cornyn, 68 to 32% on who do you think Trump will endorse in the GOP primary. And so, all right, so we're gonna end that poll just because I just had an idea for a second one, 68-32. Let's do another poll. Never be able to see this one coming. Who do you think will win the Democratic, if I can spell correctly, primary? We're going to go James Talarico, who's currently leading, and we'll go Jasmine Crockett, who is currently trailing. But depending on how the Dallas and Houston vote goes, there may potentially be enough vote left out there for her to try and come back. But 35% of the vote left to go on the Democratic primary, and let's wait and see how this one goes. See, we got one vote for Talarico already. NBC got a few more votes in now for Talarico versus Crockett. Let's check on Vote Hub. 68% of the vote in there on the precinct map. Talarico is still up by roughly about 6 points. On that, the Republican one, Cornyn's up 3.8. 5 votes now. Every single vote for James Talarico right now. Yep. Okay. I mean, I certainly agree, but don't let me influence your vote. I think at this point, kind of want to start going. The precinct map might be hard to do. Maybe it'll make more sense in NBC. I kind of want to start going county by county and just start looking at the Democratic ones of what's left. Like Dallas, we've done where there's 121,000 votes left, and the margins from the 2020 primary and now for Crockett's a lot less. Tarrant County we've done. Let's look at Houston. Harris County, 65%, 115,000 votes left. Crockett's leading over Talarico by about 8 points right now. The 2020 race, Houston voted, okay, so about 1 point for West versus Hagar. So from that standpoint, This is actually a county where Crockett's doing a lot better in her race against Talarico than West versus Hagar did. So that's an interesting situation on that one. Let's look at Austin, where Talarico's leading 76.1 to 23.4. Well, let's look here, 57-43. So Talarico is running up much better in Austin than MJ Hagar did. That obviously Talarico's from there. That's his main base of support. That would explain that. Let's see. Won't be a runoff either. Why did you give the edge to Jasmine in your prediction? So when I started preparing for the election night, the main reason I had Jasmine Crockett winning was this was right after Kamala Harris endorsed her. And it was a slew of polls where Crockett was doing very well. Like she was up 47-38 in the Emerson poll. And she was up, I believe, in the most recent impact, or she was up in the most recent University of Texas Politics Project poll. So I started doing the research for that one when these were all the polls that were out. And then like the day before I was putting the finishing touches on the presentation, the UT Tyler poll came out, which showed her winning by like 20 points. So from all the polls I saw, it looked like it was going to be Jasmine Crockett that won. And then the prediction markets, like Poly Market, still had Talarico winning. So in my eyes, it was like a 50-50 race. But I figured if Kamala Harris is endorsing Crockett, she probably has internal polling of some kind that's not released to the public that shows Crockett leading over Talarico. So I kind of went with like an educated guess on that one of the polls show Crockett getting momentum. She's gone up a lot in the last few weeks. And at this point, Talarico is still kind of getting around low 40s. So I figured, okay, internal polling plus the momentum of the race, going to be very close, but I think Crockett narrowly ekes out a victory. And then almost like the second I hit upload, there's been like 3 polls that have come out that shown James Talarico doing very well. The Blueprint poll, the Public Policy poll, the Emerson poll, and then the YouGov poll. And it was kind of just like okay, I think I might have done this a little bit too soon. So that's kind of the thing is like, I like having the election nights out a little bit early. I don't like to do it like the day before because I want to give as much time for people to watch it as possible for the election. But this one, I think, was just a situation of the poll showed it going one way, and then like the day that I posted it, it went the complete opposite way. Talarico started doing well. The poll started showing a clear trend of him leading, which is why when I see him leading by this much tonight, it's still a close race, but I'm not really too surprised because it does seem like the race was shaking that way. The biggest thing that came out that made me realize that my prediction was probably going to be wrong and that Talarico may win was the Emerson poll. Because when Emerson, they were pretty rock solid in 2024. The New Jersey governor's race, they were a little bit off, I believe, in the 2025 one, but they were pretty much spot on in the special election in Tennessee. Once they said that Talarico was up by 5 over Crockett, I was kind of like, okay, yeah, I can see it. So Talarico, he's up right now. Certainly, I accept that I was wrong on that and that the polls broke in the last direction and I just missed that. But still, it was a close race. And so that's why I'm not really too like broken up or beaten up over it because it is still a close race. But yeah, my main rationale for that was the polling in the final few days of making the election night. Crockett was still leading at the time. And I did try and go literally as late as possible. I think I released the election night on Sunday, I want to say is what it was. And I recorded it like Saturday morning. And then the polls dropped on Monday. So I was like, okay, well, not much I can do at that point, but that's okay. Plus, being wrong makes it more entertaining for me. Then I'm like, oh, I was wrong. Okay, well, now I get to try and do better in the future. So people started listening to what she was saying and did a reality check. Could be. Could be. I mean, there's also, I think there could be a situation of a lot of Democratic primary voters maybe are just hearing about James Talarico as well for the first time. And maybe they like what he's saying or like what they're hearing. And then maybe they're deciding to vote for him in this primary as well. Could be a situation there as well. What chance do you think Tyler has to flip the state? Um, I assume you mean Talarico. Uh, it's tough because I do think at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of talk about this race, but I do think at the end of the day, the Republicans do hold on. And the large reason being is just how Republican of a state Texas is, which is, it's interesting because it is tough because Talarico, I think, is probably the best Democrat that could try and flip the state of Texas in 2026. And he may very well find a way to do it. But Texas in 2024 reverted so much back to the Republicans that it kind of gives me pause on this race. Trump won it by 13.7% in 2024, and Ted Cruz won the Senate race by 8.5. Now, that being said, 2026 is going to be a midterm election. In the last midterm election in 2018, the Senate race went to Ted Cruz by 2.6%. The question is going to be, though, is 2018 going to be a better year for the Democrats than 2026 is going to be? And if it's not, Democrats need to do even better than 2018 to overall flip the Senate seat blue. While at the same time, James Talarico versus Beto O'Rourke and Ted Cruz versus either Ken Paxton or John Cornyn, it's going to be a really, really close race. And Paxton being the Republican candidate, I think, would give the Democrats a better chance of winning it. But I just think at the end of the day, there's too many Republican voters in Texas for the Democrats to overcome it. I think it becomes very similar to 2018, where it's like under a 3-4 point margin of victory, where Talarico just falls a very little bit short in the race just because the state's a little too much red. But I mean, in the right environment, Democrats, if they pulled up the win in Texas, it'd be huge. But Texas also hasn't voted blue at the Senate level. I think it was 1998, I want to say. Yeah, it was 1990 or 1988. So it's been a very long time. And it's a very big election trend for the Democrats to break for Talarico to do. So it's sort of like I won't make it blue until I actually see it, but it would be massive if the Democrats could do it. But I do think the Democrats are going to fall a little bit short in 2026, but maybe more polling and such down the line may change that. Okay, let's do a quick polling check-in here. 65.8% of the vote still, so not too much new vote yet. Houston has lost a bunch of Hispanics, and we know why. Paxton was elected statewide several times for AG. True. I feel like most Hunt voters will now vote for Paxton in the runoff. Go Paxton. I honestly think that too. Heading into this, I did think it would be Paxton versus Cornyn. I did think Paxton would win the runoff, and I still don't think, even though Cornyn has done very well tonight, getting 42.5%, I don't think really my thought process on that has changed. I still think Paxton is the favorite to win it. And like you said, I think Wesley Hunt's 13%. I think a lot of them are going to vote for Ken Paxton over John Cornyn as well in that runoff. I mean, I could be wrong. Cornyn could maybe pull off the upset and win, but I think there are a lot of Republicans that are very pro-President Trump in Texas that don't want to vote for John Cornyn. And I bet some of those voters that vote for Wesley Hunt will probably go and vote for Ken Paxton. So with that, let's see. Still about 66% of the vote in on both these primaries, waiting for the next votes out of Dallas and Houston, especially, to give us a big idea on the Democratic side. Let's take a close look now at some of the down ballot races really quickly. It's been a little bit since we've done that. Let's see here. On the Attorney General side, Mays Middleton and Chip Roy are advancing to the runoff election for the Republicans. On the Democratic side, Nathan Johnson is about 1.2% still shy of that 50% threshold for avoiding a runoff. On the House side of things, the Texas House District 23 primary, Tony Gonzalez is leading over Brandon Herrera only by 3 points now, 44.1 to 41.2, about a 3-point margin. So still very close on that one, still definitely up for grabs there. For the Texas House District 2, between Dan Crenshaw and Steve Toth. Steve Toth still leading over Dan Crenshaw by a very significant amount, but still 62% of the vote in, so we have a long ways to go there. 28,000 votes remaining, but Crenshaw is in danger of losing this primary potentially once all the votes are counted. In the North Carolina House District 4, 95% of the vote is now in. 6,500 votes are remaining. The incumbent Valerie Fauci is leading over the Democratic challenger Nita Alam by roughly about 2,000 votes. Oh, it looks like we just got some more vote now. Actually, as we checked here, 97.5% of the vote in, only 3,200 votes left to go. And this is a very close race. 60,858 votes now for Foshi and 59,612 for Alam. Only about a 1,200 vote difference separating the incumbent and the challenger in this race. So this is a very close race and a very tight finish in this one. Let's see. I agree. Perfect. So happy to see Dan gone. Yeah, Crenshaw is definitely. It looks like Crenshaw is gonna. We got to see what more votes they come in, but it looks like he's probably going to lose that one, fall short in that one. I'm interested to see where the votes are remaining in this part. It's 64.6 in Montgomery, 59.4 in Harris. Yeah, it looks like Crenshaw might go down in this one. Let's see. Imagine how I feel that we got rid of Al Green. He'll be buying a lot of stock. So tragic for Alam. See, we got in the first district, they officially called Lori Buckhout the winner over Asa Buck with now 94.7% of the vote in. She's about 3,800 votes left to go. She's leading by right around 3,000 votes or so. So not enough for Asa Buck to catch her. Lori Buckhout has won this one. So not too much of a surprise. A close race in the first district. I believe this is the Don Davis district that got redistricted to be more red. Not too surprising, about an hour ago when we checked this one, I did think it was close to a call that she was probably going to win, but she officially wins that one. In the Texas House District 18, still 27,000 votes left to go. Taking a long time on this one between Menifee and Al Green, but this is right around the Houston area where we have not gotten any votes out of Houston in a while at the Senate level as well. So still waiting on that. Fort Bend, 82% of their vote is in. Only 66.2% out of Houston is in, so still waiting on them to get the votes in for that race. Next, we have the Texas 28 District Primary with Henry Cuellar, 63.2% of the vote, expected vote remaining. 30,000 votes or so left outstanding. It looks like Henry Cuellar, 58.1, Ricardo Villarreal, 37.2. They go on plurality. What has El Paso done? Curious. El Paso, I don't think I've seen any votes from them yet tonight. I think we're still the Senate race. Talarico's gone up 0.4% over Jasmine Crockett as well. El Paso actually is coming on the Republican side. El Paso is now up to 47.4% for John Cornyn, and Ken Paxton's at 35.7%. That surprises me. I thought El Paso would have gone for Paxton actually in that one. That one kind of surprises me. On the Democratic side, El Paso came in for Talarico, 62.3. For him, Crockett, 35.9. That is more, I would say, expected with what the early polling showed. You're welcome, by the way. For Talarico and El Paso, the Hispanic population there, I think made more sense to vote for Talarico based on what the other findings today have been. Which years gone to El Paso, one for Talarico. Yep. Do you think the redistricting done by Texas could backfire for November because a lot of Hispanic vote will not be as favorable to Trump? Good question. I mean, it definitely could. It depends because the districts that they redistricted in the, I think it was the Houston area, like Al Green's district, that one's definitely going to go red just because they made the district so red that there's not really much the Democrats can do in that one no matter what. But like the Henry Cuellar district, that one I think is probably like going to be closed, but the Democrats will probably hold on and win that one. There was the other district that was the district that's down here. I think there's two districts. There's one like right here, and there's one that's down here that are both kind of like toss-up districts, but I think they both could end up going to Democrats if voter turnout is good for them, which if tonight's been an indicator, Democrats in the primary have had very good voter turnout, so that could be a situation where the Democrats are in for a better night than expected in Texas. But the redistricting whole thing has been very interesting because the Republicans did it in Texas to try and get as many red seats as possible. But with redistricting that's happened in California, with redistricting that looks like it's going on in Virginia, the extra House seat in Utah, it's kind of already backfired. Now, the only thing is Republicans can still redistrict in Florida. And if they go through with that, they may net a few seats overall when this is all said and done. But at this current stage right now, if nothing else gets done, I think it does benefit the Democrats by like 1 or 2 House seats, but if Florida does their redistricting, it looks like it'll be Republican plus like 3 or 4 or something. My sister will hate me, but most smart people leave the Dust Bowl after high school. Well, I'm staying out of that. I don't want to get you and your sister in any fights or anything, so I'll stay out of that one. But also the poll that I put out 16 minutes ago about who do you think will win the Democratic primary, Talarico or Crockett. 90% of you said Talarico, 10% of you said Jasmine Crockett. Let's see. Up to now, 67% of the vote in on both the Republican and Democratic primaries. And Talarico is leading over Crockett 52 to 46.7. To refresh here, the New York Times one as well. Yeah, and there's still a few pockets of gray on the Republican side as well, but we're starting to see a lot of the counties start to get some votes in them. And then on the Democratic side, same thing, some few pockets of gray as well, but the map is starting to shape out now where it's going kind of as expected for Talarico, doing very well in the Panhandle part of Texas, the El Paso part of Texas, and then throughout the central area, down south through the border, and then Jasmine Crockett's doing very well in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in the eastern part of Texas. Pretty much similar to what we saw in 2020, but the colors were flipped. MJ Hagar was purple, Royce West was the teal color, but pretty much the same map like strategy is kind of what we're seeing between Talarico and Crockett. Now that one, MJ Hagar did end up winning, and Talarico is the same type of candidate on that one. It looks like he's still winning at this point. 68% of the vote in. It looks like he'll probably end up winning, but gonna wait probably for all the votes to be counted out of Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston before making that definitive claim. But Talarico certainly seems to be in the driving position right now for this primary. Paxton is getting closer. Is Cornyn going to win? Well, it looks like for sure that it's interesting because Cornyn's at 42.4, Paxton's at 40.8. This is the closest it's been in the last like probably 2 hours or so between Cornyn and Paxton. So the margins are narrowing up a little bit, but there's still a third of the vote left to go, 33%. There's enough smaller counties out there for Paxton to catch Cornyn, but I don't know if I'd bank on at this point. It's still going to go to the runoff, so essentially it doesn't really matter too much if Cornyn or Paxton wins because it's going to be basically as close to a 50-50 type election as it could be if they're both getting like 42%. But Cornyn may end up the winner overall tonight. I mean, I would argue that at this point, Cornyn has been the winner tonight on the Republican side, that he's even been performing this well in the primary. It seemed like going into it, the expectation was Paxton's either going to finish first or finish first by a lot. But Cornyn has been doing very strongly that he's leading at this point with still a third of the vote to go. Definitely a good night for John Cornyn. Paxton doesn't seem to be closing in on the lead. It seems to be increasing at the same rate for both Ken and John. I feel like a lot of Hunt voters will likely lean Paxton in the runoff. Bye, Jazz. We'll miss you. Yeah, I think that a lot of the Wesley Hunt voters, they'll definitely decide the runoff, and I think Ken Paxton will probably get a majority of them. It's going to be interesting to see how the runoff goes for sure, but I think I agree with that. On the NBC side, Crockett getting another 0.1% up to 68%. On the Vote Hub side, up to 70% of the vote in, and Talarico's leading 52.6 to 46.1 on the precinct map. Republican side, 72%. Cornyn's up 3.5% over Ken Paxton. So far, they it's definitely been, I think, a very good night for John Cornyn and James Talarico. And even though Paxton and Cornyn are advancing to the runoff, it's hard not to say that Cornyn's had a great night and he should walk away tonight feeling pretty good considering where he was in the polling. Talarico, though he's not officially been made the winner yet, looks like he's probably trending that direction right now. How long do they have to campaign for the runoff? So on the NBC thing, it says that the runoff is May 26th and the early voting will begin on May 18th. So if early voting starts May 18th and the election's May 26th, got a little bit like close to 3 months, but like 2.5 months or so to campaign for Paxton versus Cornyn. So I'd say about 2.5 months is what they have for that. It's like a few more Republican votes came in, but nothing really too crazy to change the vote percentages. So at this point, even though we still have roughly 32% of the vote to go on the Republican side, we do know that race is not getting settled tonight, other than Cornyn versus Paxton, who will end up the winner with more votes in terms of first place for tonight. But we know that won't be settled. We're really just waiting on Talarico versus Crockett to see how that one's going to go. And if that one should be settled tonight, if it's too close, it may ultimately end up going into tomorrow and maybe like even early tomorrow morning. But Talarico at this point is leading by 5 points, 68.1% of the vote in. Once we get some clear indicators out of Dallas and out of Houston and Fort Worth, I think we'll know for sure if Talarico's going to be declared the winner tonight or not. It's possible Crockett can come back with 771,000 votes left out there, but at this current point in time, I think it's more like we can probably assume Talarico is going to win, and we're just waiting for more votes to come in. Brian says it's also annoying Abbott decided to run for a fourth term. It's yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's interesting because he won. I think he won the primary by a decent amount of support, but it's always confusing because I sometimes forget that some states have term limits for governors and some don't. But I didn't even know you could run for a fourth term in Texas as a governor, so I was like, oh, okay. But I mean, he's probably it makes sense for him if he wants to keep being governor. He's probably going to win the general election without too much of a problem. So from his standpoint, I mean, it kind of makes sense. District 23 will be a runoff. I really want Tony to ultimately lose. Fingers crossed. I think I have it right here. Yeah. Yeah, 63% of the vote in. It seems like it. 43.9 for Tony Gonzalez, 41.3 Brandon Herrera, Keith Barton at 8.6% playing spoiler. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Keith Barton at 8.6%. And say him alone, it may barely have been enough to cause a runoff, but Francesco Sancesco plus Keith Barton combining for about 14%. It is enough of the vote to probably stop Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera and force them to go to a runoff. And that honestly, that primary or that runoff may just be as interesting as the Senate one to see how that one goes. So all the scandals that Gonzalez is currently facing. Okay. Gotta go. Thanks for all your efforts and information. You're welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you had fun watching tonight. And honestly, thank you for stopping by. District 23 will be a runoff. Yep. On that one. And District 3, Hunger Games. District 3. Do I have District 3 up? I don't know if I have. I don't think I have District 3 out here. I could probably. The Attorney General's race also I have is Middleton and Chip Roy. I could probably. Now that it's going to a runoff, probably switch off that one, but I'm kind of watching the Democratic side, so maybe leave that up for a little bit. Actually, while we're up, let's check on Dan Crenshaw and Steve Toth have a few more votes, 62.4%, but not breaking 50% yet for that one. Oh, I thought it was. Oh, no, that's funny. There's a Hunger Games. I thought you were asking for a district. I'm sorry. No, that's funny. Actually, fun fact, and you'll probably hate me for this. I've never seen the Hunger Games, or obviously not read the books or seen the movies. I don't know why. It's something I remember being really popular, and I was like, I just never got around to it. So I kind of would like to see that, but I'm sorry, that is funny. North Carolina House. Oh, okay. 99.2% of the vote in, roughly about 1,100 votes left. And it is a 1,200 vote lead for Valerie Fauci versus Nita Alam, 49.2 to 48.2. This one's close. This one is very close. I I mean it's only a 1% lead, so there may be like a recount involved here, but I mean, if correct me if I'm wrong, it's 1,200 vote lead, 1,100 votes left. Probably going to be the incumbent's probably going to be declared the winner pretty soon. I guess. Let's see what the votes are. 95% out of Orange, 95 out of Chatham, Durham 95, and 95 out of Wake. So They're all basically in with 1,000 votes left. I mean, unless like they all go for someone else, they're probably going to be calling this race relatively quickly here. It's getting late. Got to tell tomorrow and be at work. Good night. Good night. Good night, Jeremy. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck with all that. Have a good night. 11:42. It's tough because like it is getting late, but don't want to don't want to end it before we find out Talarico versus Crockett. But it'd be nice if Dallas and Houston could drop their votes relatively soon. That'd be very appreciated. But so that was District 2, North Carolina. That was North Carolina District 4. Texas House 18, Al Green and Christian Menefee still waiting. This is the Houston area, still waiting for more votes out of there. Henry Cuellar is now at 71.3% of the vote in. Still waiting for more votes to come out of that district, but Cuellar probably going to hold on to that one. Texas House District 9, Alex Mueller and Briscoe Kane both officially announced they are going to a runoff election. Leticia Gutierrez may win. She's above 50% right now. I'll have to wait and see, but Mueller and Kane are both going to end up going to a runoff. So that one's officially done in terms of runoff or not. That will be the case there. On the vote hub map, we could see that Talarico and Crockett, 70% of the vote in, 52.6 to 46.1. On the Republican side, 73% in, Cornyn's up 3.4 over Ken Paxton. On the NBC side of things, 69% of the vote in for Cornyn now in Paxton, 68% for Talarico and Crockett. And it is still relatively unchanged in terms of the percentages. Okay. Also, that poll with Talarico Crockett is up to 88% for James Talarico. Jasmine Crockett's at 12%. So, not really too unexpected so far. Just waiting for the final votes to come in out of those cities. While we're here, also, might as well show the early voting numbers for earlier showed 1.5 million ballots cast for Texas. And based on the current numbers right now, you can show what they're at. They're right around 1.6 million. So definitely a lot of voter turnout and enthusiasm on the Democratic side in Texas this time around. We can look at the Republican side too, where there's roughly about 1.3 million, and there is 1.6 million right now as well on the Republican side. So certainly a lot of voter enthusiasm in Texas among Democrats and Republicans, but with 68%, 1.6 and a half, with 70%, 1.6, 3 at this point in time for the Republicans as well. So a lot of obviously engagement and enthusiasm in this Texas primary, goes without saying at this point. Got a few more votes on the Republican side. Can look as well on the Democratic map. Vote Hub 71% now. Talarico's at 52.7. Crockett's at 46. Cornyn 73%, up 3.4% there. I might just leave it on this screen for a little bit as more votes come in. How close would it have to be for a recount in North Carolina? As for North Carolina specifically, I'm not totally sure. Usually if it's under, I want to say half a percentage point, that triggers an automatic recount in most states. So if it's 1 point here, it's probably a little bit outside that margin for an automatic recount, but some states do have if it's under 1 point. I can try and Google it and see if it has a direct answer, but I think it's under half a percentage point usually. So Ballotpedia, very helpful. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so this says in single seat elections, or this would be a statewide election technically. If the difference between the votes for the request or in the winning candidates is less than equal to 10,000 votes or 0.5% of the votes cast, whichever is less. Non-statewide elections, the difference is less than 1% of the votes. So I think in either scenario for this one, actually, if the margin is only 1% and the difference is like 1,200 votes, it may, at this current point, be allowed. It may also just be like a little bit outside of it because it's 1% exactly and it's about 1,200 votes. So it's just outside of that 1,000 vote thing, but under the 10,000 votes, it's certainly under that limit. So for a primary like this, I would think the threshold would probably be 1%, not half a percentage point. So I think a 1% recount for this one, if it stays under it, could potentially happen. And at this point, this race is so close, unless the second place candidate, unless nothing changes and the second place candidate concedes, we're probably going to see a recount of some kind in this race. The Democrats have more enthusiasm. Who do you want to win on each side? Um, in terms of who I want to win, I usually don't weigh in too much, just so I can kind of just like observe and like analyze the elections for you guys, so I don't like give my own personal thoughts or anything. Like I try not to let my own personal thoughts or beliefs impact what I'm doing. So in terms of who I want to win, I'm kind of just gonna leave that out. I can tell you in my election night prediction who I did predict to win. And on that, actually, I predicted the runoff election on the Republican side, so I was correct on that. For the Democratic side, I actually thought Jasmine Crockett was going to win, and that one I'm certainly wrong about because I thought in the final few polls that were out at the time, Crockett was leading, and Talarico had not surged yet in the final few polls, so I thought it would be Crockett, but certainly missed on that one. Blue Wave, how you doing? I am here. Sorry, I didn't come earlier. I was watching NBC with Steve Kornacki. Who do you think will win, James or Jasmine? Totally understand. I mean, Steve Kornacki's fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie. He's a pretty fun guy to watch this stuff. Right now, 69% of the vote in. I think James Talarico is probably gonna end up pulling it out. The thing that I've been waiting on the most for the last little bit is the outstanding vote that's still out there for Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. These are three areas that should be good for Jasmine Crockett. But once those areas come in, we'll definitely get a clear idea. But I think James Talarico's got enough of a lead at this point. Once those areas come in, that Talarico will probably end up winning. Do you think Jasmine will expand her margin a ton in Dallas or Harris? That's the thing. And I was doing this a little bit earlier in the night as well. Even if the votes come in for Crockett, she's only winning in Dallas right now. I think it was by like 22 points the last time I checked. And the 2020 primary is looking at, the Democrat won by 39. So at this point, if she doesn't expand her margin there, I don't really think she can win. And if she does expand her margin, I'm not banking on it being a whole lot. That's why I'm kind of just being cautious for the votes to come in. But I don't think it's going to be enough for her to end up winning. I think Talarico's kind of have it. I think he has it at this point. It's just waiting for the actual numbers to come in to kind of confirm that. So, I mean, I like, if I was in one of these decision rooms, I wouldn't want to be the first to be like, all right, let's call the race now. But I also would be like, we're probably getting close to hearing James Talarico is going to win in the next like hour or two, probably. Although I think I heard from Kornacki that James is actually doing better on election day despite what the polls thought. He's, I think Talarico's honestly doing better. Like, even though he's doing very well, he's doing better than I expected for me, certainly. Like, when I can speak for myself, he's doing better in a lot of these counties. He's doing better in Dallas. He's running, what's that, about 17 points better from the last primary in 2020. In Tarrant County, he's only down by 12. He's running better there. He's running stronger in a lot of the counties that are majority black that Jasmine Crockett's doing very well. And he's still running better than the last primary in 2020, where it was a white Democrat versus a black Democrat. Talarico's doing better there. So he is certainly doing better there. I'm sorry, I love Crockett, but I thought she was overrated from the state. I'm not surprised that this happened. Decision Desk has James at 905K to Jasmine 796. Mm. Yeah, no, it's funny in hindsight. It's kind of funny how in elections, like hindsight, once they're over, it's kind of easy to look back and be like, Yeah, that makes sense. And this one, I feel like I'm kind of getting that feeling because Talarico, throughout the whole campaign, he kind of had the optimism, or not the optimism, kind of like the, I'm not really finding the right word, but kind of the style of campaign of trying to appeal to everyone in the Democratic primary that would translate, I think, really well to a general election. So kind of makes sense now more in hindsight. The only thing about Jasmine Crockett that I think kind of stumped me was in the final few days when Kamala Harris endorsed her and the few polls that released before the really good Talarico polls, like the UT Tyler one, the University of Texas one, that and the University of Houston UGov one that showed her doing well. I thought that would have meant that she was like in a strong position. There was internal polling showing that as well. But then once the Emerson poll dropped, which showed 52-47 for Talarico versus Crockett, it was kind of like, okay, this could actually be happening. And now looking at these results, I mean, it's literally, if you round up, 52-47 exactly for Talarico versus Crockett right now. So in Panola County, Jasmine has 66 votes. Oh, that's crazy. That's, uh, I ain't touching that one. That's crazy. Okay, so still at 69% of the votes in. We got 72% in on Vote Hub for Talarico, 52.5, 46.3. On the Republican side, they're at 74%. So, yeah, I think ultimately what this comes down to is we know right now Talarico's leading. We know that I would say that I think pretty strongly Talarico is going to end up the winner, but we're just waiting for the final vote dumps out of Houston, out of Fort Worth, and out of Dallas to really confirm that. There should also be a little bit more vote out of Austin, I do believe. Last time I checked, I think there was a little more vote remaining there. It was yeah, so there's still about 28% of the vote to go in Travis County, which is about maybe 28% of the vote left. Williamson County still has 83,000 votes left to go. And these areas are going to add a significant amount of votes for Talarico as well. But Harris County, still 114,000 left for Crockett to get there. Montgomery should have another 15,000 votes. And Dallas, Tarrant County. So there's a lot of votes left out there that Jasmine Crockett will probably do well in. And it'll probably cut the margin down a little bit. I'm just not sure it's going to be enough to catch Talarico at this point. Is Cornyn the favorite now? It's a good question because going into tonight, I thought for sure Ken Paxton was the favorite. I thought for sure Ken Paxton was going to walk out of here with more votes. But right now, Cornyn's at 42.3, Paxton's 40.9. There is still 29% of the vote to go. But does Paxton catch him at this point? I'm not so sure. I thought earlier in the night, I thought for sure that he probably would have. But as more votes being counted, I mean, you can kind of see Cornyn doing better. I thought Cornyn would do well in Dallas and Fort Worth. I thought he would do well-ish in Houston, but I thought Wesley Hunt would do better. But then the question would be, does Paxton do well enough throughout the western part of the state of Texas to really take the lead away from Cornyn? But Cornyn's been doing very red. I mean, look at all these red counties throughout the central part of Texas. Cornyn may be doing just well enough to ultimately end up being the favorite throughout the central part of the state. In terms of, is he the favorite now? It's tough because he is the incumbent. He is the incumbent senator, but his opponent does have 41% of the vote right now, which is only 1 point really under from what he's got. So it's going to be a really tight race. And then Wesley Hunt, the 13.1% that didn't back either of them, what they decided to do is going to decide it really. And it's going to be close. I don't want to call Cornyn the favorite because I think if Trump endorses Cornyn or Paxton, that plays a kind of a massive role here. But I really think it's still 50-50 on this one. I love how the GOP primary, it looks like it's covered in blood spatters. I mean, it does look like that. It does look like that right now with the red and all over the place. It does. Margins haven't changed much. No, it's the last like hour to hour and a half. The margins really haven't changed too much in the Republicans or the Democrats, to be honest. Like things were, it's funny because it feels like every like 10 minutes, like another 1% of the vote comes in for Republicans and Democrats. But the margins overall aren't that changing from how they've been earlier on in the night. Let's see, we got maybe hot take, but I think that Harris's endorsement was actually toxic because a lot of independents voted in the Dem primary. It very well may have. It may have. I mean, I mean, Crockett's right now, she's down. So I'm sure if she does end up losing this primary, that's going to be a question of did that endorsement help her? Did it hurt her? Did it have maybe no impact on her? I mean, definitely could be. Especially, it depends because there's a lot of Democrats that like Harris. There could be a lot of Democrats that voted for her in 24 that said not really so much anymore. They want to go in a different direction. So that could definitely be a situation. So probably Trump endorses Cornyn. Talarico is cooked. Hunt was the ultimate spoiler candidate. It's yeah, that's the thing is because I've been talking about this throughout the night a little bit. That Paxton I think was certainly the more prototypical Trump aligned candidate. But I think from a Republican perspective, the smarter electoral play for the general would be Trump endorsing Cornyn. The question is, does Trump go with Cornyn, who will probably be less likely to support Trump on everything, or Paxton, who's a guaranteed vote but has a much bigger chance of losing in the general, is going to be what it ultimately comes down to. And honestly, I mean, this was the most utmost respect of Trump. I have absolutely no clue what he's thinking on this. Because does he want someone that's going to be loyal that may win, or someone that's kind of loyal, kind of not loyal that will probably, like, definitely win? So ultimately, kind of have to wait and see how it goes. Maybe the early polling, once the runoff, like maybe like next week or something, they have runoff polls showing Paxton versus Cornyn for sure. Now that we know there will be a runoff, maybe how those go, maybe an indicator of how this race is going, if Trump is going to endorse Cornyn or Paxton or not. But yep, still kind of just hovering right around 70% or so. Vote Hub is still at 73%. The Democratic side, Republican side, they're up to 75%. As for some of the other down ballot races, Attorney General, 71% in now. Both candidates heading to a runoff still. That's happening. For the House side of things, Tony Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera's race looks like it's probably going to go to a runoff. There's a little too much vote splitting, roughly about 14% or so between Keith Barton and Francesco Canesco to stopping Gonzalez or Herrera from getting to 50%. So that'll probably go to a runoff. The Dan Crenshaw race with Steve Toth looks like still not a lot more votes left to come in. That one's going to be a little too early to tell right now. North Carolina House, 1% lead still. And this one's still basically all the votes are in. So we're still kind of waiting for the final votes come in here. But looks like the incumbent's going to narrowly hold on there. The House race for the Al Green Christian Menifee race, still waiting for more votes out of Houston to come in. And on this race for Henry Cuellar, 75% in. Cuellar looks like he's probably going to hold on and win that one. Looks like a little more votes, up to 70% now on the Democratic side. I think Trump will endorse Paxton because I doubt he thinks he'll lose Texas. I mean, that could be the argument if they've seen internal polling that Paxton versus Cornyn isn't that much of a difference. Then I think that could be a situation where Trump just says, you know what, maybe it'll be a little bit closer, but it doesn't look like that big of a difference. And Texas will take the chance and go with the person I think would be more loyal to him. Could be a situation. Lefty says playing Minecraft while watching. Hey, that sounds fun, honestly. I used to actually a few years ago. I used to do that. I was watching. It was the 2022 midterms where I remember the Nevada. Caught myself. The Nevada attorney. Oh, geez, the Nevada Senate race between Adam Laxalt and was it Catherine Cortez Masto in that race? I believe it was like Laxalt was leading by 1 point, then he was down to like half a point, and then like the next 3 days, like she ended up winning by like a point or something like that. I remember the second day, I remember watching a like election results live stream, and I was like playing Minecraft while watching that. So I was like, oh, interesting. Like, could you explain what the Attorney General does? Um, I would say AG is like the top like lawmaker in the state, right? Or the top lawyer of the state. Yeah, can bring lawsuits against the Trump regime. Uh, I think Trump will endorse back because I doubt he thinks he'll lose taxes. Do I agree? Oh, you're asking, do I agree that Paxton and Cornyn are basically the same and that neither one will lose Texas? To an extent, but I'll say this. I do think right now, I think Cornyn and Paxton both would nearly. Oh, your other message? Oh, sorry, what was your other message? Oh, you're talking about the. Is this the Jasmine Crockett one? If it's a Jasmine Crockett one, or the Crockett Kamala Harris one, let me. I'm gonna go to the live chat feature for sure because I think for some reason my thing is like messing up again with missing it. Oh, okay, I got it now. I think that Hunt's votes will go to Cornyn in a runoff. Also, Paxton voters are more excited in runoffs have even lower turnout. I'm actually like going into tonight. I actually probably would have disagreed. I would think that more of Hunt's votes would have gone to Ken Paxton because I think for someone to vote for Wesley Hunt, they clearly don't like John Cornyn, but they also I see what you mean because in a runoff, they're probably going to be more like skeptical about voting for Ken Paxton if they don't want to risk the seat going blue. But at the same time, if they don't like John Cornyn and they don't want to vote for him, are they gonna bite the bullet and vote for him just to keep the seat red, or would they rather vote against Cornyn to kind of like spite him? Oh no! You're saying they'd go to Paxton? Yeah, no, I do. And that if that's what you mean, I do agree with that. I do think the Hunt votes are going to go to Paxton. I just think when it comes down to would they rather spite Cornyn or vote for him to try and keep the seat red? If they didn't want to vote for him the first time, I think it may be a situation of they just don't want to vote for him, period, and it may be enough to Quaylar, right? Quayar? Quayar. Yeah. Blue Wave knows me and pronouncing things just there's a lot of problems on this. Henry Quayar. Quayar? Quayar. Yeah. It's better than Nevada. um yeah, I think a lot of Hunt's voters will probably go to Paxton. Henry Quayar. Well, since we're saying his name, let's check in on the oh, okay. So actually, NBC just pronounced or projected Henry Cuellar would be the winner of the Democratic primary in the district. He'll get about 50% with 75% of the vote in. So didn't think he was going to lose the primary, but now it's official that he won on and won that one. I know a lot of Spanish. Yeah, good. Yep. I now know how to say Nevada and Cuellar. Still no more votes out of Houston. Still no more, or the race is it's really close in the fourth district, North Carolina. Another thing I love about James is because I'm a Christian, I'm tired of the hypothetical or hypocritical Christian, right? He's I was trying to think about this of James Talarico and he's running his campaign as like a very like Christian like Democrat. I was trying to think of like the last kind of example of a campaign he's kind of running like and I don't know. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong because I don't know if you know this more than I do. Do you kind of get like Andy Bashir vibes from James Talarico at all? Someone that's like more of like a I don't want to call him a moderate Democrat, but someone that's like more kind of willing to like talk and negotiate. Then yeah, right. Like I kind of get Andy Bashir vibes from him, which is honestly probably why he's doing so successful thus far, and the primary and why he may be successful in the general. But yeah, I could Ossoff I could definitely see too. I could definitely see Ossoff. Look at Williamson. Compared to their Senate votes out of Williamson. Okay. Where's Williams? I might do the list view to find it. Where is it? Oh, Williamson. Okay. Wow. Okay. Talarico plus 45. North of oh, okay, it's north of Austin. Okay, so it's right there. All right. Let me go to the NBC map because this one's still bugging out. Okay. Ooh, wow. 72.2 to 27.1. Okay, so that's some big votes. That's some big votes there. Okay, so I cut the margin in a little bit. Now it's 36,000 and 63,000 out of Travis. Okay. So combined now, like another 100,000, 99,000 out of these two. Harris County got another 114,000 to go there. Dallas and Tarrant are going to combine for like 180,000 or so. Um, I think people vote for or against the incumbent oftentimes. Yeah, I think so too, and I think that's kind of why Cornyn Cornyn's doing a lot better than I expected. So I wouldn't be shocked if he wins the runoff, but I still kind of feel like Paxton may be narrowly favored in that scenario. Cowboy hat Andy Bashir, yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see it. King County is the second most random results, 50%. I'm at Hassan, 50% Talarico, two total vote tips. What do you think the odds are that Crockett expands her margin so much in the Dallas and Harris she wins? Um, I'm not sure because the way that it's gone so far, Talarico's been doing better than I expected in a lot of areas that I thought Crockett would be winning by a lot, but she may expand her margins a little bit, but even if she gets more votes at the same margin that they currently are now, she'd probably gain like another maybe like point or two that'd bring her up to like 47 to 48%. So for her to really get enough of an expansion to make this close, she'd probably need another like what in Dallas alone, she'd probably need to go up to like 70 something percent to really have a sizable like gain to make this a real fight. And I don't know. I just don't know if it's out there. I don't know if we know what part of Dallas the vote is left out in. I don't know if can we zoom in this part? I mean, this one, I feel like it just tells you the precinct vote numbers, doesn't tell you where the vote is still left out. So I'm not totally sure where the outstanding vote is going to come from Dallas. So I'm not sure if she's going to expand her margin or not, but to really win, she needs to because she'll get another vote jump. The last time she did, it brought her about 2.2% higher, but that was also it was 61% of the vote out of Dallas that came in, and the margin was plus 22, I think. So if she gets the same thing, she may go up another like point and a half to 2 points, but it won't be enough to take the lead. She needs to get a vote jump up to like a 30-point win in the county for her to make a significant inroad there. I think the Republicans will try and mess with the votes. Like, look at the Supreme Court of Texas. Do you think they'll try and mess with the votes? Look like I'm not gonna lie, I'm not totally familiar with that in that whole situation, so I can't really comment on it because I'm not really too sure what went on there. So I'll be fun and I'll say TBD. Let's see, still 72.4, 74% in Democratic side, 75 in the Republican, or 77% on the Republican side in this one, and it has Cornyn only up 2.1 now on that side of things. So 75% in on New York Times on the Republican side, 72% the Democratic side. Okay. I think like I know I've probably been saying this for like an hour now, but I kind of feel like we're getting close. We're really just waiting on those final few votes out of Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin or in Houston to get like a really big indicator because Austin, there's still some votes left, 72.4%. But at that point, it'd probably just be adding to Talarico's totals. The main vote changers would be coming out of Dallas and Fort Worth and Houston because if those don't come in big for Harris and kind of like what Blue Wave was saying, if they don't boost the margins for Crockett out of Dallas, especially, if they don't boost those margins by a pretty significant amount, I think we can probably call the race for Talarico. So at this point, we're kind of just waiting for those to come in and to change the thing. I wouldn't put it past him to try and steal it, to be honest. I'm sorry. I mean, again, I don't really know the specifics of it, so I'm not going to disagree with you or agree with you. I'm not really too sure on that. So, yeah, I don't want to say anything that, like, I'm not sure of the case. I don't want to say anything that's like true or not true or whatever. But I mean, want to feel that way? Go ahead. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. Let's see. 75.2. Let's do a quick check in on the down ballot once again. Just a few more votes on the Attorney General. Nathan Johnson, 48.5, 70%. I don't know if he's going to break. There's enough votes for him to break 50%. I just don't know if he's going to end up doing it. The Texas Health District, Tony Gonzalez, 65.7%. There's enough votes left out there, but with the current vote split, I think we're going to see a runoff here. But they haven't called it yet, but I think we probably will. House District with Dan Crenshaw, still 62% of the vote in, 38% to go. This one's going to be tight. This is going to be tight. There's still a lot of vote left out there, but Crenshaw could go down tonight. 1% still remaining out of North Carolina 4. It's going to be close, so it may go on for a little bit, but we're probably going to see Valerie Fauci probably hold on and win this. And the Texas House District, Al Green, Christian Menifee, still no more votes coming in yet. See, James is over 100,000 votes over Jasmine with 75% of the vote in. It's locked in for him. I think so. I think, like, again, the only way that I think Talarico doesn't win it at this point is if all those votes come in for Crockett, like Blue Wave, and like I was saying, that if they come in for Crockett and they really expand on her margins in Dallas and on Houston, because there is enough actual votes left out there when you look at like 114,000 out of Houston, 121,000 out of Dallas. I mean, if you were to win them all, there's mathematically enough votes to try and catch her, or for her to try and catch Talarico, but he's also leading statewide right now by like, 111,000. So is she going to win every single one of those votes? No. Is she going to win like 80% of those votes? Probably not. So there's technically enough votes left out there to call, or for her to say that, or for them to say that Crockett could get up there. But I just don't think it's going to end up happening when he's already leading by 111,000 statewide. Being poetic, Joe is like a bottomless void of morals. There's no well, they'll not go to. So which of them can do the same there. So we. Do you think this election will be a good indicator of whether the GOP will have a populist or traditional conservative candidate for the 2028 presidential election? Good question. I'm not sure too much how. I would say I'm not sure if this election specifically plays into that too much, because I think this is a situation more of, even though Cornyn has kind of been labeled a rhino throughout all of this, he's also someone that hasn't really tried to be like anti-Trump or push Trump away in this. It's just that Ken Paxton's been trying so hard to make himself the pro-Trump candidate that Cornyn's had to kind of like fight back and do that too. I think for 2028, I think it's a situation of the Republicans are 100% the Trump party now. There's a certain number of anti-Trump Republicans for sure, but I would say a majority of the party is still the pro-Trump party, especially while he's in the White House. And for 28, I think it's JD Vance's nomination to lose. And if it's not JD Vance, I think it'd be Marco Rubio. But I think more likely than not, we're probably going to see like a ticket of Vance and Rubio, where JD Vance is the president and Marco Rubio is the vice president, the nominees for that one. So, and it could be a situation where we see other Republicans that maybe could be considered more traditional running as well. Maybe you see like Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis try and run for the primary again. But I just think if 2024 was any indicator of how Trump did in the primaries, I think JD Vance or Marco Rubio would probably do just as well in the primaries. I do think Marco Rubio would do better in a general election than I think JD Vance. I think a lot of, I would say, election analysts would probably give him credit for. Especially, it's going to be tough after 4 years of Trump, whereas the current polls are like low 40s at best and even like high to mid 30s at this point in a lot of the averages. So it's going to be tough, I think, for any Republican in 2028 at this point if things don't rebound a little bit. But I think Rubio is someone that in an election environment that's more even, I think Rubio would probably be able to win. Vance is going to be tough because he is Trump's vice president. And if Trump's approval ratings don't improve, everything he does, no matter what's going to be tied to Trump 100%. Though Rubio's the Secretary of State, so that could hurt him too. I just think Rubio's more of like a skillful communicator than Vance would be at the presidential election level. So, in terms of whether I think this is a good indicator or not, I think it's Vance or Rubio at this point. So, I don't think it has too much of an impact for 2028, but it could be an overall conversation down the line for the Republican Party moving forward in like the post Donald Trump world if there's going to be more traditional Republicans or like only Trump Republicans. That could be a good thing to look at. I also think, or also I think Talarico can beat Cornyn. Uh, it's tough. My initial instinct to that is I don't think that he would, but in the right election environment, I can't really say he can't either because I mean it's such an easy comparison to 2018, where Trump's midterm, Cruz only beats Beto O'Rourke by 2.6%. It was such a close election. If anything similar to 2018 happens where a Texas Senate race is under 3 points, like if it's that close, if it's going to be Texas Senate race in this scenario could be even closer than North Carolina's if it's under like 2.6%. So I can't 100% say no, Talarico can't beat Cornyn. At the same time, I don't think he's going to, but I can't say for sure that he's not going to. I can't. I really can't disagree with you. What you got? You said the thing is with Cornyn, will leave the primary bruised and bloody. And no one would want to vote for him, and he has no money. Talarico's base will be energized. I would say I do agree with you on that. Tower or Cornyn, or even I'll go even a step further. Cornyn or Paxton, whoever wins the primary, they're going to be bruised. There's going to be a lot of nasty campaigning the next 2 months. They're going to have a lot less money to spend. Talarico is going to have 2 months essentially to make his case to the Texas voters without really any opposition. He's 100% going to be energized. I 100% agree with you on that. And that's why I think it's going to be a super close race, and that's probably under 5 points. But I just think Cornyn, as the incumbent senator, does still have a little bit of a leg up that Ken Paxton really doesn't. So I do think Cornyn still holds on. But I mean, you're making sense. You're making a lot of sense in what you're saying. Alan Lichtman called the Democratic primary for Talarico 2 hours ago. Oh, did he? I mean, it's trending that way. I don't disagree with him. But I think Paxton is favored in the runoff, though. I think so too. I think he is too. And honestly, for the Democrats, I think you'd much rather face Paxton than John Cornyn. So if you want the Democrats to win, I think you'd probably want Paxton to win the runoff. But it's gonna be close though. Cornyn getting 42%, Paxton 40%, Wesley Hunt like 13. It's gonna be interesting to see ultimately how it all goes down in the runoff if Paxton or Cornyn, if one of them really does well. Ken Cornyn and John Paxton, yeah. I think it's you say their names too many times throughout one night, they kind of just like blur. But yeah, it's interesting because 42% to like 41% is pretty much what it is. So how's the rest of that go? How do those Wesley Hunt voters or it's also worth noting we haven't talked about too much. These candidates like Sarah Kennedy getting 1.2%, Anna Bender 1.1%. These candidates getting like half percentage point. If those Republicans that voted for them get out and vote, are they going to vote? What the? My Siri just turned on. um, how do they end up voting? And if they do end up voting, who do they go for? Do they go for Cornyn? Do they go for Paxton? Like, what ends up happening? In a Bender. I don't know why my Siri keeps going off. That's so funny. Anna Bender sounds like, and you went over name. Uh, no comment. Like, I want Paxton to win to give the Dems a chance, but then again, if Paxton wins, we have 6 years of Paxton. I mean, that's kind of the risk, right? I mean, I know that's the thing that I know Republicans trying to prop up Jasmine Crockett in this one, and I think it was in 2022, Democrats were spending money to try and get the more unelectable Republicans to win the primaries, and I think in pretty much every case except for JD Vance in Ohio, that actually kind of worked, where Vance won his Senate seat, but like Blake Masters lost in Arizona. We saw, I would say kind of falls in this category, but Adam Laxalt lost in Nevada. So it worked for the Democrats in 22. The Republicans, in hindsight, will be able to say for sure in 26 if it'll work, but that is the strategy. Looks like a few more votes came in for Talarico as well. He went up to 53%, Crockett down to 45.7. Was it vote out of the Austin area? Yep, thought so. Travis County came in, some more votes, up to now 88.9, so 89% of the vote in. And let's see, margin stayed relatively the same. It went up a little bit. Now he's at 53%. Crockett's at 45.7. Really just waiting to see the Dallas and Houston area now. Um, yeah, I hope all or most of those Wesley Hunt and other rep candidates voters so for Paxton the runoff. I think honestly, probably every Democrat wants that, probably, but I don't know. Wesley Hunt, it's interesting because it's 236,000 voters that decided they don't want Cornyn or Paxton and they voted for him. So it's going to be interesting. Hot take: they would not. They would be no different. John Cornyn is a Trump bootlicker. Always votes with them anyway. It's like it's interesting because for some reason there's this rationale around Cornyn of him being a rhino, and Ken Paxton being like a super pro Trump Republican. But Cornyn's vote record is pretty in line with Trump. So maybe that could be a situation of Cornyn did that because he knew it was an election year, and maybe if Cornyn decides that Trump will be out of office in 2 years once this election's over. If he wins, maybe he decides once that happens, he'll go back to voting however he wants to vote, maybe. But who would you vote for, Ken Cornyn or John Paxton? Ken Cornyn or John Paxton? Why does that sound like West Wing, like fake created names? Uh, Ken Cornyn or John Paxton? Well, now here's the question: which aspects of both person are being attributed to both? Because Ken Cornyn, John Paxton. This also kind of sounds like those fake political candidate names in Grand Theft Auto, like the billboards, like in the highway and stuff. Ken Cornyn, John Paxton. I don't know why, but the vibes I'm getting from this is like Ken Cornyn kind of sounds like a political like commentator, and John Paxton sounds like a disgraced former congressman. I don't know why. That's the first thing that popped in my mind when I read those names. Ken Cornyn has the baggage. John Paxton is more mega. True Paxton is that guy who will always be in the news, unlike Cornyn. That guy will always be in the news, unlike Cornyn. True. That could be true. Maybe also when it comes to the runoff, that maybe Trump wants someone that's not only going to vote with them all the time, but also someone that's going to be vocally like supportive of him all the time. That's something that Cornyn really doesn't do, and maybe Trump would prefer having someone that does that, like Paxton. Talarico should launch a campaign, tell everyone who didn't vote in the Dem primary to vote for Paxton. Interesting. Interesting. Can a candidate do that directly, or would they have to do it kind of like in a like kind of sneaky under the radar type way? I mean, he probably could do it. I mean, nothing really stops him, I guess, from doing that, but it would be interesting. I do wonder because he's been again. You can totally correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I wonder if Talarico wouldn't do that because he would just be too focused on trying to like promote himself and kind of advocate for himself why people should vote for him rather than vote against his opponent. But I don't know. West Wing cast: Charlie Young, Ken Cornyn, Josh Lyman, John Paxton. I mean, sounds good to me. That's funny. It's like the thing. It's like two of these names are made up. Which one is it? It's like the answer may surprise you. Okay, so still 73.4% on the Democratic side. Still waiting. Like with the Republican primary, most of the counties do have some votes in them now. Still waiting on Duval, waiting on Maverick, which is an awesome name for a county. Edwards, Valverde, Hudspeth, Terry, Cochran. Still waiting on some votes out of San Jacinto, Leon, and Newton counties. Still waiting on votes out of there. We are at still 73.4%. I know it's a big state, but why are they so slow? I'm honestly like, I'm very honestly surprised because I feel like on election night for 2024, I thought Texas was pretty fast, but they're going like really slow tonight. I think we didn't start getting. I mean, this is earlier on, so not a big deal. But around like 8:15, I feel like when we first started getting votes out of the primaries for Texas, which I thought was kind of slow. Like I know for 2025, remember obviously you were here for that one, Blue Wave. I feel like we started getting votes out of like New Jersey and Virginia like immediately, and we knew. I mean, it was more of a blowout, but we knew like an hour in who was going to win that race. This one, like we still have votes going in the Democratic primary, and we still don't know who's. I mean, we probably know it's Talarico, but we don't know for sure what's going to happen yet. We can check Vote Hub. They have it at 76% for the vote in, 7.4% for Talarico ahead at this time. On the Republican side, John Cornyn is up by 2 points at 80% of the vote in on their site for that one. New York Times is probably going to be relatively similar as well. 77% of the vote in on the Republican side, 42.3 to 40.8. Democrats, 53, 45.7, 73% of the vote in. Let's see. Texas was fast 2024. Yeah, I thought they were. Yeah. You think Tarrant, Dallas, and Harris can make up 130,000 vote deficit? Uh, Initial instinct is no, probably not, because right now it's a difference of like 40 something thousand. That's wrong. 50,000 or so out of Dallas right now, and then another 25,000 or so out of Tarrant. So 50,000, 25, be like the 75, 80,000. And then Houston, the current margin right now is about 20,000 or so. So that'd be like 95. So, nah, I think, and that's just looking at the current margins. If they don't expand too much, they'd have to expand a lot to make up the 130,000, like another like 30 to 40,000 votes to make up the 130,000 vote margin. On top of the fact, when you look at the estimated vote remaining, there's not a lot, but there's still a little vote here and there, a few hundreds votes out there that are probably going to add up for Talarico. Even if they're not a lot of votes, it's a situation where if Crockett gets exactly what she needs out of those two main population areas, that even a few handful of like 100 votes here and there for Talarico will add up and probably be enough for him to hold on. There's also some votes out of Bexar left, 42,000, where Talarico will probably pop a few more votes. Travis County's got another 26,000. He'll probably gain a few more there. And Williamson, 36,000. I think we'll probably get a few more for Talarico there too. So it's possible that Crockett could get the margin to make up the numbers, but I'm personally not banking on it. I think Talarico's got enough to win at this point, and they're just waiting for the votes to come in to be totally sure. I'm still afraid Crockett spoils. Have a wonderful week. I'm headed to go to bed. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for watching. Have a good week. Have a good night. And, well, whatever the next live stream I do is, hopefully see you then. Refugio is 49.49. Interesting. That's a direct tie. Yeah, Dickens is a tie too right now. King is a tie. Oh, yeah, right. King is just 2 votes. That's right. Lipscomb, 50-50, 1919 votes. Glasscock, 5-5. So many ties. It's interesting. Oh, yeah. Don't you live on Eastern time zone? Yeah, it's 12:32 over here. It's like that's the thing is I don't want to end it before like we know for sure if it's gonna be Talarico or not, but I mean it's getting close. It's getting really close. I'm hoping in the next like half hour we can have the rest of Dallas come in. We can have the rest of Houston come in. I don't know if it will, but depending on what the margins are at like 1 a.m., I may be like, okay, let's wrap it up. But I'll give it at least till 1. I'll see if more votes come in, and then we'll see if for sure. Why are the two counties named Glasscock and Dickens that are tied? Uh, so I got nothing better to say than like happy coincidence. Man, that is funny. There's like 4 in the whole state, and 2 of them are those names. Looks like a handful more votes came in, maybe for Talarico there. Vote Hub has it at 77%, 80% or 80% for the Republican one. I don't think they're giving. I don't think they're doing any updates in terms of like where if how long it's taking the rest of the vote or anything. I just said that an hour ago. The last update was Talarico nearly led Crockett among the first 100,000 or so election day votes counted so far. To overcome her deficit among early votes, Crockett needs to win the remaining election day vote by a clear margin. So, if Talarico's nearly led Crockett among the first 100,000 or so election day votes, and Crockett needs to win the election day vote by a clear margin to overcome that, I mean, it's just the math just doesn't seem to check out for Crockett. It's not impossible. It doesn't really seem like it's going to happen. And Talarico's doing this well on the day of vote. Now, the good news for her is there is still a large amount of vote remaining in the Dallas area and in the Fort Worth area and the Houston area for that matter. But even if she does do a good enough job there to cut into the margin by a lot, I'm just very skeptical with all the other remaining vote that's going to add up if it's going to be enough to overtake Talarico there. So now, just waiting. Let's see some of the other ones. Attorney General, interesting. 48.4 for Nathan Johnson. I do wonder. It's interesting because he's getting 48.4. He's so close, Nathan Johnson, to breaking 50%. But I wonder if it goes to a runoff and he just misses getting 50% by like a few thousand votes. Because the Anthony Box guy and Joe Jaworski guy both getting 400,000 votes at least. Like, it almost seems like there's too much vote splitting for that to break. Also worth knowing Chip Roy at 31.1, Mays Middleton 40. It does seem they're cutting the margins on that one a little bit as well. Chip Roy's starting to do a little bit better now. Looks like some votes are starting to come in. Had a little more vote. Nothing too substantial, only a few thousand votes. For the Texas House one, Tony Gonzalez and Brandon Herrera, 71% expected. Still looks like it's probably going to go to a runoff, if you ask me. Uh, Only 1% difference. No candidates really near 50%, probably going to a runoff. For the Dan Crenshaw race, 70% of the vote now in. Steve Toth is 57.1%. Dan Crenshaw, 70.7%. This district is also right around Houston, so we're waiting for more Houston vote to come in. Dan Crenshaw, he's only down 8 points right now in Harris County itself. So that may help him as more vote comes in. It's only a difference of like 1,800 votes, but waiting for that vote to come in to really, really shift things. North Carolina, no movement on the 4th district with 99% of the vote in. The incumbent's still up by 1,000 votes. Probably going to hold on and win there. I'm back. What did I miss? Honestly, not too much. Just like another 1,000 votes came in and nothing really changed it too much. Still 53 to 45.7, so didn't really miss much. And lastly, we have the Texas House for Christian Menifee versus Al Green. And still too close there. 64% of the vote in. Still waiting to see how that one goes. Still waiting on Harris County. This whole, honestly, with with the Al Green race, with the Dan Crenshaw race, and with the Senate race, is really just waiting for Houston at this point. Just waiting all for Houston. Yeah, I know. I feel you. I feel you. It's just funny. They're all literally the Senate race and like two House primaries are all just about all right. When's Houston going to report its votes? Still waiting for everyone watching though. Thank you everyone for watching. We've broken 2,900 total views on the stream since we started, so only 97 away from breaking 3,000. So hopefully before we end the stream, we can break 3,000. That'd be a pretty sweet mark if we could hit that. Why is Houston taking so long? I know Dallas had problems, so why Houston? I actually don't know because I know I saw the like you said, I saw the Dallas thing earlier saying that they extended it till 9. I have not seen anything about why Houston's taking so long to report. That's the thing about Texas tonight is like everything about Texas tonight seems so different than like what they usually do on like 2024. They were very quick. I mean, 2020 obviously with COVID everything was different, but they've reported votes pretty quick as well. This feels like abnormally slow for a Texas primary. So I'm not too sure. Got a few more votes in here. Talarico went up by 0.1%. 74.4% of the vote in. Not too much has changed, it looks like. Also, Star isn't even half. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so much votes remaining from the Houston area. Crockett. I mean, if they are, they're gonna have to use a lot of magic to find a way to do that. It's like if the next vote dump out of like Houston and Dallas is Crockett with like 99.8% of the vote or something, I think then we may know something's up. But yeah, it's just waiting at this point. Just waiting. Still 74.4. Let's see if Vote Hub's gotten any further ahead. No, they're still at 77% too. Yeah, so it's really just all waiting on Houston and Dallas. That's like mathematically impossible. Yeah, I know. I think at this point, like with the amount of it that's left out there, that's the only way that Crockett I think can make it up. Because if she's still down or if she's winning by 22 in Dallas and like 11 by in Houston, if she just matches those margins, I just don't think the math is there. She'd still be like 30,000 votes short, not like counting the rest of the votes left out there for Talarico. So, yeah. I think they're being cautious. I think they're waiting for more votes to come in, but I think James Talarico has pretty much got this locked up. Now it's just waiting for the final numbers to slowly come in. Yeah. Kornaki's live. It's like 1 p. It's hilarious. It's funny. A full screen. I'm not gonna do it on the streams. I want to leave the results on, but I'll do it on my monitor next to me here. I'll pull it up. Okay, let's pull this up real quick. Okay, I'm just watching on the other monitor right now. I'm just watching it. Okay. I mean, like, it is fun to watch him. I'm not gonna lie. It's fun to watch Steve Kornacki go for election stuff. Uh, 31,000 early voting ballots were returned. How much do you want to bet Texas didn't tell them? No clue. Absolutely no clue. But just shrug the shoulders at that one. That's all. That's gonna be my response to that. Just I I love the talking about the Steve Kornacki part. I love that his thing is called the Kornacki cam. I don't know why. That's just funny to me. I love that it's called the. Did you see the 1P quality? I don't think so. I might have got it too late for it. Oh, oh, yeah, my other open the stream from the NBC website full screen. Now open the stream. Oh, oh, okay. Okay, I see what you mean. All right. Okay. Let's see from here. It's funny. I'm loading it. My other thing was taking so long. I'm just like, uh. See, this is what happens when Dallas and Houston take too long to report their votes. Oh my god, it is really for me. It is really glitching out. The 1P. Okay, so I got it. Look full screen. P. Somehow I think I'm missing it. I must be missing it. Everything kind of just looks normal to me on here, but it's okay. So, like from the election result website, it should be in the top right corner. Election result website should be in the top right corner. Huh. Yeah, for me on mine, it just mine the top right corner of it just looks like normal. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe my things screen are on. The screen are on the screen. Screen. You mean this, right? I think I just clicked on. Oh, huh. It's just like it's like how long is Houston and Dallas taking? We have reached like this portion where we have to look at the Kornacki cam for the 1P to like be entertained. That was potato quality when I did the full screen. Okay, let's all right. Let's see what you got. Oh, that's funny. It loaded fine on mine. I don't know if I'm gonna get copyrighted for that, but it loaded fine on mine. Okay, I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but 75% of the vote is in when I clicked on the screen and we got more vote in, so I may need to do that again. Dan is cooked. All right, let's see. Is it this one? Or no, it might be the next one. 71 point. Oh, wow, they called it. Wow, interesting. Wow. For like half a second, it looked like that for me the whole time. Yeah, it did. Yeah. Wow. Apparently, the Dems want to extend the Dallas polling times, and the Texas Supreme Court struck it down. Maybe that's why it's going so slow. It's on the right side of the screen. I saw it there. This exact topic, but Cornyn is still in the lead. No, it's all right. I mean, honestly, keep mentioning it like it's we're waiting for votes to come in. There's not really like too much vote stuff to talk about right now, but I'm shocked by this. Like I thought, I mean, I knew there was a possibility that Crenshaw could lose to Steve Toth, but I'm I am very shocked by this. I really am. I am very shocked that Dan Crenshaw lost to Steve Toth and by this much. 57.6 to 39. I'm just very surprised by that. Also got some more votes. I'm gonna I don't know if that's copyright or not, but I'm just gonna pause that just for the sake of it. 75.8% in, 52.9 to 45.8. Got a few more votes here. Texas Tribune called it 2 hours ago. The Senate race or the Crenshaw race. So I've been checking the Crenshaw one. I feel like every like half hour, and I feel like they just called that. But that is very interesting. I don't know if the Dan race, yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. I know he could have lost, but it's always interesting to see it though, especially because like the last few days, like Trump refused to endorse him, Ted Cruz endorsed against him. I wonder if they saw the internal polling going on that they knew that he wasn't going to win. So like Trump didn't want to bother endorsing him where he could lose, and if Cruz was like, I'm gonna try and like kind of go after him, is like he may potentially go down. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. Okay, so we got the Crenshaw news. Just one big race left outstanding tonight that we're waiting on. 76% of the vote in. On Vote Hub, they got 79% of the vote in, with 52.9 for Talarico, 45.8 for Crockett. It's so close. 76.5% now. It's so close to being done. I was getting pretty nervous before Dallas County dropped for the Dem primary, but Talarico still kept leading and is still leading. Yeah, that's the thing is I think when earlier in the night, Brian, when we saw Dallas come out the first time for Crockett, Talarico and Crockett, I think Crockett went up like 2.2%. And I recall it was 61% of the vote came in. So if the margins of victory for Crockett versus Talarico are anything similar to what they were earlier, at best at this point, it'd probably be like a 2 point jump, probably even lower than that. If the margins are better, it may still be like a 2 to 2.5 point one, which at this point, Talarico's leading by 7 points. Like, I think honestly, for me, I'd be getting pretty close to call this race. I think Talarico's going to win here. Just like, I don't know if there's enough votes out there for Crockett to make a very big, like, significant difference in this one in terms of what votes are left out there. It's so funny. I want to go to like a different tab and see what's going on, but I know the second I do, there's gonna be more votes. Found the secret, and Crockett wins by 579,000 votes. Uh, that'd be crazy. At that point, I would just be like, how long do I have to stay up for to find how many of those votes come out? If it's at like 4 a.m., I'm like, I don't care anymore. I'd be like, yeah. If it's like 4 a.m. for that, I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to bed. No thanks. I think he'll lose the runoff. And now my main worry is the rep should be primary due to obviously Cornyn leading. I think, yeah, I really think the only way, like, I think there's a possibility, honestly, that Trump could endorse Cornyn for the runoff, and Paxton may still win anyway. Just because there's a lot of Republicans in Texas that just don't want Cornyn to be reelected, and I think it may very well be Paxton, no matter what, really. Valverde get votes. got votes. Oh, they said get votes. Oh, my fault. Saw it over here somewhere. Oh, I just saw it. There we go. I was like, I knew I just saw it. 73.5%. Talarico 57.8, 30.7. Okay, so he netted about 500 votes from there. Yeah. Yeah. So he netted about 500 votes out of Valverde. Estimating remaining votes. Man, it's just, there's only two big clumps of votes left out there in Texas. And what are the odds they're both like the big areas that we're waiting on that could potentially decide the election? It's like, come on. Just report the things. Harris is 61%. Believe it or not, Dallas hasn't moved. It's still 61%. Was Harris always 61%, or did a few of those votes come in? Oh, wait. A few of those votes might have been the Dan Crenshaw one. Yeah, that could be. That could be it. Could be like a Lindsey Graham situation. Yeah, it could be. It could be like a Lindsey Graham situation. Yeah. Although Lindsey Graham's probably going to win anyway, though, the primary. Just because, like, Trump's endorsement's enough to get him over the finish line, even though, like, doesn't have a lot of support in the primary. Can't stand my home state. Texas being done. Politics and want to change so bad. Yeah, it's tough. It's like because 2026 is kind of like the perfect election environment for that. But it's just like after 2024, it's just I don't know. Oh, Harris went down. It used to be 65. Wait a minute. So it went in the opposite direction for Harris. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Solo. I think this is over. That's so funny. It went from 75 or 65 to 61. How's the vote reporting going in Houston? Great. It went back 4%. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so let's see here. 586. Oh, a few more votes just came in. So I was just about to see, I think a few more went in. 76.3%. 586,000 votes left. Talarico is leading by 135,000 votes. It jumped from like 72 to 71.6. Okay, yeah. I didn't start knowing getting upon negative votes got counted. Nice. Yeah. It's like Houston. Just report your votes at this point. uh I mean 2016, 2017. I mean, good entertaining time to get into it, right? I mean, very good time. Negative votes got counted. The very infamous negative vote. That'd be funny. There was just like kind of like how Nevada has the like none of these people option is just like Republican, Democrat, nah, take my vote away option. It's like negative vote option. How about text politics and being want? I didn't know about Texas politics and it being won by Republicans until 2018. And it's funny because in 2018, that was probably the closest election Texas has seen like in a very, very long time. And Beta only won by like 2 point or 2.5, or Cruz only won against Beta by like 2.8 or something. With the number of votes went up again, it was 579. Now it's 586. Yeah, it's like, do they just keep moving the estimated vote like rank? Like, yeah, yeah, 76.3 on here. Vote Hub's got it at 80. I mean, the only reason I can think they're not calling it is because they know, like, obviously the amount of vote out of Dallas and Houston is going to be huge for Jasmine Crockett, and it's going to go more in her direction than James Talarico. But it's just like, I don't know if, even with the amount of vote that's left out there, I don't know if that margin in which she's going to win it by is going to be enough to, like, break it up enough where Talarico's not going to win. 2015 to 2019, graduated high school in 2019. That must have been fun. The like election year Trump and stuff being in there, that must have been fun. Still have 17 viewers. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. People, I mean, people still want to see it. People still want to see it. I don't know why they haven't called it yet, but Hassan leads in the Far East. Wait, what? Oh, you're serious about that? I thought you were kidding. No way. Come on. Come on. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. Wesley Hunt did not win a single county in Texas, but Hassan did, and he's got like 1% of the amount of vote that Wesley Hunt's got. This is why we live stream the election results. This is why we do it. That's so funny. He must be going on Twitter right now to be like, "Oh my god, I won a county! Oh my god." What's the vote at? Oh, it's only 3.2%. Oh, I hope they just like stop the count. Stop the count. It's like we're good. Sure, but I mean, like, I'm sure like all that stuff, like as the election was heating up in school and stuff, that must have been cool. That's true. Yeah, you almost missed having the year cut off. Yeah. Okay, 76.8, 574. All right, it went down another 12,000 of the estimated vote. So it looks like some vote must have come in. Yep, some vote did come in now that Talarico's officially over a million votes now on NBC's at 1,002,737. Crockett's at 867,736. That county won't change it. Nothing anyway. No, it won't. It won't. It's just funny. At this point, we need something to laugh about. It's 1 a.m. We're still waiting for like two out of like the four biggest cities in Texas. So it's like, all right, whatever. 81% on Vote Hub. Republicans up to 83%. Oh, got some more vote. All right. Not too much of a change. Talarico went up by 0.1. Still 560,000 votes remaining. Also, we just hit 3,000 total views for the stream since we started. So thank you to everyone that's in here and everyone that's not in here that watched before. Thank you all for taking time to watch this. I greatly, greatly appreciate you doing that. Still have 23 current viewers in here at 1 a.m. Eastern time. That is crazy. And looks like some more votes just came in. Talarico went up another, looks like 9,000 votes. Looks like, man, I gotta go to bed. I have chemistry tomorrow. Oh, chemistry. Oh, geez. Oh, man, I don't miss that. Hope you're better at chemistry than I was. I was terrible at it. Hmm. Texas GOP may fumble in the first round. I hope they don't fumble in the runoff second round by not nominating electing Cornyn. I mean, like 42.2, 40.9. It's definitely close enough where if there's a vote turnout like issue in the runoff, like if there's less voter turnout in that one and Trump endorses Paxton, I think there could be a situation where Paxton wins in that. But I'll have to wait and see. I mean, one thing's for certain, I'll probably be doing a live stream for that one too. So, I just hope I'm not doing the same live stream for that one. Like 2 months from now, we're still waiting for Houston to come in. Still got some more votes to go. I had my CMA class, so maybe this is more exciting. That's true. It's true. Yeah. I remember I stayed up for 2016. I had high school in the morning and I stayed up until like I think it was like 3:30 whenever they called it for Trump. I think it was like 3:30 or 3:40 or something. I was like, I'm not going to bed. And then the next morning I was just like, I'm so tired. Why did I do that? But I'm like, it's just can't quit it. It's like once the votes are coming in, it's just like you gotta see it through the end. It is funny that out of a million votes, you get to see James win Armstrong County and 25 votes there. That is one thing I learned about Texas tonight. How kind of cool it is. How like all these counties, like you see all the counties, and you see like there's like 50 votes here. There's like 40, or there's like 30 here, 40 here. Just like it's kind of cool seeing like all these like massive percentages, and then it's only like 30 people, 40 people. It's like oh, that's pretty cool. Ooh, Collinsworth was pretty close, 51.5, 48.5. I'm betting the Republican county, they're probably a little bit bigger. Yeah, like a few. Yeah, they're very red on the Democratic side. They're just like not so many Democrats there. It's like interesting. 77.6% in, 23% of the vote to go. Gotta be getting close. Gotta be getting close by now. The reddest county in the US is in Texas. Really? Do you know which one it is by chance? Or did you hear about the rock band from the 80s and 90s YouTube recently? There's a song about Renegade. No, actually, I have not. I have not heard that. Hmm. It's funny, despite having like a political elections YouTube channel, I feel like I'm so out of the loop on like a lot of political pop culture stuff. I don't know how. I'm somehow in the loop on a lot of election stuff and yet completely out of the loop on like everything else. Redis County goes in Texas. Yep. Roberts County in the Chimney. Oh, wait, just got some more votes. 78.3. So like another 1% of the vote came in. It gave Trump like 96% of the vote. Wow. 96%. Jeez. 96%. That's crazy. It's honestly even crazy to think about a county can give 96% of the vote to anybody. 53, 45.7, 78.3. It's so funny because I know the second that I wrap the stream up, they're gonna announce like Houston, and I'll be like, of course. But I mean, and voted for Crockett. That's funny. Is it I'm not gonna lie, I don't know where it is, so I kind of want to see how long it takes me to find it. You said it's Roberts County. Oh, found it. There we go. Was in coastal Massachusetts. That Harris won 91% of the vote in. Oh, while we're doing this, now I'm curious. Coastal Massachusetts. It's got to be one of these, right? Oh, Nantucket was 36.7. Harris, was it Harris 52.4? Because these are Plymouth was shocking. Oh, that's right. Mass almost had a Trump county. That's right. 39.2. Suffolk 52.1. Essex. Yeah, must have been Duke's probably, right? It's up top. You sure? Essex was 20.2. Harris 39.2, 52.1. Yeah, I think I'm 52.4. Yeah, it's the curly tip. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You think congressional districts? Oh, these ones? Are you talking about the congressional ones? I mean, if you go by congressional districts, I mean, like half of Mass is like 100%. But it's all right. So let's check back in here. More votes? Ah, come on. Politico has it. 78.3% of the vote. So close. So close. Still 22% to go. No, it's a county. Is this like, is this rating or is it like by election result for Harris? Because if it's Harris, I just looked at every county and the highest one was like 52.4. Unless like it can't be because Mass, the border for Mass ends here. Unless they went like by precinct instead of county, maybe. It can't be New Hampshire because the border county is like red near there, so it can't be that. It could be Maine, maybe, but no, it wouldn't be Maine either. A few more votes. Politico has it. Harris. I mean the small counties. Small counties. I don't think Mass has any small counties. The small things. The only islands or smaller things in Mass are like these ones. Though. I mean, maybe I can look up on Politico later and see if I can find it. But look at Politico. Oh. Hmm. Few more votes. 78.4. 74% on the Democratic side. 81% the Republican side. Okay. Province. Oh, yeah, Provincetown in Mass is it's a city. It's not a county. It's like right here. Or right here, I mean. Yeah, it's in Barnstable County. Yeah. Yeah, municipality, yeah. It's not a county though. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of the most democratic areas. Is it because this Politico, do they still break the Massachusetts map down like by town or by municipality instead of like counties like these? They break it down smaller. I remember I think it was like CNN used to do that in like 2014 or something. Maybe that's why. I think this side thing just reported the Tony Gonzalez race is going to a runoff. Yep. Oh wow, interesting. Okay, Gonzalez and Herrera ended up tied 42.5%. Small, yes, in 2024. Yeah, yeah. Interesting. Ended up going to a runoff. Interesting, interesting. Might do one final check of the house races. Yeah, the Crenshaw one is interesting. I gotta go now with two more questions. Sorry, I'm gonna go probably in a few minutes because I'm getting kind of really tired too. But yeah, go ahead. You can do. I'll be here for another like 5, 10 minutes probably. Then that'll be good. Uh, he only got 1.3%, 25,237. So like, how many done base be after this primary? For the first one, I'm not sure. Again, only 25,000 votes. I'm not sure he took much votes away anyway from them, to be honest. I think he probably just took the votes of the way people who were just like, I really don't like either one. Or maybe it's I can't choose between either one, so I'll just vote for this person in that situation. So I think there could be that. In terms of how hard will unifying the Democratic base be after the party or the primary, I actually don't think it's going to be that hard. I think you saw a little bit in the last like few days of both. I think Talarico said if Crockett won, he would go campaign around the state for her. And I think they asked Crockett, would she support Talarico if he were to win? And she said like absolutely or something. So I think some of the most hardcore supporters, like when any primary, may be very upset. But I think when it comes to an election, like in the general election, if it's like Ken Paxton, especially if it's Ken Paxton versus Talarico, it'll be a situation of, well, are you going to vote for someone you disagree with on everything, or are you going to vote for someone that you agree with, but you voted for their primary opponent? Like, I think eventually a lot of hardcore Democrats and Republicans kind of always come around to voting for their candidate if they're politically active enough to go and vote anyway. I mean, obviously, it's possible there are people just like are very passionate about getting involved in politics but don't vote. But I think they'll be able to unite the party. Lights are out and the party's over. It's time for me, Dr. D, to start running. Take a little while. Lights are out and the party's over. It's time for me. I'm sad to say I am not a legend. I don't get it, but I do like that reference. I don't get the reference, but I do like it. Sorry. I'm gonna give it till 120 for the votes to come in out of Dallas and Houston. And then I'm gonna probably wrap the stream up there as well. Because we've been going over 5 hours and 23 minutes since this stream started, which is absolutely crazy. We had over 3,000 people come in and watch it, and got 21 currently still watching at 1:15 a.m. You guys are absolutely ridiculous. Thank you so much for doing this. You guys really mean a lot. Blue Wave, have a good night. And good morning. Exactly. Good to see you. Always see you in the comments. Hopefully see you in the next live stream, which probably, who knows? I mean, there's other primaries coming up. Maybe I'll do one in the next few weeks as well. But thank you for stopping by. Hopefully see you in the next one. And yep, just waiting for the next results. Look up Danger Days by My Chemical Romance. Oh, okay, I know My Chemical Romance. You know what? I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. I'll look it up after. Yeah. Have a good night. Solo, you too. Have a good night, Solo. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching throughout the night. Appreciate it. Yeah. It just hit 3,100 views. It's for me. I'm on the Eastern time, so it's 1:16 a.m. Yeah. I'll screenshot that. Bye. 21 current views. Well, yeah. Giving it 5 hours and 25 minutes in the hopes of getting the vote going. I think I'm going to wrap the stream up here just because it's been going for over 5 hours now. It's getting kind of late, kind of tired, but thank you everyone so much for coming by and for watching. If the results do come in the next few minutes, I am going to have a video coming out either tomorrow, probably tomorrow or the next day, going over what happened, how Talarico won, or how Crockett came back and won, and the Republican primary as well. So if you're interested in that, make sure to keep an eye out for that. I will have that video coming out very shortly in the next day or two. So keep an eye out for that. But thank you everyone for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And I hope to all see you guys either in the next video I do or in the next live stream. Brian, thank you. Good night. Have a good night. great rest of your night as well. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being throughout the entire stream. Really appreciate it. I mean, been here since the beginning. So really appreciate you doing that. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.